A lone cloaked figure stands with his back to us, contemplating the end. His eyes are grimly determined as he holds a knife, thinking of his next move. A colossal demon lord towers over the heroes as the final battle reaches its climax. The great sage Saito declares, "Check," thrusting the chess piece forward. The writhing demon lord is the last enemy left on this world-ending battlefield. The ornate knight piece held by Saito crackles with contained magical power. A blonde warrior girl slices through a shadowy demon with a blade on her leg. The monstrous creature shrieks in agony as it is cut down by her attack. Saito observes the chaotic battlefield with a grim and unreadable expression. The warrior glances back, calling out to her commander, Saito-sama, with concern. A young woman in clerical robes, Saint Anjo, is introduced amidst the chaos. Saito's sharp gaze sweeps across the battlefield, noticing a terrible development. A close-up reveals a deep, bloody gash in someone's side. The white-haired hero, Kain, kneels on the ground, clutching his serious injury. Saito is horrified, wondering when their vanguard, Kain, was so grievously wounded. He turns his head and calls out to Ange, a desperate plan forming. With a determined look, he orders her to cast a healing miracle on him. Ange is shocked by the command but nervously stammers her assent. She immediately drops to her knees and begins to pray for the miracle. The ethereal bishop appears, vowing to answer the prayer and grant a miracle of life. Saito interrupts the incantation with a sharp, commanding shout. He redirects the spell, ordering the bishop to heal Kain instead of him. As Kain is healed, Ange leaps to his defense, striking the demon lord. Ken looks down in utter disbelief, his once grievous wound now completely gone. The demon lord lets out a piercing shriek of pain from Ange's holy assault. The helmeted girl, Luke, is amazed by the flawless healing and attacking strategy. She praises the great sage for his brilliant and unexpected tactical mind. Saito watches the successful gambit unfold with a cold, detached expression. A memory surfaces of Ange gently wiping a tear from his face. In his memory, she tells him that she understands the reason for his tears. He recalls her telling him that he and Kain are truly made for each other. Back in the present, Saito exhales, trying to force himself to remain calm. Ange looks on with concern, praying for Kain to fight safely through this. Saito's composure shatters as he seethes with rage at Kain and Ange's bond. The demon lord writhes as Saito internally fumes about the fate of the world. He roars across the battlefield, calling Kain a sex-crazed monkey ruled by instinct. The great mage Merlin and holy knight Lizer arrive, attacking the demon lord together. Lizer, the handsome knight, warns his partner Merlin not to be reckless. Merlin gives a wide, confident grin, telling Lizer not to dare hold back. Saito, now wearing a white mask, mutters that he knows what they're up to. Seeing another perfect couple, his face twists into a terrifying grin of pure fury. He raises his hand and the powerful queen chess piece materializes above his palm. He bellows for the queen to lend him her power, unleashing a storm of dark magic. The demonic queen herself appears in a vortex of power, calling him her darling. Luke stares in awe and terror at the overwhelming power being unleashed. Lizer shouts for Merlin to retreat from the sheer force of the incredible blast. Merlin is impressed, realizing their great sage is defeating the demon lord alone. Saito, panting and emotional, tells her not to say such things. Kain shouts a warning, telling him not to get caught in his own attack. He reflects on the brutal near-death training he endured to gain a god's power. His face becomes calm and resolute as he finally declares, "Checkmate." As the demon lord dissolves into dust, he bids it a final farewell. He laments that he only found fleeting, joyful moments with the women he met. Standing alone in the ruins, he whispers a final, quiet goodbye. A shadow crosses his face as the last embers of his foe fade away. He says to himself that his time with all the popular people is now over. In the aftermath, Merlin and Lizer embrace, as do Ange and Kain. Saito watches them, annoyed, questioning why everyone is suddenly hugging. He clutches his chest, feeling a sharp, sudden pang of emotional pain. Kain asks if he is all right, but Saito brushes it off as nothing. The ground begins to shake violently, and he realizes his time is up. A colossal, bone-adorned gate rises, and he knows it's time to go home. He recalls his master's words about the 3 gates that transcend space and time. His master had commanded him to use the gate immediately after the demon lord's fall. The gate required the power of tens of thousands of souls to be activated. He places his hand on the gate's surface, preparing to return to Japan. One of his companions calls out his name as he stands before the portal. His skeletal master's voice echoes in his mind, urging him to go quickly. Kain thanks him for everything and tells him to leave the rest to them. Lizer wishes Saito could have attended his wedding, thanking him for bringing peace. Merlin playfully pokes him directly on the nose, leaving him utterly stunned. She teases him about his itchy nose as he walks towards his destiny. He thinks to himself that this world was never the place he belonged. He resolves to find happiness back in his own world, accepting it as time. Turning back one last time, he begins to say his final goodbyes. With a small, sad smile, he starts to say, "Thank you." But Ange's voice cuts him off, calling out his name one last time. She tells him she was hesitant, but there is one last thing she must say. With hands clasped in prayer, she confesses that she has always admired him. Saito freezes, his eyes widening in pure, unadulterated shock. Ange smiles, declaring that her feelings for him will never change. She vows to protect this world alongside Kane, honoring his sacrifice. Saito looks back, her words echoing as the massive gate begins to close. Merlin suddenly hugs Ange from behind, teasing that she finally noticed. With a sly grin, Merlin thinks that Ange was quite aggressive in her pursuit. Ange protests, but Merlin says she gave up and chose someone who would see her. In memory, flashes of Merlin crying while talking with Kane about her feelings. Merlin points to the gate, telling Saito to find his own happiness back home. The ethereal bishop offers a final prayer, wishing him everlasting happiness. The party watches him go, Ange whispering a final tearful, "Goodbye, Saito-sama." Suddenly, a massive crack shatters the stone door from the inside. Kane whips around in alarm, demanding to know what is happening. Merlin and Ange stare in horror, fearing the Demon Lord has returned. A hole is violently punched through the very center of the closing gate. Saito's face appears, twisted in desperation, screaming that he is not going back. Lizard stares in disbelief, demanding to know what on earth Saito is doing. He reminds Saito that he has important things to do in his original world. Saito screams back, calling him a love-struck fool and telling him to shut up. He claws at the gate, wailing that he wants to find happiness in this world. He cries out that he has a real chance to make it work here. Saito clings to the closing gate, blurting out his final, desperate reason to stay. Enraged by this crude confession, the hero Kane grabs Saito by the collar. Kane demands to know what he said, but Lizer calls Saito a fool. Saito pleads for them to wait, to just give him one more conversation. He sees a vision of Ange and Merlin looking on with exasperated expressions. He laments the lost chance he had, a fleeting possibility of another life. He wonders if things could have been different, if he could have had that. The portal's magic shatters, its power imploding in a brilliant flash of light. Lizard sighs, remarking on what a troublesome man Saito was to the end. The young warrior Luke finds a tattered piece of Saito's clothing on the ground. Saito is plunged into a disorienting void, a chaotic rift between worlds. He tumbles upside down, his mouth agape, unable to process the transit. He feels his consciousness slipping away, unsure if he even exists anymore. His body feels like it's twisting and contorting within the dimensional chaos. He cannot tell if he is rising or falling through the endless darkness. The void is suddenly pierced by a blinding flash of brilliant white light. A memory surfaces of a shadowy figure hunched over a desk in the light. He sees a fleeting image of a child's hand reaching for something small. A young man, a version of himself, mutters that he must keep studying. A mysterious female voice asks him if he remembers now, calling him darling. He asks who she is and what he just saw, calling out to the queen. The voice is pleased, stating that her curse of love is still working. He asks what she means by a curse of love, wondering what he's forgotten. She reassures him that it's important, but he doesn't need to remember yet. He demands to know why, if she knows something, she won't tell him. A distorted, static-filled image of a girl reaching out appears before him. His eyes widen in the darkness as he screams, asking who she is. The voice announces his arrival, saying his real journey is about to begin. A screaming point of light plummets from the night sky as he cries out. The light crashes with a loud thud into a pile of garbage bags. The impact sends a flash of light through the grimy, tiled alleyway. He awakens in a mountain of trash, wondering what kind of place he landed in. A thought surfaces through his confusion. He has returned to his hometown. He decides his first course of action should be to go home. But as he looks around the unfamiliar alley, he realizes he's lost. He resolves to find a main street first just to get his bearings. Standing up, he realizes he is naked, using a bottle for meager cover. He shivers in the cold night air, hugging himself for warmth. His confusion deepens as he takes in his strange new circumstances. A young girl screams from a doorway, calling for the police. The girl points at him, calling him a pervert and telling him to stay away. He panics, grabbing a trash can lid and insisting there's a reason for this. He pleads for them to wait and listen to his explanation. A slick-haired man arrives, drawn by the commotion and the girl's cries. The man looks annoyed, remarking that he's off duty for the day. He approaches Saito, mocking his nakedness and asking if he's cold. He takes a drag from his cigarette, asking if Saito has a reason for this. Saito begins to explain, a nervous sweat beading on his forehead. The man cuts him off, shouting that he's being arrested regardless. Saito realizes with horror that his new journey begins with his arrest. "I hate this," he yells, a surge of power erupting from his body. The man who grabbed him is thrown back, a look of shock on his face. Saito bolts, running along the alley wall with superhuman speed. He screams that he just wants to have a fun journey this time. The man's companion asks if they should give chase to the fleeing pervert. The man dismisses the idea, saying that drinking is more important now. He flicks his cigarette butt into the darkness as they leave. Saito continues his desperate, naked escape through the city's back alleys. He pants, slowing down for a moment to catch his breath. With grim determination, he decides he just has to get home somehow. He runs on, hoping his family will believe his incredible story. He stops suddenly, a look of dawning horror on his face. His mind goes blank as a terrible realization hits him. He looks at the unfamiliar street and wonders, where is my home? He can't remember a single thing, not his house, not his family. He clutches his head in anguish, screaming, asking why he can't remember. From a nearby building, a voice calls out his name, "Saito!" His master's final words echo in his mind, a prophecy of his return. His master had told him he would find his true happiness back here. He wonders what true happiness even is, unable to remember his purpose. As if to mock him, his stomach lets out a loud, pathetic growl. A nearby apartment door slides open, and a woman steps out. He panics, realizing he's been spotted while trying to hide. The woman turns, her attention caught by the noise in the alley. He crouches behind his trash can lid, trying to make himself small. He yelps for her to wait, not to make a scene. He insists that despite his appearance, he is a gentleman, not a pervert. He clarifies that he is a virgin who has never even touched a woman. He promises to leave immediately, his voice cracking with desperation. He prepares to flee but stops as a thought occurs to him. The woman in the doorway calmly speaks a single familiar name. "Tatsuya-kun?" He freezes, shocked to his core by the sound of his own name. The woman suddenly sways, her strength failing her as she begins to fall. She collapses to the ground in a heap, unconscious. Tatsuya's eyes widen in alarm as he shouts out in surprise. A vivid memory breaks through, a younger girl calling him Tatsuya-kun. The name Kako escapes his lips as the memory floods his mind. He rushes forward, his foot landing hard on the pavement. His eye reflects her falling form, the past and present colliding. She suddenly lunges up, throwing her arms around him in a fierce embrace. Petals drift on an unseen wind as they cling to each other. She pulls back, demanding to know where he has been all this time. They are two small figures, reunited in a lonely alley after 19 years. The narration confirms it is April, when the last cherry blossoms remain. Tears stream down her face as she calls him an idiot for leaving. She tells him that she has been searching for him for so long. He stares at her, his mind reeling from the sudden, emotional reunion. With a gentle, tearful smile, she welcomes him home at last. A title page shows their embrace, identifying her as his friend, Kako-chan. His thoughts confirm it. This is the girl from his memory, grown up. With her eyes closed in a moment of pure relief, Kako whispers his name. Tatsuya stares back, his mind blank with shock and confusion. Their embrace marks the start of a new chapter, their 19-year reunion. Pulling back, Kako murmurs in surprise that he looks incredibly young. She pinches his cheek, observing that his skin is not that of a 34-year-old. This youthful quality, she notes, is not something that can be faked. Her fingers press into his cheek, testing its firm, supple texture. She gives his cheek a final, sharp poke to confirm her suspicions. Tatsuya lets out a startled yelp from the unexpected and firm jab. Keiko concludes that his face, too, doesn't match his supposed age. With a thoughtful expression, she wonders if she has the wrong person. Tatsuya, flustered and overwhelmed, tries to agree with her assessment. But Kako smiles, relieved that the man she found isn't some pervert. Tatsuya is left speechless, sweating at her strange and confusing logic. He can only agree with her, completely lost in the bizarre situation. She asks if he was about to say something, but he quickly denies it. Without warning, Kako douses him with a bucket of cold water. He is left sputtering and drenched, his face a mask of disbelief. From a window above, a furious voice demands to know what's happening. A teenage girl leaps from the building, vowing to protect her mother. Tatsuya's eye widens in pure terror as the airborne attack descends. The girl delivers a powerful flying kick, screaming, "Pervert!" at him. In the instant of impact, Tatsuya shouts in dawning horror, "Mama!" He is sent flying backward from the sheer, brutal force of the blow. Kako calmly catches her daughter, gently scolding Mayu for her dangerous leap. Mayu, enraged, tells her mother to get back, vowing to kill the pervert. Lying on the ground, Tatsuya realizes 19 years have passed since he was 15. He sees in them the protective daughter and loving family he always wanted. A wistful, pained smile crosses his face. This was the life he yearned for. Mayu's murderous intent grows, but Kako calmly tells her it's all right. Tatsuya looks up, confused by Kako's sudden change of heart. Kako explains to her daughter that the man is an old acquaintance. With a wicked grin, she declares she'll kill him just for being a pervert. She clarifies her true and far more gentle intentions. She brightly suggests that they give the cold, naked man a warm bath. Both Mayu and Tatsuya are stunned, shouting, "Why?" in unison. Kako explains that a naked man on a chilly April night would surely die. She adds with a dark humor that Mayu would be the cause of death. Mayu is left sputtering, at a complete loss for words. She insists they could just kill him with a body towel instead. Overwhelmed with relief, Tatsuya feels that God has not yet abandoned him. He bows his head low, humbly thanking them for their unexpected kindness. Mayu remains suspicious, wondering why he was naked to begin with. Kako leads the still naked Tatsuya towards the entrance of her home. She apologizes for the cramped entryway as Mayu clambers past them. She tells him the bath is upstairs and she'll bring him clothes. Tatsuya wearily insists to no one in particular that he is not a pervert. His heart pounds with a strange excitement about entering a woman's house naked. He feels a thrill of anticipation as his foot crosses the threshold. A powerful burst of static energy erupts around his body as he enters. Mayu turns around instantly, her expression one of shock and alarm. Tatsuya wonders what that strange, chilling sensation could have been. A small cat charm falls from the wall as he dismisses the feeling. Inside the apartment, he makes his way toward the bathroom. He turns on the shower, the sound of running water filling the small room. Water splashes onto the tiled floor, running towards the drain. He sinks into the bathtub, sighing deeply and telling himself to calm down. A faded, fragmented memory begins to surface in his mind. He reflects on his current situation, a fugitive after returning naked. He has no memory of his past and knows he needs to ask for help. He wonders if he made the right decision accepting their charity. After his bath, he looks around, lamenting that he has nothing to lose. He finds a set of plaid pajamas, remarking they look like a lord's clothes. He decides the outfit is fitting for a man who just returned from another world. He makes his way out of the bathroom, feeling slightly more human. He opens the door to the main living area, ready to face his hosts. He thanks Kako for the bath, and she asks if he feels warmer now. Mayu leaps up, furious that her mother gave him her uncle's clothes. Tatsuya offers to have them cleaned, but Mayu remains unimpressed. He wonders if the clothes hold some special sentimental value. Kako brushes off her daughter's concerns, telling him to sit and eat. He feels he can't impose any further, but the food is too tempting. Kako presents him with a steaming bowl of oyakodon, asking if he likes it. His stomach growls loudly. He wants to eat, but feels hesitant to accept. The delicious steam from the bowl wafts up, an irresistible invitation. He can't resist the allure of the simple, home-cooked meal. He quietly accepts the food, saying he will gratefully have some. Mayu tells her mother that she is being far too nice to the stranger. Tatsuya eats, thinking about her incredible kindness towards a supposed pervert. Kako replies that it's fine, as he doesn't seem like a bad person. Tatsuya is visibly touched by her unwavering kindness and acceptance. She leans in close, telling him he must have suffered, but he's okay now. He is completely flustered by her close proximity and gentle words. Mayu grumbles that her mom is being too sweet and trusting. Tatsuya feels certain she would accept him even if he were a pervert. Her kindness triggers a memory, and he suddenly calls out her name, Kanako! He remembers watching a man harass a younger Kanako in a clothing store. He recalls the man's lecherous proposition in the store 19 years ago. The memory shows the drunk man trying to get Kanako to come home with him. The man in his memory slurs, offering to buy her anything she wants. He drunkenly begs her to just pick out a single outfit to buy for her. Tatsuya recognizes the man's distinctive speech pattern from the alleyway. Back in the present, Kanako tells him to eat slowly before leaving the room. She calls out to her mother, who is now dealing with a customer. She again tells Tatsuya to take his time and enjoy his meal. Mayu asks him about the store, realizing their home is a clothing shop. She mutters that it probably doesn't matter to a pervert anyway. She tells him to eat up and leave in 5 seconds so her mom won't be sad. Tatsuya agrees to eat, but the atmosphere is thick with tension. Mayu points her chopsticks at him, demanding to know how he knows her mother's name. The quiet evening is interrupted by a sudden, inexplicable event. Tatsuya looks up in alarm, a bright light catching his eye. He recognizes the energy, questioning if it is magic power. The small cat charm on the wall erupts with violent magical force. In an instant, Tatsuya finds himself bound by thick, heavy chains. They burst from electrical cords and picture frames, he realizes in shock. The magical chains even snake out from the calendar and kitchen cupboards. He struggles, wondering why this impossible event is happening in Japan. A voice declares that she knew it from the very beginning. Mayu explains he broke her barrier the moment he entered the apartment. He now understands the feeling of stepping on thin ice was the barrier. She taunts him, saying a normal person would be completely paralyzed now. She is a schoolgirl, but with fox ears, a tail, and a sword. The impossible combination of attributes is a shocking sight. Tatsuya sweats, thinking there are too many things to process at once. Kako steps in front of her daughter, vowing to protect her mother. Tatsuya tries to plead his case, explaining he was just passing by. The cold blade of Mayu's katana is pressed against his throat. She tells him that she has heard enough of his excuses. She calmly demands to know where he truly came from. The magical chains around him begin to tighten menacingly. She explains that one must wield magic to perceive it. Events from another dimension, she says, cannot be seen in this one. She smirks, warning him that he had better answer her question quickly. Tatsuya, still bound, begins to calmly assess his options. He realizes that if they share a dimension, his own magic might work. A swirling magical circle labeled storage appears at his feet. Something begins to emerge from the dark portal on the floor. Mayu scoffs, yelling that he should be crying and confessing his sins. A new object begins to materialize from the magical circle. His hand closes around a black police baton, summoned from the void. Mayu screams at him, her patience completely gone, demanding he talk. He calmly asks her to listen, insisting that he is not her enemy. Bound in chains, Tatsuya calmly tells Mayu he will attack once, then break free. Mayu erupts in a furious shriek, calling his boast utterly ridiculous and pathetic. She screams that he can do nothing while chained, telling him not to be so cocky. Her patience gone, she summons her monstrous Shikigami, declaring the interrogation is over. Unfazed, Tatsuya materializes a police baton, calmly calling out the name Pawn. The baton transforms into a tiny doll-sized Valkyrie, radiating immense divine power. The tiny warrior becomes a blur of light, rushing past a stunned Mayu. Her target is not the monsters, but the magical chains binding her master. With a single powerful swing, she shatters the chains in a blinding explosion. The shockwave shatters her treasured family sword with just a single devastating swing. Mayu screams in absolute disbelief as the tiny warrior stands victorious over her. Her Shikigami familiars dissolve into smoke, their names dying on her lips. Utterly defeated, she stares in horror, demanding to know what he is. Tatsuya looks on with a bead of sweat, admitting he might have overdone it. He decides it is time to properly introduce himself, clearing his throat. He tells his incredible story of being raised in another world by a sage. He recounts saving his friends, defeating a demon lord, and returning after 19 years. Mayu's eye widens in absolute shock, reflecting his unbelievable tale. He grandly introduces himself as the great sage Tatsuya Saito, age 34. The moment the words are out, he cringes at his own dramatic flair. A wave of self-conscious embarrassment washes over him, thinking how lame he sounded. The awkwardness of his own grand declaration sinks in. Mayu is overcome with a powerful wave of secondhand embarrassment for him. He looks over, surprised by her mortified, blushing reaction to his introduction. She looks away, trying to explain away her flustered expression. The sheer absurdity of the situation hangs heavy in the air. Tatsuya tries to play it off, saying it was just a speech. She concedes defeat, agreeing to listen since he has thoroughly beaten her. Tatsuya smiles, relieved that the tense confrontation is finally over. Her expression turns serious again. She has one final critical question for him. She asks if he is truly not affiliated with either of the warring factions. Her warrior facade crumbles as she grabs him, desperately pleading for his help. With tears in her eyes, she begs him to save her mother. Tatsuya's eyes widen in alarm as he begins to grasp the terrible truth. In Japan, his childhood friend's very life is being targeted by unseen forces. The story of his friend Kanako's mysterious and dangerous power now begins. A soft, sunlit memory of a mother and daughter choosing clothes together surfaces. The thought of his gentle friend being in such grave danger weighs heavily on him. He slams his hands on the table, demanding to know what is happening. Mayu glances nervously at the wreckage, her priorities suddenly and bizarrely shifting. Tatsuya watches her, completely bewildered by her strange, panicked reaction. He asks if she's being stalked, wondering if the danger is that close. Mayu panics, realizing they must clean the destroyed apartment before her mother returns. The magical chains from their battle have left a trail of utter destruction. The entire room is a disaster zone from their brief, intense magical duel. Tatsuya questions her focus, but Mayu insists this is a far greater crisis. The thought of Kanako's reaction is more terrifying than any supernatural enemy. Tatsuya decides to handle it, summoning a helper from his otherworldly storage. The tiny doll-sized bishop materializes, much to Mayu's delighted surprise. Tatsuya calmly commands his ethereal summon to fix the devastated room. The miniature healer floats serenely, preparing to unleash her restorative magic. In a flash of light and sparkles, the entire room is made new again. Mayu can only stare, her jaw dropping at the impossible magical cleanup. She examines the flawless repairs, utterly astounded by the display of power. Tatsuya smiles, satisfied with his little bishop's perfect and efficient handiwork. Mayu proclaims the restoration a divine act, its quality better than the original. With the apartment fixed, she finally returns to the serious topic at hand. She winks, acknowledging that a powerful mage like him must already know. Mayu reveals that the source of all the danger lies within her mother's eye. Tatsuya presses for details, needing to understand the specific nature of the threat. Mayu explains that two powerful organizations are after her mother's unique power. The first group is the Sadazumon, exorcists who want to steal the eye. The second is the Gesugami-ha on Myoji, who want to destroy the eye. Tatsuya is stunned to learn of Japan's hidden supernatural factions. He processes this new reality, realizing the monster hunters of legend are real. Mayu points out the obvious. With her standing there, anything is possible. Leaning in close, Mayu playfully whispers a tantalizing secret about her mother, Kanako. With fox ears twitching, Mayu reveals a shocking secret. Her mother is an exorcist. Tatsuya demands to know if that's not quite right, wanting a more accurate explanation. Mayu clarifies that her mother is the descendant of an exorcist clan, a rare inheritor. A chilling image reveals Kako as a monster whose demon eye steals everything. Tatsuya is horrified, recognizing the phrase "steals everything" from the other world. He remembers the Demon Lord's gate, which required countless souls to be opened. The Demon Lord itself, he recalls, was an entity that existed to steal everything. The terrible connection dawns on him. Kanako's power is the same as the Demon Lord's. Mayu explains that her mother possesses this immense power but doesn't know how to use it. Tatsuya understands with dawning dread that her power simply hasn't awakened yet. If that power were to awaken, it would be truly terrifying. But for now, it's different. It is this very power, Mayu says, that puts her mother in grave danger. She loves her mother's ditzy, kind nature and wants to protect that above all else. Kako suddenly interrupts, comically distressed that her daughter hasn't eaten. She wails that they haven't touched their food, completely oblivious to the dire conversation. A low shot shows polished dress shoes stepping onto the floor, signaling an ominous arrival. Tatsuya's expression hardens as his senses flare, detecting the uninvited guests. Kako gently scolds Mayu for her rebellious phase, saying she always eats with guests. Mayu frantically urges Tatsuya to eat, lest her mother get sad and blow him away. Tatsuya quietly confirms to himself that their guests have indeed arrived. Mayu's eyes widen in alarm as she, too, senses the powerful magical presence. Tatsuya's senses map the building. 2 intruders in the back, 3 magic users at the front. Mayu whispers in fear, shocked the Sadezumon would attack so suddenly and directly. Kako looks at them, confused, asking if they didn't like the food. The 3 of them sit at the table, a tableau of tense, feigned domestic peace. Kako looks on with a puzzled expression, sensing that something is very wrong. The front doorknob gleams, a silent, metallic promise of the violence to come. Tatsuya asks if they are okay after the power outage, and Mayu confirms they are. Mayu whispers in terror that she made a mistake. His magic is awakening her mother's eye. Tatsuya is shocked, asking if this is somehow his fault. She pleads with him to suppress his magic so her mother's terrifying power won't awaken. Tatsuya understands the stakes. Everything about her power must be kept secret from Kako. In the back room, 2 grim-faced intruders wait silently in the shadows. Tatsuya notes they entered without a sound, but their magic makes them easy to find. He decides to magically erase all sound except for the 2 of them. As a diversion, he casually asks Kako where she put her smartphone. He slips away, his hand clenching into a tight fist as he prepares for combat. In a blur of motion, he delivers a brutal open palm strike to the blond man's face. The man's features contort in agony and shock from the devastating impact. His head snaps back violently, his entire body lifted from the floor by the sheer force. Tatsuya finishes him, smashing his face onto a wooden desk as blood spatters. He looks on with the cold, detached expression of a seasoned killer. The second man reacts instantly, leveling a handgun directly at Tatsuya's head. He wonders if the gun is some kind of magical medium, shocked that it's a real weapon. A brilliant muzzle flash erupts as the gun fires at point-blank range. The shooter wears a grim, confident smile, certain of his victory. His confidence shatters, replaced by a look of sheer, utter disbelief. He lets out a silent scream of agony as Tatsuya's magic takes hold. An intricate magical seal flashes over Tatsuya's eye as he turns the bullet back. Back in the main room, Kako cheerfully announces that she's found her phone. She turns to Tatsuya with a bright, warm smile, asking if he's okay after the surprise. Tatsuya sits calmly at the table, his expression a mask of perfect composure. He blames the sudden power outage, his two victims lying dead just out of sight. Kako wonders why the power would go out when there isn't even a typhoon. Tatsuya coolly informs Mayu that the decoys at the back have been dealt with. Kako worries that she forgot to pay the electricity bill, her concern entirely mundane. Tatsuya warns Mayu that the three real threats are about to make their move. Mayu looks on, sweating with nervous anticipation for the coming battle. Tatsuya's plan is simple. He must keep Kaneko's line of sight blocked at all costs. Kako offers him the oyakodon, just as his tiny bishop summon taps her on the shoulder. She yelps, startled, whipping around to see what touched her. In that instant, the entire front wall of the apartment explodes inward. Tatsuya stands his ground as the concrete wall is violently breached before him. Kako and Mayu let out a unified scream of pure, unadulterated terror. Tatsuya is shocked, not expecting them to come at him with such brute force. A large chunk of concrete hurtles directly towards the dinner table. It smashes into the table, completely obliterating the bowl of oyakodon. Tatsuya's face contorts in pure rage. This wasn't just any meal, it was Japanese food. He laments that he hadn't even had a bite yet, his priorities comically skewed. He stands amidst the rubble, his anger now a palpable, dangerous force. A wild-haired man appears, taunting him for being interrupted while he was eating. Tatsuya's tiny Valkyrie summon strikes, but her sword is stopped cold by the man's fingers. The man smirks, unimpressed that her powerful attack was so easily blocked. Tatsuya is stunned. That was the same attack that had wounded the demon lord. The man sneers at the tiny warrior, contemptuously calling her a wench. Tatsuya curses himself for being careless and underestimating this new foe. A horned woman appears, seductively telling her darling that he was being careless. She reveals herself fully, looking at Tatsuya with a predatory grin and calling him Queen. Mayu is left hyperventilating, completely overwhelmed by this sudden escalation of power. The queen decides to unceremoniously throw her companion out with the trash. She tells her darling to be careful as they both vanish into the night. Tatsuya thanks his queen, his tiny bishop summon now perched on his shoulder. The bishop gets to work, magically restoring the devastated room to its original state. The overhead light fixture clicks back on, bathing the room in a normal glow. Kako returns from the breaker box, cheerfully announcing that the power's back. She finds Tatsuya and a pale Mayu at the table and asks if they're both all right. Tatsuya can only manage a weak non-committal sound in response. Mayu, completely drained, mutters that she did nothing but is utterly exhausted. Kako toots, noting the spilled oyakodon and saying she'll get a cloth to clean it up. Tatsuya casually picks up the spilled rice from the table, saying it's no big deal. He pops the rice in his mouth with a charmingly mischievous smile. Kako watches him for a moment, then quietly says, "Thank you for the meal." She turns to her daughter, declaring that while he's a pervert, he's a good person. She then stuns Tatsuya by asking if he would like to come and live with them. Mayu explodes in a frantic tantrum, screaming that it's impossible and absolutely not happening. Kako gently asks her daughter why she is suddenly so upset by the idea. Mayu frantically explains Tatsuya's situation. He has amnesia and no home to return to. She stammers, trying to find the right words, saying that, because of all this, they have to let him stay. She begs her mother to please let him live with them. A spark of realization flashes across Kako's face as she comes to a wild, incorrect conclusion. Kako clasps her hands, her eyes sparkling as she happily declares Mayu has fallen in love. The revelation strikes both Tatsuya and Mayu with the force of a physical blow. Kako, serene and knowing, explains her reasoning for this sudden, brilliant conclusion. Tatsuya, sweating profusely, tries to apologize for the crude misunderstanding. Mayu, however, leans into the chaos with a defiant grin and a jaunty thumbs up. Completely overwhelmed, Tatsuya flails his hands as Kako approaches him. He stammers incoherently, his face flushed with a deep, embarrassed blush. Kako seizes the moment, grabbing his hands and joyfully inviting him to live with them. His mind screams in protest as his entire future is decided for him. Amidst the chaos, Kako realizes she has forgotten to ask his name. He introduces himself as Saito, causing Kako to pause thoughtfully. He freezes, realizing he almost let his true name slip out. He panics, thinking of the terrible implications of his real identity being revealed. Kako looks at him, her expression softening into a gentle, knowing smile. She breaks into a bright grin, delighted he shares a name with her childhood friend. Tatsuya grits his teeth, knowing he can no longer tell her the truth. With a weary smile, he accepts his new identity as Tadao Sato. A montage shows he was taken in 2002 during the Olympics and World Cup. Now in 2021, he is utterly amazed by an impossibly thin television. He stares in disbelief as a robotic vacuum cleaner scoots across the floor. He is completely baffled by a modern toaster that requires water to function. Mayu emerges from her room, yawning a good morning to her mother and Tatsuya. Tatsuya's eye widens, momentarily captivated by the sight of her pajamas. He observes her fluffy, comfortable-looking pajama set with a sense of wonder. A warm, genuine smile spreads across his face. He feels he's returned to an amazing era. Kako asks her daughter if she has contacted her school about being absent. She ties up her long blonde hair, preparing for the day ahead. Tatsuya listens to their conversation, a puzzled expression on his face. Kako teases Mayu, comparing her day off to dropping out of university for love. Mayu then turns to Tatsuya, telling him he has to come with her. He asks where they are going, and she cheerfully announces their destination. He is completely flabbergasted by her sudden suggestion of a hot spring. He worries about leaving Kako alone, but she simply tells him to have fun. Mayu admits she has no real plan, just a vague idea. Tatsuya decides to leave one of his miniature summons behind as a bodyguard. He puzzles over her motives, sipping tea and wondering about the strange request. A wave of pure, unadulterated joy washes over him. He absolutely loves hot springs. They arrive at a quaint, traditional hot spring town nestled in the mountains. A flicker of recognition sparks in his mind as he looks at the familiar scenery. Mayu explains that this is their hometown, asking if he remembers it. He looks down, unable to recall any specific memories of the place. She tells him that the town has changed a lot in 19 years. But Tatsuya points to a large building, noting that it hasn't changed at all. Mayu identifies it as the Yumoto-kan, the oldest and most prominent inn. Her expression darkens as she explains it has been taken over by bad people. She reveals it is now a front for the Yakuza and the Sadesumon exorcists. Tatsuya realizes these are the same people who attacked their home before. Mayu wryly notes that he has returned at a very dangerous time. She grabs his arm, her tone shifting from playful to one of urgent command. He agrees to her plan, a slight blush on his cheeks from their proximity. She declares their true mission, to meet the head of the Yuko clan. Tatsuya is shocked, realizing this is much more than a simple hot spring trip. Suddenly, a mob of local shopkeepers surrounds them, their expressions hostile. One of the men gets in Tatsuya's face, demanding to know his intentions. Tatsuya is bewildered by the sudden, aggressive interrogation from the townsfolk. He panics, thinking he has been tricked by the evil fox, Mayu. Mayu steps forward, telling the protective men to leave them alone. She shouts at them to let Tatsuya go, insisting he is not her boyfriend. Tatsuya, still confused, asks Mayu who these intimidating men are. She explains they are the local merchants, who all have a crush on her mother. Her expression turns serious as she explains her mother is an unmarried woman. Tatsuya is shocked to learn that his childhood friend, Kako, is a single mother. The men proudly declare that they are watching over the girl they helped raise. Mayu asserts her independence, stating Tatsuya will now be her official protector. The men are stunned into silence by her bold, unexpected declaration. Mayu stands her ground, insisting that her mother has already made the decision. One of the men sweats nervously, realizing he has been put in his place. The leader of the group studies Tatsuya with a sharp, appraising gaze. He decides that if Kako approves of him, then he must be a good person. He notes that Kako has never once been wrong in judging someone's character. Tatsuya is taken aback by this sudden, unexpected vote of confidence. The man explains they were worried about two women living alone in town. With a collective sigh, the men relent, entrusting Mayu's safety to Tatsuya. They cheer, their fears now assuaged by Mayu's new bodyguard. Mayu grabs Tatsuya's arm, telling him it's time to go and that he can't back out. Tatsuya smiles, realizing that these are genuinely good, caring people. Mayu, touched by their concern, asks Tatsuya to lend her his strength. She declares her resolve to protect her mother and everyone in the town. Tatsuya listens, a new sense of purpose settling over him as he agrees. He thinks to himself that he may have returned at the perfect time. He tells her it's time to go and meet the head of the Yuko clan. Mayu smiles, a simple okay sealing their newfound alliance. She gives him a bright, heartfelt thank you, her face beaming with joy. On the bus, Tatsuya screams as it lurches around a sharp, winding corner. The bus careens down the mountain road, its movements jarring and unpredictable. Tatsuya continues to cry out, completely overwhelmed by severe motion sickness. He is sweating profusely, his face a pale, sickly shade of green. The bus driver cheerfully announces that the man Kako approved of wouldn't dare complain. Mayu asks if he's okay, and he laments that everyone in town knows his business. Tatsuya is squished uncomfortably close to Mayu on the otherwise empty bus. He desperately wonders if there is a spell he can use to cure motion sickness. They finally arrive at a long, steep flight of stone steps leading up a mountain. Tatsuya looks up at the seemingly endless staircase with a sense of unease. Mayu explains that a secret, hidden hot spring lies beyond the main shrine. She notes that the popular tourist spot is unusually and eerily deserted today. Tatsuya senses that something is wrong, the atmosphere unnaturally still and silent. At the very top of the stairs, a lone, imposing figure waits for them. A close-up reveals the figure's ornate, archaic warrior monk armor. Mayu cautiously recognizes the figure, whispering the name Kyomu. The figure introduces himself as Uku, an exorcist of the Sadazumon. Tatsuya thinks grimly of the Sadazumon, the exorcist clan hunting them. An armored monk descends the steps, his presence strangely devoid of magic. The monk warns those who would harm non-humans to halt their advance. Tatsuya's eye narrows, his focus sharpening as he prepares for a confrontation. The monk declares that from this point, there is no escape and no way forward. Tatsuya catches the monk's kick, shattering his heavy basket helmet with the impact. The armored warrior stumbles back, his powerful attack completely neutralized. Tatsuya is shocked, feeling a sudden immense surge of power from his foe. A furious, fiery aura erupts around the monk as his true magic awakens. The warrior realizes he was too careless, leaving himself so undefended. Mayu warns Tatsuya that this is the Sadazumon's most powerful fighter. He reveals his face, introducing himself as Uku, the murderous flame. Uku grins, saying the pain of the introduction is well worth it. He turns his gaze to Mayu, mockingly greeting the daughter of the fox. Tatsuya recognizes this raw power, a force his master deemed impossible to control. Uku taunts him, questioning if he can even control his own magic. A powerful blast of pure energy screams through the air toward Tatsuya. Tatsuya cries out, the force of the deflected attack stinging his hand. The immense blast explodes against a nearby stone pillar in a shower of debris. He is left panting, the raw power of the attack leaving him shaken. Uku moves with blinding speed, closing the distance for a final blow. He grabs Tatsuya by the collar, his face a mask of utter contempt. Tatsuya notes his opponent's incredible durability, even against his strongest attacks. Uku sneers, deciding Tatsuya is an annoyance whose time is now up. He raises his fist, preparing to deliver a decisive, finishing blow. Mayu, watching from behind a pillar, screams Tatsuya's name in terror. Uku's attack is suddenly halted as he looks up in surprise. A muscular man in a Speedo intervenes, calmly asking them to stop. Tatsuya's mind is completely short-circuited by the sight. He's a pervert. Mayu, however, calls out Agon's name, her voice filled with relief. Uku recognizes the man as a fox from the powerful Yuko clan. Agon politely asks if Uku will be taking his leave now. Uku agrees, claiming he was only using a kid as a messenger. With a final glance, he turns and walks away from the confrontation. Tatsuya realizes the investigation of the fox's daughter was just a pretext. Uku promises that their next battle will be in a more open space. As his opponent departs, Tatsuya admits to himself that he was arrogant. He had underestimated the warriors of this world, believing them to be weak. He wonders why Japan seems even more dangerous than the other world. He questions if there are truly so many powerful people in this world. Mayu teases him, calling the great sage a frog in a well. Tatsuya smiles sheepishly, thinking he still has much to learn from his master. Agon turns to Tatsuya, complimenting him on his impressive skills. He acknowledges that Tatsuya is indeed a very strong fighter. Tatsuya realizes he hasn't even had a chance to introduce himself. A small, fluffy fox appears, introducing itself as Agon. It then transforms into a much larger, more majestic fox spirit. The spirit announces that it is the guardian fox of this shrine. It proudly declares this to be the main mountain of the Yuko clan. They arrive at the beautiful, snow-covered Chiyo Onsen Inari shrine. The grand shrine building stands serenely amidst the gently falling snow. The trio walks across the shrine's main courtyard toward the central building. Egon says he wishes to show them the clan's history. First, he will guide them to meet the head of the Yuko clan. A great fox spirit bounds forward, calling out for Chiyo-sama. Tatsuya remarks that they are certainly receiving quite the welcome. A pair of delicate bare feet step out from a steaming hot spring. The stunning figure of a beautiful woman emerges from the vapor. Chiyo, the fox matriarch, cries out joyfully, "Oyakata-sama!" Tatsuya panics, his mind screaming at himself to act like a gentleman. Chiyo's face is flushed with emotion as she says she has waited for him. She lunges forward, pulling the shocked Tatsuya into a powerful embrace. Tatsuya is completely overwhelmed by the soft, warm sensation. His head spins from the lack of oxygen, his mind going blank. The sweet scent and warmth are almost too much for him to handle. Suddenly, a furious Mayu grabs him from behind, pulling him away. She shoves him, demanding to know what he's doing to her great aunt. Tatsuya yells that he hasn't done anything yet as he tumbles backward. He falls into a hidden pit, screaming that he has been set up. He cries out in shock as he loses consciousness from the fall. His world fades to black with a final, quiet gasp of surprise. Chiyo and Agon look down into the pit with concern for their guest. Tatsuya is completely unconscious, his mind slipping away from the world. He thinks about how he fainted just from being overwhelmed by breaths. He finds himself in a vast, seemingly infinite library. He recognizes the place, calling it a nostalgic dream. This is the limitless archive where he studied in the other world. He cringes, thinking how disappointed his master would be with him. He can't believe he allowed himself to be taken out so easily. A booming voice chides him for only trusting his own shallow experiences. Tatsuya is startled, realizing he's being lectured even in his dreams. His master's silhouette teaches that a wise man learns from history's pain. Tatsuya recalls this lesson, learned during his long hours of study. The master reminds him that all fields of learning are connected. Tatsuya thinks of Mayu, realizing he should have foreseen this outcome. A distorted face tells him to stop reminiscing and guide a new path. Tatsuya awakens with a jolt as Aegon asks if he is all right. Aegon explains that he was carried to this guest room after fainting. He mentions that Mayu was worried and they were preparing a body bag. Tatsuya notices another man, Hakuya Reito, standing guard nearby. Hakuya explains he was assigned to protect him while he recovered. He asks for permission to summon the head of the clan for Tatsuya. Chiyo enters, now dressed in a formal kimono, with Mayu at her side. She formally apologizes for her earlier, unsightly behavior toward him. Tatsuya, flustered, says it was a feast for the eyes, then apologizes. Chiyo smiles warmly, gesturing for him to be seated for their meeting. Tatsuya sits opposite a trio of formal, anthropomorphic fox spirits. One of the fox spirits politely and carefully pours him a cup of tea. The fox spirits then bow their heads to him with great respect. Tatsuya smiles, thanking them for their wonderful and surprising hospitality. Chiyo gazes out, saying it feels like her old master, Oyakata-sama, has returned. Tatsuya, confused by the reverence, asks who this Oyakata-sama was. She smiles warmly, explaining he was the noble and kind lord of this land. Chiyo tells Tatsuya she senses that same noble spirit emanating from him. In a gesture of profound respect, she performs a deep, formal bow. Mayu cries out in shock, stunned to see her great aunt so deferential. Chiyo apologizes for involving him, but also thanks him for being there. Tatsuya's expression hardens as he asks her to explain the danger Kanako is in. A deep sorrow fills Chiyo's eyes as she prepares to recount a painful history. The curse, she begins, started 400 years ago, though it resurfaced 10 years ago. The story began with a kind act, a samurai saving a trapped fox. That samurai, Oyakata-sama, was then a loyal retainer to the region's lord. Betrayed and falsely accused of treason, he fled to the mountains near death. The grateful fox, Chiyo, led him to a sacred spring where he recovered. Tatsuya listens intently, absorbing the weight of the ancient history. The samurai made a pact, but in a later era, the clan's power was questioned. A power struggle erupted, and Oyakata-sama was assassinated for his unique ability. Tears well in Chiyo's eyes, the memory of the betrayal still sharp. After that loss, she continues, the clan's fortunes began to decline. The Yuko were hunted, so they began a search for someone with the demon eye. The clan's strongest members were dispatched to find this powerful individual. They finally located Kanako, and Chiyo's brother was assigned to guard her. But 16 years ago, he was murdered in a rain-swept alleyway. Mayu remembers her mother's profound grief over the loss of her father. She shouts that her father was a good man, and her mother suffered deeply. Tatsuya realizes Kanako's own immense power still lies completely dormant. He asks how they found her, if her abilities had not yet manifested. Chio admits with shame that it was with the help of the Jesugami-ha. She explains that these powerful Onmyoji, gods to the Yukai, approached them. The Jesugami-ha offered to help protect Kanako from their rivals, the Sedezumon. But the Sedezumon made a cruel counteroffer, a fortune for Kanako's living eye. Mayu explodes with rage, screaming that such a deal was unthinkable. The clan was torn, a faction tempted by the offer, causing internal strife. Tatsuya cuts in, his mind piecing the puzzle together. He has questions. Shio, surprised but willing, agrees to answer whatever he asks. He wants to know about the power used by the assassins who killed Oyakata-sama. She explains she never witnessed it herself, as she was bound to the shrine. Tatsuya reasons that the identical wounds on both victims point to a single enemy. With cold certainty, he concludes this was the work of the Jesugami-ha. He recalls that Onmyoji have existed since Japan's ancient Heian period. In the other world, he thinks, it was common for mages to disguise their powers. He has one final question to confirm his suspicions about their true motives. He asks if they demanded the Yuko surrender, the very person they were to protect. Shio sadly confirms this was their unreasonable demand, which she refused. Mayu clenches her fist, recognizing the classic manipulative negotiation tactic. She shouts that their behavior is utterly ridiculous and infuriating. A sudden dawning horror spreads across Chio's face as she realizes the truth. She understands their true target was not just Kanako, but her as well. Tatsuya's grim expression shows he has already seen the whole twisted plan. The Jesugami-ha planned to turn the Yuko into their unwilling spies. They would isolate the clan, leaving them powerless and unable to fight back. In the end, a shadowy hand would take everything, leaving the Yuko to fall. Their ultimate goal, to seize both the Demon's Eye and the God of Abundance. Tatsuya scowls, disgusted, assuming their leader must be a vile old man. He then asks why the Yakuza-backed Sedezumon have been so quiet recently. Chio explains they are using the Yakuza as a front, avoiding direct conflict. They are wary of an all-out war with the Jesugami-ha and the Ashiya-duman. Tatsuya registers the name, another powerful player on this complex board. He asks the most important question. Why have both factions started moving now? He envisions a chessboard, knowing a recent event must have triggered this new phase. His eyes widen as a critical piece of the puzzle clicks into place. The entire Yuko clan turns to him, their hope and fear palpable in their eyes. Mayu looks at him, her usual bravado gone, waiting for his command. Chio pleads with him, promising her clan will do anything to help. The full weight of their desperation and trust settles upon his shoulders. He is momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by the sudden responsibility. He remembers his old party, gathered around a campfire before their final battle. He stands alone in the memory, thinking of the happiness he failed to grasp. He sees the smiling faces of his former comrades, Leeser and Merlin. In the faces of his new allies, Agun and Rado, he sees a faint echo. A blush spreads across his face as he wonders if this time will be different. He quickly shakes his head, dismissing the thought as foolish and sentimental. He recalls his master's lesson. People are doomed to repeat their mistakes. A vision of his younger self reminds him that he must forge a new path. Mayu and Chio watch him, their fates now inextricably linked to his. Mayu breaks the silence, asking him what they are going to do now. Tatsuya first addresses Chio, who answers with a nervous, "Yes!" He explains that their situation is still uncertain, with many unknowns. He proposes a bold strategy, arrange a direct meeting with the Jesugami-ha. Chio and Aegon are shocked, exclaiming that such a move is far too dangerous. Mayu, however, urges him to act quickly if that is his plan. Tatsuya smiles, patting her head gently, reminding her this isn't the Demon Lord. He explains their victory is not defeating the enemy, but ensuring their safety. A peaceful resolution, he says, is the best way to avoid future conflict. Mayu starts to protest, but Chio agrees, accepting his wisdom. She admits they still grieve their lost comrades, but she understands. A trio of fox spirits nod in agreement, saying the future is most important. Mayu shouts, demanding to know what will happen if their enemies refuse to talk. Tatsuya makes a crushing motion with his hand, promising to use his full power. With a cold smile, he vows to blow them all away if they refuse peace. The Yuko clan erupts into a chorus of fervent, enthusiastic cheers. Tatsuya thinks to himself that perhaps he was a little too dramatic. He's embarrassed by his own bravado, hoping they'll forget his outburst. He realizes with a start that his true journey has only just begun. A flashback shows his desire to set up a peaceful dialogue with the enemy. Mayu's challenge from the past echoes. What if they don't agree? His own cold promise to annihilate them hangs heavy in the air. In the present, Tatsuya sweats, realizing he was carried away by the moment. He sees the clan's sparkling eyes of hope and knows he cannot let them down. For now, he decides they must focus on strengthening their defenses. With his allies in peril, Tatsuya prepares to fortify the Yuko Shrine. In the courtyard, he addresses his miniature summons, rook and pawn, entrusting them with the task. The 5 tiny warriors raise their weapons, their stances perfectly synchronized. In unison, they begin to chant, channeling their immense collective power. A shimmering hexagonal barrier of pure magical energy materializes around the shrine. The mighty Agon gasps, his own powerful barrier completely overshadowed by this new shield. The radiant dome expands, its divine light covering the entire mountain. Egon strikes a pose of competitive frustration while Chio smiles peacefully. Tatsuya watches his handiwork, confident this will protect them from any surprise attack. Egon bows deeply, asking how he can possibly thank him for the 5 divine guardians. Mayu suddenly recalls the katana, realizing its divine power feels strangely amplified. She asks about the sword she had borrowed from her aunt for the barrier. Shio holds the weapon, stunned by its transformation, asking what could have happened. Tatsuya apologizes profusely, admitting he broke and then magically rebuilt it yesterday. Shio is left speechless, staring at the reborn sword in her hands. She explains it was a final gift from Oyakata-sama just before he died. He had prophesied that when the sword was reborn, she should show her face again. The entire Yuko clan turns to stare at the back of Tatsuya's head. The Yuko men whisper in awe, the impossible implications dawning on them. Mayu sweats, realizing the timing of his arrival and the sword's change is perfect. Chio smiles through her tears, certain that the prophecy was about Tatsuya. Tatsuya turns around, utterly confused, asking if they are talking about him. He panics, insisting they are mistaken as his knees begin to go weak. Mayu tells him to get a grip, that they'll do as they please. Deciding it's time to go, Mayu says their bus should be arriving soon. As they depart, Chio asks Tatsuya how she can contact him. He explains that if she calls out to him, his summons will relay the message. Mayu is surprised he doesn't have a smartphone in this modern age. He looks confused, asking if he should get one on the way home. He explains that after 19 years, he has no ID or official records. He muses that he could probably just create a phone with magic anyway. Chio brightly offers him her spare phone, telling him to please use it. Tatsuya is ecstatic, his eyes sparkling as he asks if it's really okay. He and Chio share a moment of pure excitement over the new device. Mayu thanks her aunt for her help and tells Tatsuya it's time to go. They are now on the bus, rattling along on their journey home. Mayu asks if he's getting motion sick again from looking at the phone. He proudly declares that he used a skill to permanently nullify motion sickness. Mayu sighs, calling his incredible power a complete and utter waste. He asks her to teach him about smartphones, like emails and ringtones. He suddenly exclaims that something has just appeared on the screen. A partial text from Chio appears, and Mayu tells him to tap the icon. He fumbles with the screen, confused by the concept of tapping. The notification disappears, and Mayu explains he needs to slide to unlock it first. He struggles, prompting Mayu to tell him to speak Japanese and put his finger on top. He still misses, placing his finger just outside the screen's active area. Mayu points to the correct spot, but he remains completely baffled. He slumps in his seat, defeated, sighing that this is too hard for an old man. Mayu realizes he is the same age as her mother, who uses a phone perfectly. Tatsuya's eyes widen in alarm as he senses a sudden surge of magic. His tiny bishop summon materializes on his shoulder, confirming the threat. The bishop informs him that the enemy's power can now be used. The bus is enveloped in magic as a glowing circle ignites on the ceiling. A brilliant star-like light flashes just outside the bus doors. The light intensifies, heralding the arrival of an unknown foe. The doors hiss open, the light pouring into the magically altered bus. A handsome young man appears, a strange pen-like device floating over his hand. Mayu stares in shock, demanding to know what he just did. Tatsuya holds up his phone with a knowing, slightly smug expression. A small button on the side of his new phone begins to glow brightly. He shows Mayu that the intruder remotely pressed the button on his phone. The young man explains he used his willpower to operate the device. Tatsuya is delighted, realizing the phone's history was wiped, but is now usable. He smiles confidently, realizing he can finally use the phone himself. Mayu puffs out her cheeks, refusing to admit he has a point. Tatsuya realizes he can now reply and asks Chio for info on the Yesugami-ha. He knows he must investigate why they have suddenly started to make their move. The intruder's voice echoes in his mind, calling him darling and queen. He remembers the shrine maiden from the attack, realizing she was one of them. Mayu asks if the maiden is okay after being trapped in his storage all night. He explains he kept her because she seemed useful, so he put her in storage. He confirms the Jesugami agent is in there, much to Mayu's disbelief. He sits quietly on the bus contemplating his next move. He believes she is probably fine, though he can't be sure if she's even alive. Back home, Mayu confirms her mom is downstairs, giving him privacy. He tells Mayu to stand behind him and be on her guard. Mayu peeks from behind a door, a small fox Shikigami ready for a fight. Tatsuya closes his eyes, a ripple of energy emanating from him. His eyes snap open as he teleports his consciousness into his storage dimension. Inside the void, the maiden sleeps on a bed, coiled by a giant serpent familiar. She awakens, clad only in black lingerie, and stretches sleepily. She casually pops a piece of chocolate into her mouth. She tosses the empty wrapper aside, bored with her confinement. She chews thoughtfully, her cheeks puffed out cutely. She sighs that she's bored, wondering where her captor could be. Tatsuya suddenly appears in a flash of light, startling her into silence. She asks him to wait, saying she needs a moment to prepare herself. He panics, demanding to know why she isn't wearing any clothes. Her lingerie magically transforms into a perfect maid outfit as she bows deeply. She declares she's been converted and will serve him, asking, "Master?" Tatsuya is flustered, trying to process his prisoner's sudden change of allegiance. The maid offers to work for him as his summon, an unbelievable but possible pact. Mayu asks what's wrong, and he insists there is no longer any hostility. She points out that his face is bright red, making his excuse hard to believe. He decides to bring her out, and she immediately thanks her new master. Mayu shouts in alarm from the doorway, asking if he's really okay. The maid leaps into the air with surprising and dramatic agility. She tackles Tatsuya, begging him to spare her life and promising to do anything. Tatsuya is completely overwhelmed by the sudden, clinging, and very devoted servant. Mayu rushes forward, yelling his name, trying to intervene in the chaos. Mayu watches in profile, a silent exclamation of shock hanging in the air. Mayu shouts the name Haruka, confronting Tatsuya and the mysterious new maid. A flustered Tatsuya asks Mayu if she knows this strange, familiar girl. Mayu realizes with horror that the Gesugami agent is her own class president. Haruka explains she has left the Jesugami and is now being hunted herself. She reveals her true nature, admitting she is a Nekomata, not a human. She asks to stay with him, seeking protection from the deadly Gesugami. Tatsuya, completely overwhelmed, demands that she get off of him for a moment. He offers a deal. He will guarantee her safety for information on Gesugami. Haruka playfully agrees, asking him what information he would like to know first. Her tone becomes serious as she begins to speak about Mayu's mother's eye. She reveals the Gesugami call it the disaster-calling demonic eye. Recently, she explains, the omens of this disaster have begun to manifest. These omens are drawn to the demonic eye, a monster looming behind Kako. Mayu cries out in horror, fearing a disaster will befall her own mother. Tatsuya now understands why the two factions have recently started to make moves. Haruka finishes her story but suddenly seizes up as a curse activates. Her face contorts in a mask of shocked pain as the magic takes hold. A cursed talisman on her back begins to glow with a powerful, malevolent light. The intricate cursed talisman flares, a magical failsafe triggered by her betrayal. Tatsuya grabs Haruka, yelling for Mayu to get back to a safe distance. He explains the curse was triggered by her words, but he will protect her. Haruka looks at him, surprised by his sudden, confident declaration of protection. He shouts again, promising that he will absolutely guarantee her safety from harm. The glowing seal on her back pulses with dark, destructive, magical energy. He tells her the curse is in her heart, and he is dispelling it. He presses his hand to her chest, telling her not to move. She groans in agony as he tells her to hold on just a little longer. She lets out a final, agonizing scream as the curse is finally purged. She collapses to the floor, the layers of the complex curse slowly unraveling. Tatsuya holds her close, telling her to calm down as he unwinds it. His hand remains on her chest, a conduit for his immense magical power. He curses, realizing he must be more precise to remove the intricate spell. She cries out in desperation, calling him by his new title, Master! He tells her to wait, his hand steady, focusing for the final push. With a final surge of power, he shouts that this is the last one. In a psychic vision, his hand grasps her heart, marked by the curse. His fist clenches, shattering the dark magic that had bound her very soul. Through the curse, he senses his enemies and declares his name, Great Sage Saito. He can now see their sins, a psychic link forged through dark magic. He roars a psychic command across the void, telling them all to repent. He holds Haruka, vowing to take the heads of those who harmed her. The exorcism is over. Mayu looks down with a stern, disapproving expression. A lone bottle of soda sits on the floor, waiting to be opened. His hand twists the cap, the sound a small pop in the silence. He chugs the soda, trying to recover the energy he spent on the spell. He turns and offers the rest of the drink to a recovering Haruka. Haruka whispers her thanks, but Mayu erupts, shouting at Tatsuya for his actions. Mayu points accusingly, saying he doesn't grasp the severity of the situation. She admits he saved Haruka, but Haruka tells her not to deny it. Haruka looks down, a faint blush of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. Mayu grinds her teeth, her face a mask of pure comical frustration. They can't send her back now, so Mayu asks what he plans to do. Haruka looks up hopefully, offering to do absolutely anything he asks of her. Tatsuya tells her to stop the act, asking if she'll lend him her power. He reminds her not to forget that he can kill Amir Bakaneko anytime. Haruka realizes with a start that this has become a very big opportunity. She was used by a gloomy old man, but now has a new master. She declares she is on the winning track, pledging her service to him. A cat narrates his name as Haruka, a Nekomata familiar of the Jesugami. He was first targeted in the home of the Yuko clan. A human who returned from another world was a rare species, he recalls. Tatsuya muses that he must learn why Kako's eye is being targeted. The cat observes that his master was caught in chaos after returning home. The small black cat looks on, pondering the state of his new master. The cat asks a silent, piercing question. Why did you come back here? Tatsuya's eyes go wide, the profound question catching him completely off guard. He remembers his purpose. He was supposed to return to find true happiness. He has no memories, is caught between two factions, and meets new women. He breaks down, crying about his deep anxiety for his future as a 30-something. The cat approaches his new master, who is now a trembling, sobbing mess. Haruka asks if maybe giving him a kiss would make him feel any better. She lunges, offering her love, if it is sympathy he truly needs now. A sound from the other room suddenly cuts through the awkward, emotional moment. Haruka is annoyed by the interruption, telling him to just stop his crying. She peeks out, wondering about the noise that is coming from the shop. She and Tatsuya look on, both of them confused by the sudden commotion. Tatsuya tells her to hide, ordering her to go into his storage dimension. He enters, determined not to let this place be sold or become tainted. Inside, he finds a group of intimidating men, the Yakuza from Sadazumon. The group of thugs stands there, their backs turned, owning the small space. Tatsuya recognizes them as the Yakuza who were talking with Mayu before. He notes that one of them, with his sharp suit, looks popular. The thought immediately fills him with a deep, inexplicable wave of irritation. His face becomes a mask of shadow, a dark, unsettling smile forming. A close-up on his eyes reveals a sudden, wild, and almost crazed intensity. He realizes this feeling is the same one he had when seeing Kako harassed. Kako appears, apologizing for startling him as she comes down the stairs. She sees the men, and though afraid, tells Tatsuya that she will handle it. She tries to act tough, but admits her hands are trembling with fear. Tatsuya thinks he will kill the bastards, that this shouldn't involve the police. Kako looks on sadly, explaining that she knows one of the boys there. She reveals that among them is Ryuki, Tatsuya's own younger brother. Tatsuya is stunned. A vision of his brother Ryuki flashes in his mind. Kako explains that she has told Ryuki many times to stop this lifestyle. He never listens to others, but she still believes he is a good person. Tatsuya looks on, the single thought echoing in his mind. His brother? He couldn't even ask about his family, and now this is the reunion. And so, the next morning, the incident finally occurred without any warning. A viscous black substance splatters the shop's shutter, a clear act of aggression. Malignant magic drips from the shutter as a man cries out, asking if Kanako is all right. Kako, distressed, says they must raise the shutter, fearing Mai will see and become worried. Tatsuya watches silently, his expression grim as the violated shutter groans in protest. Mayu listens in her pajamas as Tatsuya recounts how her mother tried to act normal. Filled with frustration, Mayu screams at Tatsuya, begging him to let her help. He reflects on cleaning up his brother's mess, feeling a deep sense of disgust. Tatsuya soars above the sleeping city, a brilliant beacon in the dark night sky. Haruka clings to his back, excitedly exclaiming that they are actually flying through the night. The vast, twinkling expanse of the city stretches out far below their flight path. His expression is serious and focused as he silently surveys the city from above. Haruka senses his deep anger, but he only admits to feeling it slightly. Despite his simmering rage, Tatsuya insists that his mind remains perfectly calm. He recalls that the Yakuza who came to the store did not possess any magic. A man's enraged face appears behind four small female warriors during a chess-like attack. Anzu the cat wonders if he is truly calm as a flash lights up the sky. Haruka asks if he is all right, but Tatsuya simply responds by asking, "What?" She reminds him not to forget the Yakuza are backed by the powerful Sadezumon. He considers unleashing his magic, but Haruka warns him that it isn't worth it. Tatsuya decides if their trap is noticed, he will simply crush them all together. His miniature night scout peers down from a rooftop at figures in the alley below. On a nearby rooftop, the group of Yakuza look up toward the brilliant light. Haruka excitedly reports that the knight has successfully located their targets. A projectile of light streaks through the sky, identified as a side Dolph variation. A hand carefully pours a dark, swirling liquid that resembles a starry night sky. A young man in a hoodie lands on the street, shouting at the Yakuza to stop. Tatsuya descends gracefully to the street, his body poised as he approaches the gang. One of the Yakuza alerts Ruki that a man has just fallen from the sky. Tatsuya's sharp gaze is intense as he takes in the tense scene before him. He stares at the man in the suit, the realization dawning. This is my brother. The word brother echoes in his mind as he continues to stare at the stranger. Tatsuya's internal thought reveals he believes his brother is just playing games with him. Ruki takes a drag from his cigarette, addressing his brother with a dismissive, "You." He sneers that his brother's face is irritatingly familiar, making him feel unpleasant. Tatsuya appears slightly taken aback by his brother's immediate and harsh greeting. Ruki states that he's heard Tatsuya is acting as a bodyguard for the clothing store. He claims the shopkeeper is worried and that it would be helpful if Tatsuya stopped. Ruki admits he wanted to drive him out because the shopkeeper was a kind person. Tatsuya retorts that he doesn't need praise from such kind people, seeing through the act. With a smirk, Ryuki reveals he is being paid a considerable sum for his efforts. He warns that to counter fools like Tatsuya, they have also borrowed power. Two imposing men in leather jackets appear, one looking shocked by Tatsuya's presence. Tatsuya calmly identifies the newcomers as exorcists from the powerful Sadezumon. One exorcist notes that, according to his brother, Tatsuya is quite a skilled fighter. The other exorcist grimly decides that the two of them will attack him together. The two exorcists launch a coordinated aerial assault on Tatsuya in the narrow alley. Tatsuya blocks a blow, sensing they can control their power despite its lack of magic. An exorcist throws a punch, warning Tatsuya that he cannot afford to be careless. Tatsuya moves like a phantom, effortlessly weaving between their flurry of powerful attacks. He ducks under a kick, his movements fluid and precise against their combined assault. He lands a powerful open palm strike against one of the exorcist's chests. He grabs the other attacker by the collar, preparing to throw him with immense force. Tatsuya unleashes his attack, sending both men hurtling through the air in opposite directions. He stands calmly, his hands still raised after executing the swift, powerful counterattack. The two exorcists crash hard into the ground, defeated by the single decisive blow. Tatsuya remains poised and ready, his expression sharp and focused after his victory. Ruki stares in utter disbelief, demanding to know what his brother just did. Tatsuya, his face a mask of rage and exertion, screams that it was a back fist. From a distance, one of the downed exorcists confirms it was indeed a back fist strike. The lead exorcist watches from the trees, admitting that the great sage is strong. With a confident smirk, he decides they have seen enough and orders a full retreat. Ruki stamps out his cigarette, muttering that this outcome is not what he wanted. He looks back toward the shadows, asking if the Sadezumon are still watching. A new bizarre trio of enemies appears, their leader noting they need stronger forces. Tatsuya is startled as the woman's long white hair brushes against his face. A bead of sweat forms on his cheek, unnerved by her sudden, unnerving proximity. The hulking golem and the grinning masked man stand menacingly in the dark alley. The man with glasses asks if they are reinforcements, chiding them for being distracting. The blindfolded woman gives a peace sign, announcing the Sadezumon are withdrawing. The man with glasses grabs her, furiously demanding to know what she means. A single foot steps forward, entering the tense standoff in the darkened alleyway. The masked man notes that the three new arrivals are far stronger than the last two. The man with glasses furiously yells at Ryuki for interfering in their territory. The two strange figures call out, getting the attention of the man with glasses. The man with glasses looks over, his expression sharp and annoyed by the interruption. Tatsuya calls out to his brother, his voice cutting through the tension of the standoff. He walks slowly toward Ryuki, asking him what he is going to do now. He tells his brother that he doesn't seem to understand the situation at all. Getting in his face, Tatsuya states bluntly that Ryuki cannot possibly win against him. Ryuki's face is a mask of pure shock and terror, his lip trembling in fear. Tatsuya offers an ultimatum. If he values his life, he will leave the shopping district. Ryuki falls to his knees in defeat as Tatsuya's shadow looms over him. From Tatsuya's perspective, he hears his brother cursing his own foolishness and weakness. Ryuki can only mutter the word idiot as the confrontation ends in his defeat. A narrow shot of a building's exterior marks a quiet passage of time. A week has passed with no movement from either faction, an unnatural calm settling in. Inside the shop, Kako tells Tatsuya she is going out and asks him to be careful. Kako smiles, happy that Ryuki is gone, allowing her to feel at ease again. She complains that it's so peaceful it's boring, but Tatsuya replies that peace is good. While sweeping, Tatsuya remarks that the absolute peace is making him feel uneasy. He then puts on a bright, welcoming smile as his brother unexpectedly enters the store. Tatsuya mutters that Ryuki is a guy who simply doesn't learn his lesson. Ryuki, looking tired, says he has something he needs to discuss with his brother. A powerful blonde woman suddenly smacks Ryuki hard on the back of his head. The woman Ariona dismisses Ryuki and addresses Tatsuya directly as the Great Sage. She repeats her greeting, while Tatsuya thinks to himself that he has nothing to say. She tells Ryuki to drop his foolish pride and bow his head when speaking. Tatsuya wonders what this busty blonde boss is doing here, interrupting their day. Ariona announces that the Sadezumon have withdrawn their interest in Kanako. Tatsuya and Mayu are both completely stunned by this shocking and unexpected news. Ariona explains that with their backers gone, they are now being hunted by the Jesugami-ha. Mayu, her expression serious, announces that she has a favor to ask. The blonde woman, Ariona, humbly requests that her organization join Tatsuya's army. Ariona turns on Ryuki, angrily demanding to know why he isn't bowing. She forcefully shoves his head down, insisting he ask for their help properly. Tatsuya is utterly baffled by the talk of an army, as Mayu cringes. The chapter begins titled Ryuki's Wish, with the bizarre request hanging in the air. Tatsuya, blushing and flustered, stammers out a confused rejection of her proposal. Ariona is incensed, questioning how he could refuse after she humbled herself so much. Onlookers murmur, confused as to why the shady business people are suddenly bowing. Tatsuya, wanting privacy, insists they move the conversation inside the shop. A customer wonders why the company that was ruining the district is now friendly. As Ariona steps inside, she is suddenly trapped by a shimmering magical barrier. Mayu immediately recognizes the magic, turning to Tatsuya with a look of alarm. Ariona panics, yelling that she's been captured and can't move. Mayu stands guard, demanding that the trapped woman identify herself at once. Ariona introduces herself as the head of the Litman Republic Trading Company. Mayu is flabbergasted, shouting that a busty dwarf is a Yakuza boss. Tatsuya feels her magical wavelength, realizing she is indeed from the dwarf clan. With a flex of power, Ariona shatters the barrier, admitting she's only half-dwarf. Tatsuya processes this new absurdity, while Mayu glares as if to say he can't judge. Inside, Ariona explains that dwarves, while rare here, are common in her country. Her people are masters of iron magic, which is vital for their rare metals trade. Tatsuya listens intently, the phrase rare metals catching his attention. He asks why a successful dwarf would take on such a risky operation in Japan. She explains that being half-blooded makes her an outcast in her homeland. A flashback shows her once legitimate venture, a bright company that ultimately failed. The Sadezumon exorcists moved in, forcing them to push out local businesses. During this time, they discovered a connection to the powerful Jesugami-ha. Ryuki explains that with the Sadezumon gone, they're being targeted for revenge. His face is a mask of desperation as he pleads with Tatsuya to help them. Ariona is annoyed by Ryuki's bluntness, telling him to stop talking so big. Tatsuya is wary, wondering what their true motive is for such a bold request. He sees that his brother is just being used and will surely be discarded. He realizes Ryuki had no choice from the moment the Sadezumon found him. Ariona cries out in frustration, telling her subordinate Ryuki to be quiet. Tatsuya feels a surge of pity, acknowledging that this man is his little brother. He makes his decision, offering to protect them from the Jesugami-ha's attacks. Ariona and Ryuki are both stunned into silence by his unexpected agreement. Mayu is beside herself with frustration, yelling that Tatsuya is far too soft. She reminds him furiously that this is the man who destroyed their store's shutter. Ariona, ever the businesswoman, states that their protection won't be free. In response, Tatsuya materializes a large, rough chunk of rock from thin air. He places it before her, asking if she can appraise and handle its sale. Ariona skeptically examines the item, identifying it as a piece of raw ore. Her eyes widen in utter disbelief as she recognizes it as a logium cluster. Tatsuya crumbles the rock, revealing a cascade of glittering, priceless raw gems. He cheerfully reveals a whole pile of the ore, asking if she wants more. Ariona is stunned, asking if this incredibly valuable material was worthless where he's from. Tatsuya wonders just how much this world knows about his former one. He explains that iron was for weapons. Gems were merely secondary accessories. He admits with a strange smile that he is broke and needs the money. Ariona smiles, understanding that he is giving her and her company a vital role. She estimates a single rock is worth 30 to 40 million yen, shocking everyone. The deal for their alliance is sealed with a firm, decisive handshake. Ariona declares that protecting him is a small price to pay for this fortune. She eagerly bags the ore, promising to get an estimate right away. Ryuki watches her leave, knowing this is a momentous turn of events for them. He turns back to Tatsuya, his expression serious and unreadable. Tatsuya is startled as his brother steps forward to speak with him. Ryuki hands him a business card, explaining that it has Ariona's address. He leans in close, his eyes burning with intensity, pleading for Tatsuya to protect her. Tatsuya understands his brother's unspoken plea and quietly agrees to help. Mayu remarks that under his tough exterior, his brother seems like a good person. A peaceful dusk settles over the quiet streets of the shopping district. Haruka's familiar notes that Tatsuya is quick to set up his protective barriers. Tatsuya muses to himself that people certainly become kinder when you have money. He offers to buy Haruka whatever she wants, feeling generous with his new income. The cat familiar complains about the bland food in Tatsuya's storage dimension. Haruka asks what Tatsuya will choose for himself from the convenience store. He declines a meal, saying Kanako is cooking, and heads for the ice cream. He pulls out a simple, cheap cup of ice cream from the freezer. He explains that he prefers this simple treat over a more luxurious brand. He says the price is irrelevant when you have money. It's about preference. The familiar thinks that it's hard to say this to the man who saved him. It muses that the great sage has a commoner's side and should act loftier. Tatsuya is suddenly overcome with emotion, telling himself not to cry. His magical phone, tucked into his jacket, begins to vibrate with a call. The screen lights up, showing that the call is from Ariona. He answers with a dramatic flourish, announcing himself as the great sage. Ariona's voice comes through, calmly stating the gems are worth about 5 billion. Tatsuya screams into the phone, his eyes bulging in absolute, utter shock. Ariona smiles, cheerfully promising to prepare the cash for him as soon as possible. He hangs up, sweating and speechless, muttering her name in disbelief. His mind is a complete blank as he tries to process the astronomical number. He bursts back into the store, manic with joy, declaring he'll buy everything. His grand wealthy purchase is another simple 198 yen ice cream. Haruka smirks, teasing that his idea of above the clouds is quite low. Tatsuya arrives back at the apartment building, announcing that he is home. He smiles warmly as his childhood friend Kako welcomes him back inside. He peeks over her shoulder, curiously asking what she is doing. She explains that she is just putting away some winter clothes that were left out. Tatsuya offers her an ice cream, hoping to continue their earlier conversation. Kako accepts, saying there is still a little more she wants to talk about. Her face lights up with joy as she recognizes the brand, calling it nostalgic. She explains that this particular ice cream holds a special memory for her. She recalls how vendors sold it outside their school during sports festivals. She remembers wanting one badly, but felt like an outcast in her class. She was too shy to brave the crowded stall all by herself. But, she recalls, a kind boy noticed her and took her by the hand. Tatsuya stares, a blush creeping up his face as a forgotten memory returns. A single blissful bite is taken from the small tub of ice cream. Kako sighs at eating with him. It tastes just like a cherished memory. Tatsuya smiles to himself, thinking that he's very glad he bought it. She gives him a knowing look as he silently questions this new memory. Kako gently asks if he is sure he doesn't want to get a job. She muses that it's the first time she's seen him use money. He remembers their first meeting, when he had nothing but a trash can lid. He thinks how wonderfully normal it feels to now have clothes and money. He insists on contributing to their expenses, but she starts to explain. She says that since the shopping district has become peaceful, Mayu is happier. Kako laughs, recalling how tense and aggressive her daughter used to be. Tatsuya realizes Mayu was always on guard, trying to protect her mother. He thinks the burden on the 16-year-old girl has been far too heavy. She tells him that things have improved since he arrived, so she'd rather he stay. Stepping closer to him on the shop floor, she says there is more. She believes that he has the power to change his brother, Ryuki, as well. Tatsuya is flustered, questioning how he could possibly change his estranged brother. With a knowing smile, she simply says that it's a woman's intuition. A memory of Ryuki's bitter, angry face flashes through Tatsuya's mind. He deduces their relationship was poor, and Ryuki's words were a defense mechanism. He realizes his brother's hostility was likely a clumsy attempt to protect him. Kako's expression is filled with a deep, unspoken worry for them both. He admits to himself that this complex family situation is incredibly difficult. She reminds him to put the rest of the melting ice cream away. Another memory of his brother's pained, shouting face floods his thoughts. Kako looks over, her face a mask of sudden, utter shock. A text message reveals the Gesugami-ha have not responded to any peace talks. The narration confirms that for a month and a half, there was only silence. A brief fantasy of becoming ridiculously wealthy plays out in their minds. In the pouring rain, Ryuki stands alone, knowing the enemy has been quiet. The narration states that this fragile peace was never meant to last. A bolt of lightning cracks across the sky, heralding the coming storm. Ryuki curses as a monstrous entity appears outside his high-rise office window. The rain beats down on the quiet, unassuming facade of Kako's clothing store. With no customers in the downpour, Kako decides to close the shop early. She tells him to go on ahead and rest, and he quietly agrees. As he turns to leave, a sudden, sharp premonition stops him in his tracks. He senses a powerful magical reaction, and it is dangerously, terrifyingly close. He bursts back into the room just in time to see Ariona thrown back. Ariona, bruised and battered, desperately calls out his name from the floor. Tatsuya is horrified to see the powerful dwarf so easily defeated. His eyes then fall upon his brother Ryuki, lying motionless and bleeding. She explains that the Gesugami have attacked, sending monsters to Ryuki's office. Tatsuya realizes Ryuki was protecting the very place he'd been warned away from. Ariona struggles to push herself up, urging a quick recovery. Kako stands in the doorway, asking what has happened to cause this chaos. Her eyes, wide with fear and tears, fixate on the wounded Ryuki. Ariona, her face grim, urges him to act quickly to save his brother. He hesitates, knowing using magic in front of Kako could awaken her power. A terrifying vision shows Kako's power is the same as the dreaded demon lord's. He remembers Mayu's vow to protect her mother from this terrible truth. Ariona's desperate shout snaps him out of his internal struggle. She cradles his brother's head, her voice trailing off in despair. She points at Ryuki, her words a raw, emotional plea. "He's your brother." The weight of her words hits him, his eyes wide with dawning horror. The mysterious queen's voice echoes in his mind, offering a sliver of hope. She tells him their lives are linked and that healing him is possible. Tatsuya summons his bishop, who begins to heal the grievous wound. Ariona watches in disbelief, her finger pressed to her lips in shock. She sees the magic at work as steam rises from the closing wound. With his brother's life secure for now, Tatsuya turns to leave. Kako watches, her face streaked with tears, calling out Ryuki's name. His face is a mask of grief and cold, simmering rage. He vows that when he returns, he will have a serious talk with Ryuki. He promises his unconscious brother that he will explain everything upon his return. He walks past a stunned Kako, his mind now focused on the mission ahead. He tells her to wait, not to leave the safety of the shop. His senses pinpoint the location of the attack. Ryuki's office, 5 kilometers away. A final pained look at his brother's unconscious face fuels his resolve. Ryuki's last words, a plea for help, become the chapter's title. The memory of his brother's desperate plea hangs heavy in the air. Tatsuya's expression softens into a gentle smile of acceptance and determination. He sprints through the rain-soaked city streets, a man on a mission. He wonders about the enemy's plan, knowing their long silence was deliberate. He knows this isn't simple revenge. It's a calculated, well-prepared assault. He decides to take to the air to reach his destination more quickly. He realizes with a jolt how little he actually knows about his enemy. Mayu suddenly appears, grabbing him from behind, determined to join the fight. She clings to him desperately, insisting that she be allowed to come along. Her face contorts in a furious scream, demanding a chance for retribution. He tries to reason with her, saying they don't know what they're facing. She cries, frustrated that the barrier was broken and she couldn't protect her mother. Haruka appears, calmly telling her to settle down, much to Tatsuya's confusion. Haruka explains that Mayu's lack of composure is a liability in a fight. From a rooftop, they look down at the besieged office building below. He can't sense any powerful magic, but he knows that means nothing. He tells Mayu he will send her back at the first sign of danger. He tells her to enter his storage dimension, leaving her confused. He pushes her in, telling her to find better armor than her current outfit. With Mayu safely stowed away, he prepares to enter the building alone. His eyes narrow, his focus absolute as he prepares to face the enemy. The building is damaged and shrouded in a barrier, invisible to the city. He can't sense what's happening inside, especially on the heavily shielded top floor. He lands softly on the ground, ready to begin his infiltration. He steps into the lobby, a scene of utter destruction and chaos. The company's motivational banner is torn and scorched, a symbol of the attack. The walls are cracked and crumbling, evidence of a powerful struggle. Debris and rubble litter the floor of the once pristine office lobby. He senses no people, realizing the Onmyoji have already vanished from the scene. He turns a corner and finds one of the wounded Yakuza thugs. A bloodied Yakuza thug looks up, recognizing Tatsuya from the clothing store. Tatsuya calmly approaches, offering to provide first aid and get him to safety. Suddenly, Tatsuya is startled by a monstrous roar erupting from a portal behind him. The bizarre, inhuman scream forms a single, shocking word. Maid! Haruka and her clone are violently thrown from the vortex, crashing onto the wreckage. The force of their landing sends splinters and dust flying into the air. A chunk of shattered concrete is sent hurtling through the chaotic scene. The injured Yakuza groans, further dazed by the sudden and violent arrival. Tatsuya stands between his two new companions, wondering why they have appeared. Haruka strikes a proud pose, declaring that the maid uniform is the highest class. Tatsuya thinks her attributes have increased, then scolds himself for noticing her chest. The clone maid gently cradles the head of a wounded man in her lap. Haruka, her clone, and a small cat familiar survey the ruined office. Haruka asks Tatsuya to lend a hand with the rescue of the injured. Tatsuya dismisses her, stating that there is something far more important to do. He summons his miniature healer, calling out the name, Bishop! The tiny bishop appears, and the wounded Yakuza reach toward its holy light. The men let out sighs of relief as the bishop's healing magic envelops them. Haruka's clone asks what they should do with the men now that they're healed. Tatsuya plans to have Chio transport them, thus keeping his promise to Ryuki. The maids wonder if the Gesugami's attack was simply an act of revenge. Tatsuya, however, believes there must be more to their plan than that. He considers how Ariona must have fought valiantly to prevent any casualties. He wonders if there was another purpose for the seemingly random attack. His thoughts are cut short as his magical phone buzzes to life. The screen shows the Yuko clan's emblem. It is a call from Chio. Tatsuya answers in a panic, asking if Chio is unharmed. Through sobs, Chio explains that the shrine is safe for now, thanks to him. Mayu grabs the phone, frantically asking what happened to her great-aunt. Tatsuya's expression darkens as he realizes all three barriers are being attacked at once. Mayu cries out, terrified for the safety of her mother and great-aunt. Tatsuya reassures her, confident that the defenses he established will hold. He thinks of the powerful dragon Shikigami he placed as a guard at Kanako's house. The king's barrier, he knows, is not just for show, it is incredibly powerful. At Chio's shrine, 5 pawns and Agon's clan stand ready to defend it. Still, he admits to himself that he doesn't know the Gesugami's true strength. He decides to send his knight and bishop summons as reinforcements to be safe. He then announces that they will head to Ariona's now vulnerable office. Haruka is shocked, questioning why they would go to the weakest of the 3 locations. Tatsuya explains it has the weakest barrier, but the strongest magical reaction. Haruka theorizes it's a diversion, meant to target her mother and great-aunt's powers. She then corrects herself, realizing the true target is likely someone else entirely. Her eyes widen as she understands that Gesugami's true target is her master, Tatsuya. She quickly explains their strategy, to attack 3 places at once to divide his forces. Tatsuya and Mayu are stunned as the horrifying logic of the enemy's plan sinks in. Over the phone, Chio calls out Mayu's name, her voice filled with urgency. Chio explains that Tatsuya's sudden appearance was a major disruption to the Gesugami's plans. A tactical map shows the 5 pawns guarding the barrier at the Yuko shrine. The map highlights the 3 barriers, with the dragon-protected one being the strongest. Chio concludes that the Gesugami saw this chaos as the perfect opportunity to strike. They chose a battlefield far from the others, using his brother as bait. However, Ariona realized their plan early and moved to thwart their scheme. The Gesugami then shifted tactics, attacking Ariona's office to lure Tatsuya into a trap. Tatsuya understands the strategy, but Mayu is still lost in the complex explanation. Haruka's clone clarifies that the company is a trap designed to capture Tatsuya. Chio's voice comes over the phone, filled with concern for her Oyakata-sama. Tatsuya gazes into the distance, contemplating his next move on this deadly chessboard. He visualizes the board, knowing he has sent reinforcements to protect his key pieces. A sinister, grinning shadow looms behind him as a voice whispers, "Let me appear, darling." The maids recoil in terror, recognizing the voice of the monster they encountered before. Tatsuya grimly decides he has no other choice. He must summon his trump card. He holds up the Black Queen chess piece ready to unleash its dormant power. Invoking the first article of their pact, he permits the release of the Queen's limited power. The Queen materializes, draping herself over him and playfully permitting his command. She lounges on his shoulders, remarking that this smaller form should be manageable enough. Mayu is confused by the powerful being's diminished size compared to before. She is completely flustered that Tatsuya allows this creature to call him darling. Tatsuya explains this isn't her true form, which would be too difficult to control. He announces his plan. They will use teleportation magic to get to the company. The maids comment on his forceful nature, but also on his emotional distance. Tatsuya ends his call with Chio, telling her to contact him if anything happens. Haruka explains the critical flaw of teleportation. The exit appears first, creating an ambush point. She scolds him, saying it isn't just a convenient tool without any risks. Tatsuya acknowledges the danger of appearing directly in enemy territory. He declares the Queen will go first, and she laughs, eagerly accepting the mission. With the plan decided, Tatsuya prepares to brief his companions on the infiltration strategy. He outlines the two-pronged assault. The Queen attacks from above to create a diversion. While the enemy is distracted, they will enter from the ground floor, hitting them from behind. Mayu listens to the plan, her expression a mixture of fear and resolve. She thinks to herself that from behind, it looks like a villain is approaching. Tatsuya addresses Mayu, sensing her hesitation and resolve to fight beside him. He reminds her that in battle, she must not let her position be dictated by others. He explains that one must act with a clear goal to narrow their choices. He reassures her, telling her to focus only on protecting her family. A swirling portal of teleportation magic rips open in the middle of the room. He tells a nervous Mayu that everything is going to be all right. His expression hardens as he vows to do what he must, just as he did before. He declares that the Yesugami will pay a high price for their actions. His vow to annihilate them hangs in the air as they prepare to depart. High above the city, a sphere of pure dark energy appears in the rain. The Queen emerges from the vortex, a look of casual boredom on her face. She notes that her darling's barrier has been broken and the enemy is panicking below. With a wide, predatory grin, she prepares to unleash her awesome power. A devastating blast of dark energy erupts from her hands, streaking toward the city. The beam cuts a path through the rain, an unstoppable force of destruction. Tatsuya and the maids arrive on the street just as the sky is lit up. The maids are stunned by the spectacle, but Tatsuya notes she's enjoying herself. He tells them to move while the Queen provides the perfect distraction for them. The trio walks purposefully across a rain-slicked crosswalk into the heart of the battle. High on a nearby ledge, the two maids peer down into the enemy building. Haruka questions Tatsuya's decision to attack from the front entrance. He explains the wide lobby is the best place to fight. With a soft pop, Tatsuya summons a miniature pawn warrior. The tiny warrior streaks towards the two distant guards. In a flash, both guards are struck down from the balcony. Tatsuya notes the smoke glass is blocking his magical senses. Haruka nervously agrees they should still be careful. Inside, a colossal, bull-headed monster sits upon a throne of rubble. They recognize the beast as a terrifying Emperor Ogre. Mayu lets out a sharp gasp of pure, undiluted terror. The Emperor Ogre's face is a mask of brutish, slumbering power. The maids tremble, having never seen such a terrifying creature before. Tatsuya wonders why a disaster-class monster is here. Haruka quickly covers Mayu's mouth to stifle her panicked cries. A grim and sudden realization dawns upon Tatsuya's face. He understands he was not the only one to cross between worlds. Tatsuya recalls his master's cryptic words from his harsh training. A memory flashes of his master lecturing him in the other world. The question hangs in the air. Why are these monsters in Japan? His companions can only stare up in a mixture of awe and terror. Mayu whispers in horror that there is a monster in here. The chapter title page shows Tatsuya's torturous magical training. In the memory, a younger Tatsuya screams, questioning his master. His master explains it is not a curse to increase his power. Tatsuya looks on, his face a mask of youthful disbelief. The master says this is about the rift between worlds. He reveals that there are 3 separate gates in existence. One of those gates was held by the fearsome demon lord. But the third gate's location has always remained a mystery. Even the all-knowing great sage did not know where it was. The master explains that opening a gate requires immense magical power. Tatsuya realizes with a jolt that the third gate must be here. The Jesugami must have been the ones who possessed it all along. A maid screams as the building shakes from a battle on the roof. Mayu stumbles, crying out that the situation is terrible. Tatsuya looks up, sensing the ferocious fight raging far above them. On the roof, a massive horned demon stands amidst the destruction. The queen smirks, recalling that another beast was already dealt with. She coolly informs the demon that its turn is now over. Tatsuya realizes there is another otherworldly monster on the roof. He calmly produces a white pawn chess piece with a confident smile. He asks his companions if they should take down the ogre. Haruka is shocked, exclaiming that he cannot be serious. Tatsuya notes how quickly she has switched to his side. Haruka warns that the summoned monster is surely stronger now. Tatsuya looks concerned, wondering if it has really grown stronger. Haruka quickly explains the Gesugami's fundamental combat strategy. They summon monsters, then use powerful curses to enhance them. These curses can strengthen them or grant them entirely new abilities. She urges Tatsuya to be extremely careful and not let his guard down. The Emperor Ogre's massive fist smashes down towards Haruka. Her composure shatters as she screams for her master's help. The ogre's devastating attack is about to crush its target. Haruka panics, thinking she has accidentally run away from the fight. The monster's hungry gaze is locked on her as it licks its lips. She is frozen with fear, convinced she is about to be eaten. A tiny warrior appears, severing the ogre's arm in a flash. Black blood erupts from the stump, splattering Haruka's horrified face. The massive severed hand crashes hard onto the lobby floor. A tiny white-haired paladin stands victorious after its powerful strike. Haruka is relieved, thinking that all of their options were exhausted. Tatsuya calmly raises his hand, already preparing his next move. The severed hand begins to dissolve into dark, volatile energy. A swirling portal of dark energy opens in the middle of the air. Miles away, Aegon senses that another casualty has been sent to them. The colossal hand materializes and crashes onto the shrine's courtyard. Aegon and Shio are shocked by the sudden appearance of an ogre's hand. Haruka asks what happened to the hand Tatsuya just cut off. She is disgusted that he simply teleported the monster parts away. Mayu tells her to calm down, noting the old lady is surprised. The enraged ogre lets out a devastating roar that shakes the building. Tatsuya yells at his darling to stop fooling around. Haruka gives a cheerful thumbs up, ready to receive her orders. Tatsuya commands her to take Mayu and get out of this place. Mayu protests, insisting she wants to fight to protect her mother. He tells them to find the Onmyoji while he handles the monster. Mayu asks if they only have to find the enemy summoner. Tatsuya pleads with them, telling them not to let their target escape. Mayu looks on, a bead of nervous sweat on her brow. The maids agree to the mission, though Mayu seems very reluctant. Tatsuya shouts after them, urging them not to do it. The maids turn and run, heading towards an exit to begin their search. The queen watches from above, commenting on what a clumsy man he is. As they run, Haruka agrees, calling him both clumsy and overprotective. Mayu notes that Tatsuya hasn't fought once since she arrived. Haruka corrects her, wryly recalling that he did attack her once. They reach an elevator hall, sensing they should not move forward. Haruka jokes that it feels like a horror game jump scare. She points to a door where she can sense a magical barrier. She explains the layout, which connects to the security room. Mayu confirms that she can also feel the magic beyond the door. Haruka states that their master's instructions are now fulfilled. Mayu quietly agrees that they have done as he asked. With a smirk, Haruka asks Mayu if she wants to fight. Mayu says of course she came here to protect her mother. Haruka asks her how she plans to fight in this situation. She playfully teases Mayu for being curious about her abilities. She reveals she was monitoring Mayu at her high school for the Gesugami. She encourages Mayu, telling her that she can fight despite feeling outmatched. A new spark of determination ignites in Mayu's eyes. The maid Haruka explains her powers involve Shikigami and a thought-extracting demon eye. Mayu realizes why she trusted Tatsuya, while Haruka marvels at the demon eye's power. With a sly, cat-like smile, the Onmyoji Haruka suggests they should proceed. Her hand firmly grips the doorknob, announcing her intention to open the door. She and her clone burst through the door, calling out their fallen comrade's name. The rescued maid Haruka blushes, offering a quiet and sincere word of thanks. The Onmyoji cheerfully asks her new ally about her preferred method of fighting. The maid grimly declares that power is everything, gesturing toward a glowing wall sigil. A torrential downpour soaks the city, setting a grim and dramatic scene. The massive Emperor Ogre crashes onto a rain-slicked rooftop, mortally wounded. A gaping, bloody wound is torn across the monster's muscular, heaving chest. The demonic queen savors a piece of flesh, a look of savage glee. A small, determined paladin stands ready, her sword and shield prepared for battle. The paladin's shield deflects the ogre's final, desperate attack with explosive force. Tatsuya looks on wearily, apologizing for having injured the monstrous creature so severely. The Emperor Ogre's face twists in a final, silent roar of unbearable agony. Its features dissolve into black energy as the monster's form begins to dissipate. Tatsuya calmly uses teleportation magic to remove the monster's crumbling remains from sight. The queen floats high above, asking her darling if she should now join him. Tatsuya instructs her to remain above and simply keep an eye on the enemy. He turns his attention to the door, wondering how his companions are faring. A horrifying arachne, half woman and half spider, drops from the darkened ceiling. Both maids scream in pure, unadulterated terror at the monstrous sight before them. The clone wonders aloud if this terrifying arachne was summoned from the other world. She summons her cat-headed familiar, Takamaru, in a puff of smoke. The familiar's massive shield successfully blocks a crushing blow from the powerful arachne. Haruka is amazed that the shield absorbed the powerful impact without being crushed. Her partner leaps into action, landing a solid punch on the monster's torso. A close-up shows her fist connecting squarely with the spider creature's human half. The monster is unfazed, swatting her away with a single powerful backhand strike. The force of the blow sends Haruka crashing hard into a nearby wall. The clone screams out her friend's nickname, Michan, in a cry of alarm. A strange bandaged yokai known as a Miyaj Nudo suddenly materializes behind them. Haruka asks if she's alright, noting the creature felt strangely without substance. The arachne hisses that the blow was heavy, promising to kill her for it. The Onmyoji smirks, correctly identifying the enemy's power as an invincibility curse. The clone realizes the enemy Onmyoji must have cast a strengthening curse on it. The arachne points a single finger, preparing to shoot a sticky web strand. The white strand of webbing shoots through the air with incredible speed. The clone is instantly ensnared, her body tightly bound by the sticky webbing. She struggles against her bonds, crying out for Mayu in a panic. Her mind races with panic, desperately searching for some way to break free. Mayu's eye transforms into a swirling vortex as she roars, "Who are you?" The arachne's monstrous face contorts in a silent scream of absolute psychic terror. A powerful curse, the mage's gaze, erupts from her eye in a flash. The power is identified as the curse known by the name Mage's Gaze. The maid identifies the strange bandaged creature as a Miyaj Nudo yokai. The Onmyoji smirks, having figured out the enemy's clever and insidious strategy. She explains the yokai is invincible as long as its opponent looks up at it. The cursed yokai thinks about how it was given this powerful ability. Haruka grips her gloved fist, a confident but signaling a change in tactics. She declares that brute force will work after all, asking to deliver the finale. Her clone is shocked, yelling that her partner's sudden confidence is a lie. Haruka clenches her fist, admitting that simply looking at the creature is irritating. With a confident and slightly crazed smirk, she says she has it targeted. Roaring that she can do it too, she lunges forward to attack. Her powerful punch completely obliterates the Miyaj Nudo and the floor beneath it. The cursed yokai's bandaged body is torn apart by the overwhelming physical force. Inspired, the clone resolves to try the powerful punch she saw Tatsuya use. She charges forward, yelling for her familiar Takamaru to prepare for an attack. She gives the final command, ordering her powerful familiar to cut it down. Takamaru's huge blade slices cleanly through the last remnants of the defeated yokai. The two maids stare at each other, panting and wide-eyed in the aftermath. They immediately start bickering before breaking into a triumphant, celebratory high five. In the background, two tiny fox familiars happily mimic their master's high five. Tatsuya sighs wearily, knowing he will have to apologize for all the destruction. He thinks Mayu's demon eye will be useful, but he must warn her. A caption confirms that her power is indeed incredibly useful for interrogations. The captured Yakuza thug struggles, yelling defiantly that he has nothing to say. Tatsuya asks Mayu to read his mind for information on the Gesugami Ha's organization. He specifically wants to know why they are targeting Kanako and Chio's powers. Mayu turns to the captive, her voice cold as she commands him to look. The Yakuza scoffs at her, saying that looking at her will do no good. Her eyes glow as she speaks his thoughts of their master's incomprehensible plan. The vision reveals a shadowy god planning the creation of a grand new world. The psychic vision ends in a blinding, explosive flash of white light. Mayu stumbles back, gasping and sweating from the intense psychic backlash. Tatsuya grabs the Yakuza, angrily demanding to know what he just showed her. The man smiles serenely, telling the great sage that he is truly enviable. Tatsuya looks back at Mayu with concern as she tries to process the vision. The Yakuza looks up, his last breath used to utter the title, Great Sage. A curse mark on his neck flares to life, a deadly failsafe activating. The curse activates, causing the man's head to explode in a gruesome burst. Haruka calmly notes that the self-destruct curse, thankfully, did not explode outwards. Tatsuya turns to Mayu, urgently asking her to tell him what she saw. Mayu's eye is filled with tears as she begins to explain the Gesugami's plan. She saw they plan to use her mother and great aunt as keys. She describes a man who despises science and wishes to create a new world. A glimpse of the chaotic other world reveals its terrifying, monstrous inhabitants. Their ultimate goal is to transport the entire planet Earth to the other world. Tatsuya realizes this is the great ambition of the Gesugami Has Onmyodo. Mayu clutches her head in horror, overwhelmed by the earth-shattering revelation. Tatsuya grimly concludes her mother and great aunt are the keys to this plan. Haruka muses about the other world, the one her new master had visited. She wonders about bikini armor, but Tatsuya says that conversation is for later. Tatsuya explains what this means for her mother and great aunt over the body. He recalls how the Demon Lord's gate used the souls of the dead. He concludes that Kanako and Shio are intended to be living sacrifices. Mayu stares in silent, wide-eyed horror, the terrible truth finally sinking in. Seeing her leg tremble, Tatsuya instantly regrets having told her the truth. Haruka's face contorts in a mask of pure rage, vowing to smash the Gesugami. Tatsuya is startled, but she calms down, knowing anger won't solve anything. With a sharp crack of her knuckles, she contains her furious energy. Tatsuya accepts that their next foe is waiting for them in the basement. Haruka confirms the building has 2 basement floors, with the main enemy on the bottom. A mental schematic reveals the dungeon layout, filled with traps and guards. The clone maid excitedly declares this feels like a thrilling, high-stakes death game. They stand before the unassuming door that leads to the stairwell. The door swings open, revealing the dark, concrete path leading down. The team pauses at the top of a long, dimly lit staircase. While Mayu is suspicious, the clone finds the sheer normalcy of the stairs unnerving. Mayu asks Tatsuya for his strategy based on his otherworld dungeon experiences. The clone, thinking it sounds fun, eagerly volunteers to check for traps herself. She gets on all fours, ignoring Mayu's warnings that this is too dangerous. Tatsuya watches her foolish display with a look of silent, weary resignation. She leaps up, confidently giving a worried Mayu the all-clear signal. Her foot presses down firmly on a hidden pressure plate on the very first step. "Let's go," she announces cheerfully. The first step into the dungeon. Her foot makes contact, sealing their fate as the trap is sprung. In an instant, the solid concrete steps flatten into a steep, smooth slide. Mayu lets out a cry for help as she begins to plummet downwards. The 2 maids tumble together, screaming that the stairs have become a slide. Tatsuya, however, remains at the top, casually leaning against the wall unimpressed. Landing in a heap, the maids find the walls covered in paper talismans. The clone screams a warning as the talismans begin to glow with malevolent energy. Magical paper arrows fly at them, but Tatsuya instantly erects a protective barrier. The arrows shatter harmlessly against the shimmering shield of pure energy. The sheer force of the deflected attack sends the maids tumbling again. They crash into the far wall, the clone wailing that her nose is crushed. Mayu angrily scolds her for jinxing them by declaring it was safe. A massive rune-covered fist smashes through the wall right beside them. A hulking corpse amalgam monster looms over them, ready to attack. A horde of shrieking, sharp-toothed goblins swarms out from the breach. The grotesque, snarling face of a goblin fills the frame, its mouth wide. A tiny doll-sized warrior appears, effortlessly slicing through 2 goblins at once. The maids stare in wide-eyed delight, recognizing the summoned warrior as a pawn. The tiny pawn looks slightly flustered after his swift and brutal assault. In a comical turn, the tiny warrior gets his hand snagged on the maid's bow. He dangles helplessly from the back of her uniform, unable to get free. Tatsuya calmly walks down the stairs, asking if his companions are all right. He looks down at the 2 maids who are lying defeated on the floor. They grumble about the unfair traps, sheepishly apologizing for their failure. Tatsuya smugly lectures them on all the basic trap detection signs they missed. They proceed down a corridor as a heavy, ominous sound echoes from ahead. Mayu is shocked to learn that the pawn also defeated the Onmyoji summoner. The clone explains the pawn rescued them before taking out the enemy. Haruka muses aloud that this chaotic experience must be what the otherworld feels like. Tatsuya dismisses the traps as amateurish compared to real otherworld dungeons. Mayu furiously declares that she will not let her mother and aunt be sacrificed. With renewed determination, Tatsuya decides it is time to conquer the basement. Their plan is to descend the stairs and bypass the elevator to the first basement level. A long, sterile corridor stretches before them, lined with 4 identical doors. As tiny chibi figures, they advance carefully, checking for any hidden threats. A new enemy appears, a bloated corpse amalgam flanked by its Onmyoji masters. An Onmyoji launches a powerful ball of dark energy directly at Mayu. The clone maid leaps in front, deflecting the dangerous magical attack. She is then grabbed by the amalgam, her face crushed in its massive hand. Tatsuya calmly places his own hand on the monster, subduing it instantly. The maids complain about his use of brute force, but are glad he saved the hostage. Haruka suggests visiting the other world, but Tatsuya quickly shoots the idea down. He reflects that his old friends had also wanted to see his world. He then grimaces, recalling the terrible, unsanitary state of otherworld toilets. Haruka agrees with a serene smile, calling the other world the worst. Tatsuya lets out a genuine laugh, amused by their shared grim assessment. He fondly remembers the simple thrill of exploring dungeons with his old party. For a brief moment, a true smile appears as he admits he's having fun. Kneeling, he asks the rescued Yakuza if there are any other hostages. The men confirm that more employees are being held in a large warehouse. They warn of a powerful onmyoji whose magic is unlike anything they've ever felt. Haruka coolly deduces that they are about to face this dungeon's floor boss. One of the rescued men explains that the boss drained their abilities. He reveals the onmyoji's name is Yugen, sending a jolt of shock through Mayu. Tatsuya senses a sudden, sharp spike in Mayu's magical energy. He grabs the rescued men, telling them he is opening a gate to evacuate them. Haruka looks on in concern, questioning Mayu's sudden surge of power. Mayu recalls her mother telling her that her father died in a car accident. She always questioned how such a powerful Yuko could die so mundanely. With her own enhanced body, she knows a simple car crash wouldn't kill her. She remembers her great-uncle Agon voicing his own suspicions about the Gisugami. Agon had told her that the man with her father before he died was Yugen. The two maids look at Mayu, their faces filled with dawning horror. Tatsuya looks back, his expression grim, confirming the terrible truth without words. The trio stands before the final door at the end of the dark, oppressive corridor. A soft, rhythmic knocking, like a heartbeat, echoes from behind the door. Tatsuya notes they are being summoned, a classic dungeon trope Haruka points out. Mayu, trembling with a new and terrible resolve, readies herself to enter. Tatsuya thinks to himself that she seems to be holding it together for now. He stands beside her, vowing to protect her no matter what they face. Haruka watches them with a small, knowing, and slightly sad smile. The final door creaks open, revealing the chamber of the floor boss. They step into a massive room, the air thick with a palpable, malevolent energy. The onmyoji leader, Yugen, sits on a throne of mind-controlled women. The hostages stare forward with blank, empty eyes, their wills completely broken. Tatsuya immediately realizes something is terribly wrong with the hostages. Mayu glares at the scene, recognizing the man before them as utter scum. Yugen muses on how much the fox's daughter has grown since her father's death. Mayu is stunned, questioning what he means by referring to her father as that. Tatsuya quietly urges her to stay calm and not fall for Yugen's taunts. Yugen insists he isn't provoking her, remembering her father was quite strong. He cruelly reveals he let her father see a family photo before killing him. The onmyoji leader reveals his cruel leverage against Mayu. He clutches a small cylindrical wooden box in his hand. He claims it holds the umbilical cord of his 2-day-old child. Overcome with rage, Mayu declares that she will kill him. Backed by fox spirits, she lunges, screaming for the bastard to die. Tatsuya shouts her name, his voice filled with alarm. The onmyoji leader effortlessly blocks her ferocious, clawed attack. His hand transforms, plunging dark talons deep into Mayu's side. Blood splatters as Mayu is thrown back, her face a mask of shock. The villain smirks, a trickle of blood from his own nose. Mayu's trembling hand reaches out from the floor. She defiantly grabs his leg, refusing to be defeated. She lies broken on the floor, gasping in pain. Her maid companions, Haruka and her clone, watch in horror. Haruka screams for the mind-controlled hostages to release her. Her clone holds her back, noting fighting isn't the leader's style. Haruka recalls a goblin's face, remembering his twisted philosophy. The onmyoji leader wipes his face, his expression cold and detached. He commands Haruka, the daughter of the demon eye, to look at him. A blur of motion cuts through the tense standoff. Tatsuya appears in a flash, grabbing the maids. He shoves them behind him, placing himself in the line of fire. The leader remarks that was a close call for the great sage. He then asks Tatsuya a bizarre and unsettling question about adult videos. His hypnotic eye swirls as he explains that time-stop videos are fake. He boasts that his own powerful hypnosis, however, is very real. His expression turns serious as he prepares to reveal his true plan. Tatsuya stands his ground, ready for the inevitable confrontation. The leader warns that killing him will only strengthen the curse. A vision of the gate between worlds appears, a reminder of the stakes. He laments that losing such power would be a terrible shame. He leans over Mayu, whispering that he killed her father to wait for her. Her eye widens in horror as he says she has finally grown up. Tatsuya grimly prepares to deliver the devastating confirmation. He tells Mayu the man before her is her father's murderer. Mayu's mind reels, repeating the terrible words, "He killed her father." Surrounded by spirits, she reaches out a hand, needing someone to save her. Tatsuya looks on, his expression hardening with resolve. The Gesugami Ha's goal is revealed: transport Earth, collapsing civilization. Tatsuya realizes Kanako and Shio are the keys to this dark plan. Haruka confirms her master has indeed been to the other world. Her clone in bikini armor wonders aloud if such warriors are real. Tatsuya ponders the grim meaning of his friends being the keys. He explains the gate requires the immense energy from thousands of souls. Kanako and Shio are to be used as living sacrifices. Mayu looks down, the horrific truth sinking in. Tatsuya immediately regrets his blunt explanation. Mayu's grief turns to rage as she vows to crush their enemies. She quickly regains her composure, surprising Tatsuya. She takes a deep breath, her resolve now absolute. Tatsuya agrees, declaring they will now conquer the basement. Mayu confirms the building has 2 basement floors. A diagram reveals the dungeon layout, filled with enemies and hostages. Haruka is giddy, saying this feels like a real dungeon crawl. They face a plain, sterile corridor leading to the lower levels. The featureless walls offer no clues to the dangers ahead. They stand at the top of a dark staircase leading down. Mayu finds it ordinary, but her companions sense traps. She asks Tatsuya for his dungeon crawling strategy. Haruka eagerly volunteers to try his detection methods. She crouches low, hands on the floor, searching for magical traps. Tatsuya watches her attempt with a silent, stoic expression. With a confident thumbs up, Haruka declares the way is safe. A single foot cautiously steps onto the first stair. The 3 of them begin their descent into the darkness. "First step," the clone declares with cheerful confidence. The stairs suddenly flatten into a steep, smooth ramp. Mayu cries out for help as she begins the slide. The 2 maids tumble down the newly formed slide. Tatsuya stands calmly at the top, completely unfazed. At the bottom, they are ambushed by flying paper talismans. The talismans transform into a swarm of deadly projectiles. As they scream, Tatsuya raises a finger, casting a barrier. The magical arrows shatter harmlessly against his shield. Massive fists made of talismans then punch them down the hall. Mayu complains that the impact has flattened her nose. Her clone scolds her for jinxing them with her earlier confidence. A horde of monstrous goblins charges towards them. The maids let out a small shriek, bracing for the onslaught. The goblins bare their sharp teeth, ready to attack. The lead goblin hesitates, its eyes wide with sudden fear. Tatsuya's miniature pawn warrior effortlessly cuts down 2 goblins. The maids stare in utter amazement at the tiny champion. The pawn looks slightly embarrassed by their attention. He leaps up, vanishing into the folds of their cloaks. In an instant, the tiny warrior is gone from sight. Tatsuya calmly walks down the slide, asking if they are okay. He looks down at the 2 maids still sprawled on the floor. Haruka offers a sheepish, tearful apology for her mistake. Tatsuya smugly explains the complex nature of magical traps. A loud crash from down the hall interrupts his lecture. He calmly announces that his pawn has defeated the Onmyoji. Haruka's clone is shocked by his incredible efficiency. Haruka wonders if this is what the other world was like. Tatsuya muses that the dungeons he knows are far worse. Mayu furiously declares she won't let her family be sacrificed. Tatsuya decides it's time to conquer the first basement floor. The trio proceeds down the corridor towards an elevator. They find a long hallway with 4 identical doors. In chibi form, they cautiously check for traps as they advance. In the dungeon's first chamber, the hulking corpse amalgam and its Onmyoji master stood waiting. Mayu, her eyes blazing with fury, effortlessly deflected a blast of dark, corrupting energy. One of the cat-eared maids braced herself, resolutely blocking an incoming attack. The other maid cried out, her face a mask of pain as the amalgam's grip tightened around her. Tatsuya calmly placed a hand on the defeated monster's head as it wept in submission. Haruka noted that brute force won the day, while Mayu declared they had secured a hostage. Haruka mused about visiting the other world with her master, but Mayu furiously forbade it. Tatsuya recalled his former self wanting to see that world, thinking every place has its own dreams. He then remembered a less glamorous detail. The other world's toilets were shockingly unsanitary. Haruka agreed with a deadpan expression, declaring the other world to be the absolute worst. Tatsuya let out a sudden small laugh, much to Haruka's confusion. A memory of his old party surfaced, recalling the simple joy of dungeon crawling before love complicated things. For a fleeting moment, the great sage Saito admitted to himself that he was actually enjoying this. He turned to the defeated Onmyoji, asking if he was all right and if there were other hostages. The terrified man confessed that more of the company's employees were being held in the main storeroom. He stammered that the onmyoji guarding them wielded a different, far more powerful magic. The maids realized they were about to face the floor's boss, and Tatsuya asked what kind of enemy it was. The captive explained that the boss used a strange magic in addition to summoning monsters. He revealed the boss's name was Yugen, the ghost, a name that sent a jolt of shock through Mayu. Tatsuya's eyes widened in alarm as he sensed a sudden shift in the air. A portal tore open, and the captive onmyoji begged for a gate to be opened for his escape. Haruka noticed with concern that Mayu's magical power was suddenly flaring out of control. Mayu remembered her mother telling her that her father had died in a car accident just after her birth. Yet she knew her father was a powerful Yuko. How could he die in such a mundane way? Even she, with her own enhanced body, would not be killed by a simple car accident. She recalled Agon expressing his own suspicions about her father's death long ago. The terrible truth clicked into place. The last person her father met was Yugen of the Gesugami-ha. The two maids could only stare, their faces etched with dawning horror at the implication. Tatsuya looked back at Mayu, his expression one of deep, quiet, and sorrowful understanding. The three of them stood in a long, grimy hallway facing the final closed door. A steady, rhythmic knocking, like a patient heartbeat, echoed from within the chamber. Haruka wryly noted that this was the second time today a door had led to a dungeon, as if it were common sense. Burning with a righteous fury, Mayu declared she was going in, and the others silently agreed. Haruka worriedly asked if Mayu was all right, while Tatsuya watched her with concern. He stood beside Mayu, his voice a steady promise that he would protect her, no matter what. Haruka watched them, a small, knowing, and slightly sad smile on her face. With a heavy creak, the final door swung open, revealing the darkness beyond. They stepped into a vast, empty chamber, dwarfed by the sheer scale of the room. In the center sat Yugen, his feet propped on a kneeling hostage, welcoming the great sage. The faces of the mind-controlled women were completely blank, their eyes lifeless and empty. Tatsuya immediately realized something was terribly wrong with the hostages. Mayu gritted her teeth in disgust, recognizing this as the work of a true scumbag. Yugen mused aloud that the fox's daughter had grown up, wondering how long it had been since he died. Mayu froze, recognizing the veiled cruel reference to her father. Tatsuya quickly whispered to Mayu, warning her to stay calm and not fall for the obvious provocation. Yugen claimed he wasn't trying to provoke her, simply stating that her father was a strong man. He recalled being impressed by the strength of a man fighting to protect his family, even giving him time to look at a photo. With a slow, deliberate motion, Yugen reached into his robe. He revealed that the man had pulled out a photo not of his wife, but of his newborn child. He held up a small container, explaining it held the umbilical cord of a child born 2 days ago, a child he would now develop. Mayu's face twisted into a mask of pure rage as she vowed to kill him. She launched herself forward in a blur of motion, screaming for the bastard to die. Tatsuya shouted her name in alarm, realizing she had walked right into the trap. Yugen effortlessly caught her by the head, his expression one of bored amusement. His hand morphed into a mass of dark, vicious claws, which he plunged deep into her stomach. The brutal attack sent a spray of blood across the chamber as Mayu's face froze in shock. A faint, pained smile touched her lips as the last of her strength faded. Yugen grinned, a cruel, triumphant expression on his blood-splattered face. A trembling hand reached out from the floor, struggling to move. Tatsuya desperately grabbed Mayu's leg, trying to pull her back from the brink of death. Mayu gasped in agony, her body convulsing from the devastating wound. The two maids watched in stunned horror, completely powerless to intervene. Haruka screamed to be released as the enthralled hostages formed a human wall, holding her back. One of the mind-controlled women stated that since she couldn't fight, this was all she could do. Mayu, her vision fading, thought she had been saved by a goblin's deception. Yugen looked down at her, calling it the curse of a shape-shifting tanuki. He fixed his gaze on Haruka, commanding the daughter of the demon eye to look at him. A powerful surge of hypnotic energy erupted from his eye. Tatsuya appeared in a flash, grabbing Yugen and shielding the others from the psychic blast. He pushed his allies back, warning them to stay away from the onmyoji. Yugen calmly remarked that it was a close call for the great sage. He then asked Tatsuya a jarring, bizarre question: did he watch adult videos? He explained that while the time-stop genre is mostly fake, his own hypnotic abilities were very real, especially with Haruka nearby to amplify them. A flicker of annoyance crossed Yugen's face as he was interrupted. Tatsuya stepped forward, placing himself protectively in front of the fallen Mayu. Yugen warned him that killing him was pointless, as his curse would only grow stronger upon his death. He gestured to a vision of the gate, reminding Tatsuya of what was needed to activate it. He admitted that he was a little sad about what would be lost in the process. Leaning over Miyu, he whispered that he had killed the fox he'd waited to be born, and now finally she had grown up. Mayu's eye, wide with horror, reflected the face of her father's killer. Tatsuya bowed his head, his expression hidden in shadow, a single tear falling. He confirmed the terrible truth to Mayu. The man before her was the one who killed her father. Mayu whispered the words to herself, her mind finally accepting the devastating reality. Haruka, surrounded by her Shikigami, reached out, vowing to save the spellbound Mayu. Tatsuya's face was a mask of cold, silent fury as the chapter drew to a close. A memory, a young Mayu struggles with a heavy potted plant, her mother telling her it's okay. Her mother offers to carry it, but the little girl insists she's fine. Her mother gently asks if it is difficult for her to be all alone. Young Mayu beams, her smile bright and innocent as she promises to protect her mother. The title page shows Yugen holding Mayu, revealing he killed her father, beginning the chapter, The Cursed Mayu. Tatsuya and Yugen face off, the words, "He killed Papa," hanging between them like a shroud. Mayu, her eyes wide with shock and grief, whispers her childhood promise, "I will protect Mama." Tatsuya looks down at her, a low, dark chuckle escaping his lips. Haruka, horrified, thinks he's lost his mind and screams that Yugen has completely broken her. The eyes of Tatsuya and Yugen meet in a silent, intense challenge. Haruka rants that with Mayu under his control, Yugen has no reason to release the hostages. Yugen calmly replies that he knows, a faint flush on his cheeks. Haruka begs her master to unleash his fury and just destroy the man before them. Tatsuya looks at her, a single critical question forming in his mind. "Master?" The Onmyoji leader holds a talisman, smirking at the great sage. He declares this to be the vicious curse of the Kamaitachi. A white chess pawn, representing Tatsuya's summon, suddenly shatters. Tatsuya watches in shock, vowing that he will not allow this. The Onmyoji turns as the miniature knight, Luke, lunges from behind. The charging knight is suddenly frozen in midair, much to his surprise. The Onmyoji shouts a command to strike his helpless foe down. A powerful slashing sound effect cuts through the air. With the command to take it down, the tiny knight is defeated. The maid Haruka stands with shadowed eyes, clutching the knight's pawn. The neutralized chess piece clatters onto the cold, hard floor. A giant, unseen heel descends, crushing the pawn into dust. The cat-eared maid cries out. Stunned, the pawn was defeated so easily. Haruka's eyes swirl with power, her demon eye having stolen the knight's magic. The Onmyoji thanks the fox girl for her help in casting his curse. The cat-eared maid sweats, sensing the immense dark power building up. Haruka groans, realizing the stolen magic is making her stronger than herself. Her feline companion panics, frantically wondering what they can possibly do. Tatsuya faces the empowered maid, knowing a monstrous curse now reinforces her. He recalls his experience dispelling curses and knows he must get close. The Onmyoji smirks, confident he can save his puppet from her curse. A blade of wind slices through the air with incredible speed. Haruka unleashes her own Kamaitachi, the attack tearing up the floor. Tatsuya manages to deflect the powerful magical blade with his hand. The demon eye in Haruka's gaze swirls with terrifying stolen energy. He knows he can defend, but her eye will just absorb his magic. Realizing he must get closer, Tatsuya dashes forward through the danger. Haruka summons a swarm of shadow bats, unleashing another curse. The shadowy bats coalesce into a monstrous fanged thousand-pie wolf. The massive wolf head lunges, and Tatsuya is forced to block its jaws. The Onmyoji gestures indicating that his true attack is not ready yet. The cat-eared maid screams at her master not to be so careless. She yells that the true parent monster is now being summoned. A colossal version of the shadow wolf appears and swallows Tatsuya whole. The Onmyoji watches the scene unfold, a look of grim satisfaction on his face. He notes that while Tatsuya can handle quick strikes, this continuous assault is different. He coldly tells the cursed fox girl to give up and be devoured. The curse takes shape, a monstrous wild dog embodying Haruka's corrupted form. The Onmyoji muses that devouring the strong is how one gains their power. The cat-eared maid cries out in despair for both Mayu and her master. A voice whispers from within the curse, asking if she wants to be strong. Inside the beast, Tatsuya hears the curse's true wish, to protect Mama. The Onmyoji encourages the curse to grant the fox girl's fervent wish. Tatsuya's thoughts turn to the young girl he swore to protect, Mayu. Crushed within the beast, he apologizes for failing to keep his promise. The cat-eared maid asks why this is happening as the onmyoji offers his help. Trapped in darkness, Tatsuya begins to glow with an overwhelming power. The onmyoji is shocked, demanding to know what Tatsuya is doing. A brilliant sphere of light erupts from within the shadow beast. The cat-eared maid wonders why the magic isn't being absorbed and nullified. The shadow wolf explodes from the inside out in a violent blast. Tatsuya explains that even the demon eye has a limit to its absorption. The onmyoji can only stare, utterly bewildered by this turn of events. The maid asks if he was probing for that limit while fighting, and he confirms it. Enraged, the onmyoji screams that such a feat should be impossible. Tatsuya calmly replies that this is the kind of battle he has always fought. He reveals he knows the Yesugami's true goal lies in the other world. He explains that a demon lord existed there, with the demon eye's exact power. He states that honestly, Mayu is simply no match for that level of power. He reflects on his 19 years of training to defeat that very demon lord. Holding the unconscious Haruka, he begins to dispel the curse of the wild dog. He gently cradles her, focusing his magic to unravel the complex spell. The onmyoji watches, his face contorted in a grimace of frustration and defeat. Tatsuya looks up, coolly stating that his opponent was simply outmatched. As the onmyoji lies defeated, Tatsuya rushes to the fallen Mayu's side. The cat-eared maid stands on a high railing, observing the aftermath. She admits she was getting cocky, but Haruka's power was far beyond hers. Looking at Tatsuya, she calls him a terrifying child for his calm victory. The onmyoji sweats, realizing the totality of his failure. He laughs maniacally, saying if he were the sage, he would manipulate her. Tatsuya stands over Mayu, his focus entirely on the injured girl. The defeated onmyoji unleashes a final desperate wave of dark power. His body convulses as the volatile energy erupts from within him. The blast throws his body back, defeated but not yet finished. The maid asks what happened, and Tatsuya explains he overloaded his opponent. She wonders if he's dead, but Tatsuya thinks he's only unconscious for now. Tatsuya's hand suddenly twitches, sensing a new hypnotic curse taking hold. A thorny black mass of energy envelops his hand, a deeper curse. He realizes the hypnotic spell is buried deep within its victim. The thorny dark energy of the curse seems to writhe with a life of its own. The cat-eared maid senses a ghostly presence emanating from within Mayu. Haruka realizes the curse she absorbed has now become a part of Mayu. The cat-eared maid looks on, her face a mask of pure alarm. Tatsuya kneels by Mayu, asking to borrow a look into her heart. He initiates a psychic dive, entering the landscape of Mayu's memories. He sees a memory of a building sparkling with an impossible magical light. A young Mayu stares in awe, asking why her house is so shiny. She wonders at the strange phenomenon, as it was normal that morning. Tatsuya recognizes her as Mayu from her elementary school days. He witnesses the exact moment the young girl first awakened to her powers. That night, a mysterious man in sunglasses paid their home a visit. The visitor, a Yuko, spoke to the child about the power of the demon eye. He gave her a heavy burden. Become strong, or you will lose your mother. The very next day, the small girl climbed the shrine's 100 steps. At the top, a woman in a kimono, Chio, waited with a soft chuckle. Chio saw the girl approach and decided to give her a proper welcome. She smiled warmly, joking that she'd been waiting atop the torii gate. The young Mayu greets her as Auntie Chio, but is playfully corrected. Tatsuya watches the memory, noting how well the two seem to get along. Young Mayu declares with all her heart her wish to protect her mom. A strange, nonsensical memory of two muscular men and a young girl flashes through Mayu's mind. In the present, Mayu and a fiery cat Shikigami race through the house with purpose. She approaches her mother's closet, her small hand reaching out to slide the door open. With great care, she affixes a protective paper talisman to the inside of the closet door. Her expression is grim. She resolves that she is the only one who can do this. Tatsuya watches her, his face serious, understanding the immense burden she has chosen to carry. He recognizes the nature of the curse, a magic that misdirects the heart from its path. Mayu reaffirms her silent vow. She alone will be the one to protect her mother. Her face is a mask of pure determination, her resolve hardening into steel. A flicker of immense power begins to awaken and gather within her focused eye. The power in her eye intensifies, becoming a focused, dark point of incredible will. She understands the curse is a slow, cruel poison designed to isolate and destroy her. From the shadows, the onmyoji leader senses her thoughts, believing she is utterly alone. He scoffs at the very idea that she could find anyone to stand with her. He is certain that she has no allies, that no one will ever come to her aid. But Tatsuya kneels before her with his allies, promising that she is not alone anymore. Mayu's eyes widen with tearful shock as she realizes the curse upon her has been broken. Tatsuya smiles gently, acknowledging the long, difficult battle she has fought by herself. As she processes her newfound freedom, the Onmyoji leader's ghostly form startles her. Mayu cries out in alarm, recognizing the spectral form of her family's tormentor. The Onmyoji addresses the daughter of the fox, coolly observing that her curse is gone. He smiles with cruel intent, asking if she is now ready to settle her father's score. The words strike her heart as she whispers in anguish, "Papa's score." Tatsuya quickly warns Mayu not to fall for the enemy's manipulative, psychological games. He explains that the hypnotic curse requires a troubled heart. She must remain calm. The Onmyoji leader roars with frustration, furious that he didn't kill her sooner. Tatsuya glares back, his own anger simmering as he calls the man a bastard. Fueled by righteous rage, Mayu unleashes a powerful kick that slams into the Onmyoji. He grins with a disturbing pleasure, oddly asking her to curse him once more. He admits he had intended to kill her, but this outcome is far more interesting. Mayu explains she must stay calm because there are too many enemies to protect against. Tatsuya shouts a command to her, insisting that she must not kill their opponent. Mayu looks at Tatsuya with newfound trust, asking him to help her if things go wrong. Tatsuya gives a confident thumbs up, promising as the great sage to lead them to happiness. In a title image, Mayu asks Tatsuya to protect her, promising not to kill their foe. The Onmyoji leader observes from his throne, dismissing their heartfelt moment as naive. Tatsuya encourages Mayu, telling her not to give up hope just yet. The Onmyoji reveals his final gambit, threatening to use her as a hostage to escape. A monstrous shadow beast with a giant maw lunges at him as he screams in terror. A voice cries out in shock, recognizing the Fenrir and questioning the curse's dispelling. Tatsuya watches, momentarily confused himself, wondering if he truly broke the curse. Mayu explains that thanks to her demon eye, she can now wield this new, terrifying power. She tells the Onmyoji that while she won't kill him, she won't do nothing either. The terrified Onmyoji realizes he must prepare himself to be almost entirely killed. Mayu grins like a predator, declaring her intent to take his hypnotic powers first. As the Onmyoji screams in agony, she tells him that this is the end for him. She stands victorious, her hand glowing, declaring that the battle is now settled. Her list of abilities grows: fox demon, high school girl, hypnotist, and more. Tatsuya can only stare in disbelief, exclaiming that she's gained yet another attribute. An awkward silence falls between the two of them in the aftermath of her power-up. Mayu blushes intensely, a wave of embarrassment washing over her after her fierce display. Tatsuya is left completely bewildered by her sudden and drastic change in demeanor. The maid Haruka appears, sensing an opportunity with a smug, cat-like grin on her face. She suggests Mayu change clothes, mentioning that Tatsuya's storage still has options. Utterly mortified by the suggestion, Mayu turns and bolts from the room in a panic. Haruka sidles up to a blushing Tatsuya, sweetly addressing him as her master. In the corridor, Tatsuya reflects on the gloomy and damp curse that had afflicted Mayu. He smiles warmly to himself, touched that she had been surprisingly worried about him. Haruka pouts playfully, complaining that she is the only beast on their three-person team. The comment triggers a painful memory of his old party, and Tatsuya begins to weep. Haruka waves off his sudden emotional outburst, knowing it's just a show of shyness. She gently reminds him that Mayu was asking for his help, a sign of their connection. She points out how special that is, admitting that it was a surprise even to her. Tatsuya agrees, recalling that he had seen similar misdirection curses in the other world. However, those curses only strengthened or weakened a target, never both at once. He realizes this strange curse is something new that he needs to study more closely. A sudden, startling flash of light and sound erupts from down the dark hallway. Tatsuya whips around, his eyes wide with alarm at the unexpected magical disturbance. A swirling vortex opens as Mayu's voice asks him to open his storage dimension. Flustered, Tatsuya agrees while Haruka watches on with a knowing, smug expression. As the portal opens, he feels a strange, chilling sensation, like a ghost touch. A pair of elegant, high-heeled boots are unceremoniously tossed out from the vortex. Mayu presents Haruka's clone, now dressed in a chic, form-fitting Chinese-style outfit. Tatsuya is unmoved, stating plainly that he has no real preference for the clothes. The clone is ecstatic at his neutral comment, beaming with joy as Haruka watches smugly. The clone gratefully accepts the jacket from the original Haruka, who offers it to her. The Onmyoji reappears, bizarrely holding a microphone and declaring that love is wonderful. Mayu is completely horrified by his sudden and nonsensical declaration of love. Haruka's clone calmly lights a cigarette, noting it's not surprising she would fall in love. She explains to a confused Mayu that the fluttering of the heart is, in fact, love. Tatsuya descends into a frantic panic over the impossible age gap between them. Mayu blushes, saying her father would be happy she found someone so reliable. Tatsuya wails in comedic agony, convinced that spring will never come for him. Haruka lets out a gleeful, maniacal laugh, her eyes sparkling with pure amusement. She excitedly tells her master it's time to stop talking and head for the second basement. Tatsuya takes the lead, explaining they'll enter from the opposite door to face the enemy. He turns back with a confident smile, asking his two companions if they are ready. Haruka and her clone pump their fists, declaring they're ready to teach the enemy a lesson. Tatsuya grins, his confidence restored, ready to lead his team into the next battle. He feels a deep sense of foreboding, a certainty that something terrible is happening. He knows he must break Mayu's curse, but now is not the time to worry her. Deciding not to speak of it, he simply looks forward and tells his team, "Let's go." They descend into a chaotic dungeon level filled with deadly traps and monstrous creatures. A grotesque horde of demons and monsters from the other world lies in wait for them. Tatsuya leads the charge down the corridor, his allies following close behind him. He steels his resolve, his mind focused on a single goal: to protect everyone. They arrive at the end of a long, dark corridor that has fallen completely silent. Haruka wonders if the enemy retreated, scared off by Tatsuya's power. She suddenly recoils, feeling a nasty, powerful magic growing much stronger nearby. She realizes with dread that this isn't a trap, but a terrible, foolish mistake. With his face twisted in alarm, Tatsuya screams a desperate warning to get down. The corridor's ceiling explodes inward in a violent burst of dark, spiky energy. Concrete and rebar rain down as the devastating force tears through the building. The maids shriek in terror, overwhelmed by the sheer bloodlust of the sudden attack. Tatsuya realizes with a cold sweat that the slide trap was just a cheap diversion. His expression hardens into grim recognition. He has felt this shockwave before. A sudden gasp cuts through the chaos, followed by the sound of soft footsteps. A pair of shoes lands silently on the floor amidst the swirling dust and shadows. A cloaked figure emerges from the darkness, a hand reaching out from the gloom. A second massive dark shape plummets from the ceiling, crashing down before them. Tatsuya's eye widens in absolute disbelief at the familiar form in the rubble. A woman with blonde hair lies unconscious, her tattered clothes a strange sight. "Merlin?" Tatsuya shouts, the name of his old comrade torn from his throat. He rushes to her side, desperately asking how she could possibly be in Japan. Merlin groans, her eyes fluttering open as she weakly asks what just happened. Luke explains that this is indeed one of his companions from the other world. Tatsuya leans in close, his own magic flaring to diagnose her critical condition. Haruka panics, explaining that Merlin's magic circuits, her second heart, are collapsing. She clarifies with a grim smile that for a mage, these circuits are their life. If her circuits fail, she will die, and only magic can possibly heal them. Tatsuya places a cold compress on her head, a woefully inadequate gesture of care. Luke grabs his arm, pleading with him to conserve his magic for the coming fight. Tatsuya wonders if he can use the raw magic he siphoned from their last foe. Luke questions the idea, thinking he needs to become stronger, not use tainted power. Tatsuya insists it's fine, promising he will become strong enough for the task. Thanking Maya-chan, he summons his ethereal bishop to act as a magical conduit. Luke channels her own power into the bishop, transferring it directly to Tatsuya. He wonders if the Gesugami-ha somehow used Merlin as a beacon to find him. The bishop floats serenely, effortlessly guiding the immense flow of magical energy. The transfer complete, Haruka checks on the now drained Luke, asking if she is okay. Tatsuya absorbs the power, a whirlwind of light engulfing him and his tiny summon. Luke feels incredibly weak, while Haruka admits she doesn't know the full details. Haruka points out that Luke's complexion has improved, and Luke agrees it's true. She continues, observing that her skin now looks younger and more lustrous. Haruka gasps that even Luke's breasts have grown larger, much to her surprise. Luke is stunned by the rejuvenating effects as Haruka explains her cells were revitalized. Blushing and sweating, Tatsuya feels his power return and thanks Maya-chan for her help. He knows Merlin won't awaken soon, but her condition reveals something important. He recalls their shared battles, learning to read an enemy from a comrade's wounds. He tells Luke to take Merlin to Chio's shrine, promising they will talk later. At the shrine, a wild, battle-crazed grin spreads across Aegon's face. He roars with laughter, relishing the chaos as monsters assault the shrine grounds. Inside the main hall, Chio calmly pulls the great bell rope in prayer. She prays for Oyakata-sama's safety, wondering if a god's prayer holds any power. Back in the city, the maids nervously ask Tatsuya if he has a strategy. Tatsuya knows Merlin is cursed. Defeating the Gesugami is the only way to save her. They are suddenly teleported, finding themselves before a grand, silent temple. Tatsuya stands alone on the bridge, gazing at the imposing, ancient structure. His attention is fixed on a solitary figure sitting silently on the temple steps. The maids panic, questioning if they are trapped in an illusion or a teleportation. Tatsuya calmly observes that the presence he feels is distinctly not human. The mysterious figure begins to speak, his voice echoing across the still water. A vortex of dark energy forms before Tatsuya, who prepares to strike it down. The figure asks if he is the great sage spoken of in rumors. Tatsuya smirks, offering a disarmingly casual, "Nice to meet you," in response. He then shatters the dark vortex with a single contemptuous punch. The shockwave from his blow cracks the stone of the ancient bridge beneath him. Haruka is amazed, noting he blocked the attack with just a thin barrier of cloth. The shadowy silhouette of their attacker falls gracefully from the temple steps. Luke stares in shock as the new, powerful enemy finally reveals himself. The masked man, Human, calls Tatsuya hasty, saying he has questions about the other world. Wreathed in a powerful aura, Tatsuya charges, roaring that he has nothing to say. Human raises a single hand, conjuring a simple, shimmering barrier of light. He floats calmly in the air, effortlessly halting Tatsuya's furious advance. Tatsuya's charge is stopped dead by the impossibly strong, paper-thin wall. He clenches his fist in frustration, enraged by his opponent's casual defense. He slams his fist into the ground, the impact shattering the stone around him. Despite the raw display of power, Human remains completely untouched by the shockwave. Tatsuya stares at his hand, bewildered by his sudden lack of power. He demands to know what was done to him, how he was so easily stopped. Human coolly states he did nothing but use a defensive barrier with no curse. He then adds that if a curse is involved, it was cast 19 years ago. Tatsuya is stunned into silence, repeating the words 19 years ago in disbelief. The maids can only watch, completely baffled by the cryptic, chilling revelation. Human tells him that even if his mind doesn't remember, his body surely does. He explains that touching Merlin's curse reignited the one already inside Tatsuya. Tatsuya recalls the strange, smoldering feeling within him, wondering if it was this curse. He desperately demands to know when he was cursed and what was done to him. Human's gloved hand reaches up, his fingers touching the edge of his fox-like mask. He removes it, revealing a handsome, cruel face as he speaks of a dark closet. A close-up on Tatsuya's eye reflects the dawning horror of a long-buried memory. A ghostly hand appears behind him as Human makes a terrible declaration, "I killed you." Human's eye glints with cold finality as he repeats, "You were killed by me." A memory flashes, a younger Tatsuya, a boy in a school uniform dead at his desk. Tatsuya's eye is wide, a universe of terror reflected in its dark, trembling iris. Human concludes his story, explaining that after being killed, Tatsuya crossed worlds. A promotional page displays the heroes, the great sage ready to fight for his loved ones. The new chapter begins with Tatsuya recalling the words, 19 years ago, you killed me. The villain muses that he never imagined Tatsuya would actually cross to another world. He continues observing that it seems, however, Tatsuya has no memory of the event. As the chapter Curse and Contract begins, the villain watches him from the temple. Tatsuya denies having any fateful connection to this man back when he was a student. The maids whisper that their master was indeed killed, confirming a fateful connection. The villain agrees Tatsuya was just a student. The fateful connection was with another. An ethereal image shows a young Merlin who held a deep romantic love for him. Tatsuya is utterly baffled by the revelation of Merlin's hidden feelings for him. Maya asks why then her brother was the one who was targeted and killed. The villain's eye narrows, offering to teach them the true nature of the demon eye. He explains the demon eye's power grows by feeding on evil, malice, and dark energy. Conversely, he reveals positive feelings like goodwill and love diminish its terrible power. The Onmyoji leader coldly states that killing Mayu's father was a necessary evil. Haruka comically misreads the tense confession, thinking the Onmyoji is completely smitten. Tatsuya is stunned, realizing his childhood friend Kanako actually had feelings for him. "Don't mess with me!" Mayu's grief instantly explodes into pure, unrestrained fury. She recalls her mother once saying she'd be the last person she ever loved. She didn't understand then, but she saw the profound sadness in her mother's eyes. Though unaware of her powers, her mother must have sensed the family's tragic fate. The two men she loved were stolen away. If she loved another, that person would surely be stolen from her as well. Mayu, crying in rage, vows to send her father's killer to the depths of hell. The Onmyoji finds the idea of the Demon Eye clan seeking happiness absurd. With a cruel smirk, he declares their desire for a normal life is laughable. Mayu grunts in pain as the dark power within her surges uncontrollably. Tatsuya's finger glows as he prepares to erect a powerful magical barrier. The maids watch in surprise as Tatsuya creates a barrier and turns away. He no longer cares about his own past. His only goal is to protect them. But what was done to Kanako is unforgivable. He decides it's time to fight. He roars, promising to obliterate his foe with his entire body and soul. The Onmyoji leader scoffs, warning him that victory won't be so easy. Tatsuya's hand closes around 2 chess pieces, preparing his next strategic move. The Onmyoji counters with a subtle, dismissive gesture of his own. The entire building begins to shake violently as the true battle begins. Tatsuya's head snaps up, sensing the ominous presence of powerful demons. He realizes the rooftop is swarming with god-level monsters from the other world. His eyes widen in horror as he tries and fails to count them all. A grotesque, multi-eyed creature with a fanged maw lunges from the darkness. A horde of hideous monsters, led by a skeletal warrior, swarms the roof. Tatsuya recoils, utterly disgusted by the sight of the demonic army. He calmly summons his own warriors, calling forth his pawn and bishop. The Onmyoji leader scoffs, unimpressed by the miniature size of the summons. A dangerous glint in his eye, Tatsuya asks if he'd prefer them bigger. In a flash of light, the pawn and bishop grow to their true human-sized forms. The maids cheer with glee, amazed by the limit-breaking power display. The mighty pawn tells Tatsuya to leave the surrounding small fry to him. He unleashes a massive shockwave, vaporizing the demonic horde in an instant. The Onmyoji leader retaliates, sending a chunk of rubble flying through the air. Tatsuya is thrown back by the force of the unexpected attack. With another gesture, the leader continues his assault, controlling the battlefield. Massive claws of pure shadow erupt from the ground, reaching for Tatsuya. He clicks his tongue in annoyance as the shadow claws ensnare him. The dark tendrils close around him, crushing him in their powerful grip. He is slammed into the ground with enough force to shake the building. A colossal skeletal beast appears, its maw opening to devour the structure. The maids scream out in terror for their master and their Onisan. The skeletal monster's jaws snap shut, intending to destroy everything. But Tatsuya floats unharmed, his summons having completely absorbed the blast. The maids cheer, comically misinterpreting the dire situation with glee. Tatsuya floats down, admitting to himself that it wasn't as easy as it looked. Haruka tries to sense his magic, but the leader understands the truth. He realizes Tatsuya's immense power was simply underestimated by his foes. Haruka smirks with confidence, certain that they can now win this fight. Mayu, her eyes filled with awe, whispers for her papa to do his best. Tatsuya grips a nearby pole, preparing himself for the next phase of the battle. He knows he won't lose a head-on fight, but his enemy knows that too. He anticipates his opponent's strategy, ready to counter any move. The Onmyoji identifies the new weapon as a powerful artifact from the other world. Tatsuya grits his teeth, ready to unleash the full power of the relic. The leader smirks, admitting that he would very much like to have that weapon. Wielding a massive, ornate blade, Tatsuya prepares to strike down his enemy. The blade swings with incredible speed, a blur of motion and destructive force. His eyes burn with cold fury, enraged that they made Kanako and Mayu cry. A memory of Kanako's affection for someone like him flashes through his mind. He remembers the girl who came to love him, fueling his protective rage. He lets out a primal scream, pouring all his anger into the attack. But he is suddenly swarmed by monsters, his charge intercepted by the horde. The Onmyoji leader smirks, noting that his curse has finally taken effect. Tatsuya relentlessly carves his way through the demonic swarm. He falters, a look of confusion on his face as something feels wrong. What is this, he wonders, as his attacks suddenly lose their power. He realizes his powerful blows are no longer affecting the weakest of monsters. Clutching his chest, he wonders if he has fallen victim to a curse. The Onmyoji leader watches, his cruel plan unfolding exactly as he intended. A black, shattering wound appears on Tatsuya's chest as the curse manifests. The pawn watches in horror as his master begins to shrink rapidly. The now tiny Tatsuya plummets through the air, his power nullified. He lands with a grunt, his body now small and incredibly vulnerable. His pawn catches him, realizing with alarm that his master has been cursed. The leader explains he used Tatsuya's moment of shock to plant the curse. He reveals that the curse was first cast 19 long years ago. He didn't kill Tatsuya directly, but cursed him to die a miserable death. It was a crude but powerful curse, unlike the subtle one placed on Mayu. The curse was so strong it clung to his soul, even through reincarnation. A cursed person, he explains, is easy to manipulate and control. "You've got to be kidding me," Tatsuya grits out, utterly powerless. His eyes burn with defiance as he tries to fight the mental assault. He struggles against the curse's power, sweat beading on his brow. He clutches his chest, desperately trying to focus his mind to dispel the curse. The leader explains that his curse is based on thought, making it impossible to break. Tatsuya realizes that if his thoughts are unstable, dispelling the curse is impossible. He collapses, realizing dispelling and summoning are both based on the thoughts he can't control. "It seems this is as far as you go," the Onmyoji declares, his victory sealed. Tatsuya looks up in disbelief, unable to accept that this is the end. A cruel, disembodied voice from his past calls him trash for his failure. He stares into the distance, trapped within the prison of his own mind. The maids watch from afar, wondering what has happened to their master. Tatsuya is tormented by the voices, his composure completely shattered. Another voice berates him for failing at a simple task, for making noise. He desperately tries to deny the voices, crying out that it's not true. A shadowy figure from his memory tells him to stop talking, to be silent forever. Whose voice is this, he wonders, as his consciousness begins to shatter. Tatsuya's mind is under siege, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. He trembles, muttering the unfamiliar phrase, "The curse of love," as sweat beads on his brow. The Onmyoji leader smirks, confident that Tatsuya's grand reputation is nothing but a fragile veneer. From the darkness of his own mind, a voice tells him he's been lucky to survive. The command is simple and absolute, a psychic push forcing him to look back. The voice specifies the memory he must face, the pain of being utterly unloved. A monstrous vision attacks him, the raw memory of being abused and killed by his own mother. His body convulses, drenched in the cold sweat of a trauma he can no longer suppress. The psychic shockwave of his torment echoes through the enemy's hidden stronghold. Mayu screams his name, watching in terror as he is broken from within. The leader dismisses the great sage, his focus now on killing the fox's daughter. As spectral hands reach for Tatsuya, the leader declares his world-altering plan is complete. But just as the claws are about to close, a new power suddenly intervenes. Tatsuya's eyes snap open, a flicker of recognition piercing through the psychic storm. The Onmyoji leader stiffens, realizing with a jolt that his victory is not yet assured. The demonic queen appears from the void, catching Tatsuya's limp form in her arms. "Darling," she cries out, her voice a sharp command that shatters the mental assault. Tatsuya looks away from her, his face a portrait of exhaustion and deep shame. Mayu and Haruka can only stare, stunned into silence by this powerful, unexpected savior. "Queen," Tatsuya stammers, completely flustered by her dramatic and intimate rescue. She grabs his collar, her voice a mix of fury and affection as she calls him an idiot. Holding him close, she fiercely reminds him of their promise to live together forever. The spectral hands, now under her control, turn away from Tatsuya to menace their master. The Onmyoji leader snarls, refusing to let this newcomer interfere with his grand design. A colossal skeletal beast materializes behind the queen, a terrifying display of her true might. The leader's arrogant composure finally breaks, his face twisting in disbelief and rage. The queen looks back at him with cold contempt, warning him not to get in her way. Desperate, the Onmyoji tries to reason with her, begging her to listen to his request. She turns back to Tatsuya, her expression softening as she tells him it's all right now. Two demonic hounds manifest at her side as she assures him he has the strength to overcome this. She stands guard over his vulnerable mind, preparing to guide him back from the abyss. Leaning in close, she whispers to him, her voice a gentle anchor in the chaos. She cradles his head, her touch a comforting presence against the storm of his memories. She pleads with him to remember, to find the truth that will set him free. The Onmyoji leader scoffs from afar, wondering what this tender display could possibly achieve. She declares that their love story is the one true key to breaking his curse. The memory rushes back, revealing the forgotten past where their entire story began. Her voice guides him through the memory, telling him to remember their love story. She dismisses his current tormentor as an irrelevant distraction from the memory. She tells him that once he has reclaimed his heart, she can entrust everything to him. Adrift in the darkness of his mind, he can hear the queen's voice calling to him. She urges him to remember the very beginning, the first time their paths ever crossed. The memory begins, a younger Tatsuya sent on a mission in a demonic forest. He sits among a horde of grotesque monsters, telling one of them to be quiet. His long, brutal training under his master was finally coming to an end. His master, the bishop, approached and handed him a simple, crudely drawn picture book. He looks down at the gift, his expression one of bored, youthful disinterest. She explains that it's based on a true story about someone who lives nearby. The book told the tale of a beautiful girl who lived in a certain town. The supreme god Gleides fell in love with her and asked for her hand in marriage. But the girl refused his proposal, as he was already a married man with children. Enraged by the rejection, the god cursed her, transforming her into a hideous monster. The god's wife, Lilianis, took pity on the girl and granted her immortality. She told the girl the curse would only be broken when she found someone's true love. And so the girl wandered the forest eternally, waiting for a love that would never come. Tatsuya closes the book, his face a mask of pure, world-weary cynicism. He declares that reality is garbage, and the god is just another unhappy soul. He looks at the book's cover, wondering if the cursed girl is still out there. His master gives him his next mission, to meet the Queen of the Valley of Death. He stares at the simple drawing of the smiling girl, and everything clicks into place. A sly, determined smile spreads across his face as he accepts the challenge. His journey leads him to a desolate, jagged mountain range, a place of death. He looks out over the valley, ready to finally meet the legendary cursed queen. Standing at the edge of a great chasm, he senses an immense magical power below. He smirks, wondering what kind of happy face the queen will make for him. With a running start, he leaps fearlessly into the seemingly bottomless, star-dusted abyss. He wails in frustration upon realizing the fall will take 3 entire days to complete. "It's too deep!" he screams into the void as he continues his long plummet. He finally lands at the bottom, a desolate graveyard of jagged rock and bone. He marvels at the colossal skeletons, larger than any monster he has ever encountered. He takes a cautious step forward, his senses on high alert in the oppressive silence. He looks down, realizing with a start that he has not yet reached the true bottom. Venturing deeper, he discovers the coffin-like ruins of a forgotten, ancient civilization. He finds the shattered armor of warriors from many lands who came to fight her. All of them failed, their souls now trapped within the thick, suffocating miasma. He senses her presence just ahead, a beacon of immense power in the deep gloom. He finally lays eyes on her, a colossal monster of shadow, thorns, and wood. Her body is a twisted mockery of a humanoid form, ancient, powerful, and terrifying. He stares up in awe and terror at the sheer scale of her dark, cursed majesty. He looks upon the source of the immense magical pressure, his breath catching in his throat. He whispers her title, finally understanding the true nature of the legend he was chasing. The monstrous queen turns her massive head, her empty gaze fixing upon the intruder. Her voice is a low, powerful growl, a simple command for him to disappear. She tells him that he is powerless before her, that he cannot possibly kill her. But he just grins, shouting that she looks like the unhappiest person in the world. She repeats her command, her voice a low, menacing rumble of growing rage. He says that seeing her has made him realize that he was completely wrong about himself. Her voice holds a hint of pleading now, as she tells him to please just go away. He thought he had found a kindred spirit in misery, but now he sees the truth. He charges forward, his body a blur of motion as he closes the distance. "Shut up," he roars, telling her to disappear as he prepares to deliver his strike. He leaps towards her, ignoring her repeated warning that he cannot possibly kill her. A brilliant, curse-breaking ritual explodes from his fist, engulfing her in blinding, holy light. As the light surges around them, he roars that she is not the unhappy one. He declares that he is the most miserable, and that is precisely why she looked so beautiful. His words, filled with a furious and empathetic power, shatter the ancient curse. Her monstrous form cracks and explodes in a brilliant flash of divine cleansing energy. The backlash of the holy magic scorches his body, and he screams out in agony. He feels the god's curse burning his own body away in the powerful aftermath. With the curse broken, the valley's protective miasma vanishes, leaving him exposed and vulnerable. A psychic explosion rips through Tatsuya's mind as he lets out a raw scream. A dark, hooded specter of his own despair commands him to stop this madness. The dark figure clings to him, asking what this is all about. Impaled by shadows, Tatsuya gasps that his cruel foe is a kind monster. His hand reaches out weakly as the curse's backlash makes him feel like he's vanishing. He plummets through a dark void, admitting to himself that he can't do it. As his consciousness fades into nothingness, he whispers a final, heartbreaking apology. He lands at the feet of a beautiful horned girl who watches his body crash down. The girl's eyes widen with shock and concern, a deep blush on her cheeks. A single silent tear traces a path down her cheek as she looks on. She rushes to his side, calling out to him, trying desperately to rouse him. His limp hand falls from his cloak, reaching into the encroaching darkness. She stares at his hand, then her own, a memory sparking as she questions it. A forgotten kindness floods her mind, bringing a pained, flustered expression to her face. She looks down, her cheeks flushed, overwhelmed by a powerful, forgotten emotion. Her tear-filled eye reflects the immense sorrow of her own tragic past. A monstrous voice from her memory roars about a mere human rejecting its affection. She remembers a dark forest and her desperate cries for her father to help her. In her memory, she calls for her mother, feeling utterly alone in the world. A terrifying shadow monster, her past self, looms in the nightmarish memory. Her younger self screams in terror as monstrous creatures close in on her. A voice once commanded the Queen of Darkness to become the hero's sword. A dark, monstrous hand reaches out, a symbol of her cursed, inhuman nature. She remembers being a monster, hunted by demons, craving blood and flesh to live. In her despair, she believed that she would never be loved by anyone. Tears stream down her face as she recalls her profound loneliness and hopelessness. Kneeling over Tatsuya, she realizes his spell to break her curse has failed. And yet, despite the failure, something profound had still changed within her. Tatsuya's eyes flutter open as he weakly asks if that is really so. She kneels over his still form, whispering a quiet thank you for his sacrifice. Her hand clenches his dark cloak as she fiercely commands him not to die. She grabs his collar, her voice a desperate shout for him to make a contract. She knows his body is weak, his heart wounded by a lifetime of resentment. She cries out that, as she is now, she lacks the power to help him. But with a contract, her magic will become his, allowing him to escape. She pleads with him to take her with him when he leaves this place. Tatsuya mutters that his control over his power feels strange and is slipping away. She asks why he would do something that would bring him so close to death. He smiles wearily, saying he's had enough, for he has no connection to love. She refuses to accept his surrender and pulls him into a tight, desperate embrace. She tells him she accepts his silent refusal, interpreting it as his true answer. She kisses him, and in that moment, her magic and his memories flow between them. He remembers the day his family, depicted as shadows, suddenly turned cold. His grades had dropped, and though he studied desperately, their affection never returned. The coldness escalated to verbal and physical abuse until he was completely isolated. In the end, they killed him, and he did nothing to save himself. He recalls thinking his family would fall apart, but they returned to normal if he tried. He looks back on this tragic result, telling her he truly has no connection to love. Her hand reaches up, a silent gesture of comfort and profound understanding. She clutches her chest, explaining her curse was broken because he loved her. Tatsuya is flustered, protesting that it can't be true since they just met. She insists it's true, listing his familial love and his compassion for her. She smiles warmly, saying his self-destructive actions were born from that very love. He is left speechless and blushing, asking what that's even supposed to mean. She tells him it's all right if he doesn't understand it for now. She stands, hands on her hips, announcing that their contract is now complete. He feels her magic flow into him, making his psychic prison feel trivial. She wags a finger playfully, saying she will now seal the painful memories he just saw. He panics, shouting that he desperately wants to forget all of it. She gives him a knowing smile, assuring him the seal is only temporary. One day, she knows he will learn of many kinds of love and overcome his past. The maid's frantic voices call for their master, their Oni-san, to wake up. Tatsuya stands in a white void, his cloak billowing, his mind now clear. He remembers a priestess praying for her god to protect their revered leader. Tatsuya looks on with a determined expression, ready for the next step. He sees a memory of Ange, her face serene in prayer, then alight with joy. Her eyes are wide with a fierce, unwavering devotion and pure happiness. She looks at him with tears in her eyes, softly whispering his name, Tatsuya. The queen in her small form appears on his shoulder, asking how he is. As Ange reassures Mayu, the queen asks her darling if he is all right. On the ethereal bridge, he thanks his queen for always being there to help him. She tells him to rest easy, for this is now the endgame. Tatsuya, a confident grin on his face, declares they will advance at once. The maids are ecstatic, exclaiming that their Oni-san is back in the best. The queen smiles, calling out to her darling with pure affection. Tatsuya looks back, fully revived, saying she brought him back to life again. The Onmyoji leader, Saito, glares with cold, calculating eyes. The title page announces the triumphant return of the sage from another world. Saito sneers that Tatsuya is a more miserable wretch than he ever should be. A promotional panel declares the great sage has made his complete return. Tatsuya clutches his chest, confidently stating that the curse is now dead. Saito acknowledges that Tatsuya has somehow overcome the trauma he created. On the bridge, Tatsuya vows to crush the Gesugami's vile ambition. The maids look on, worried, asking if their Oni-san is truly okay. He calmly asks his queen to protect the two of them during the coming fight. She gives a smug cat-like grin, saying they'll probably both die anyway. Mayu yells at him from behind, pleading with him not to overdo it. He turns back with a cool smile, giving her a reassuring peace sign. Saito admits that cursing Tatsuya's tragic past was a key part of his plan. Tatsuya explains that if he'd been hit with that curse sooner, he'd have lost. He smiles sheepishly, saying he'd felt a strange chill when they first spoke. Saito realizes his mistake. He took too much time, letting his opponent recover. With a roar, he summons two colossal, shadowy beasts that flank the bridge. The maids gasp in terror, noting the monsters are on a much higher level. Saito vows to cut down anyone who dares to obstruct his grand ambition. A grim Reaper monster looms as Tatsuya admits it's probably better at fighting. He knows his opponent's fighting style is likely far superior to his own. He turns his back on the attack, letting his secret trump card handle it. Saito watches this seemingly foolish move with a look of pure, utter shock. Tatsuya smiles confidently, noting the small but potent magic at his feet. A dark stain spreads across the floor, a grim reminder of the battle. Tatsuya's expression hardens. He finds this underhanded fighting style repulsive. The Onmyoji leader simply states that this is Tatsuya's way of fighting. With a surge of rage, Tatsuya's hand clenches into a powerful fist. He roars that he will unleash his full power and pulverize his foe. The Onmyoji leader calmly asks if that is how it will be. From the shadows, Mayu and Haruka whisper that he is truly enraged. The Onmyoji vanishes into a dark portal, inviting Tatsuya to follow him. He gives a final chilling threat, vowing to bury Tatsuya here. Tatsuya charges forward, declaring that this is his counterattack. Mayu and Haruka scream out, warning him that he is walking into a trap. The queen calmly appears, stating she never intended to use her power here. Tatsuya finds himself in a twisted mansion, surrounded by grotesque yokai. The queen smiles, remarking on how truly amazing her darling's magic is. More monstrous creatures emerge from the woodwork, a true legion of horrors. Tatsuya's strategic mind quickly assesses the threats, counting every demon and trap. Surrounded by magical traps, he wonders where the enemies are hidden. The faces of the yokai are a gallery of nightmares, twisted and malevolent. Tatsuya confidently summons his pawn, entrusting the battle to the tiny warrior. The pawn gives a bright, determined smile, ready to face the challenge. She leaps into action, a blur of motion against a storm of magic. A massive monster opens its cavernous maw, letting out a deafening roar. The pawn's blade flashes, slicing cleanly through the enormous beast. The monster explodes, and Tatsuya stands firm amidst the chaotic aftermath. His face is a mask of calm focus as he surveys the battlefield. With grim determination, he prepares himself for the next wave of attack. The Onmyoji leader emerges, holding his cursed demon blade before him. He looms over Tatsuya, explaining his blade steals the 5 core emotions. His power is revealed. The blade is designed to steal an opponent's heart. The Onmyoji's eye glints as he warns Tatsuya not to let his guard down. He swings his sword, lamenting the instability that plagues this world. Tatsuya blocks the powerful demon blade with nothing but his bare hand. The Onmyoji screams in rage, unable to believe a mere beast stopped him. Tatsuya calmly acknowledges that the other world overflows with natural mana. He holds the blade, noting this aligns with the Gesugami's ultimate goals. The Onmyoji presses his attack, insisting he is saving them from themselves. Tatsuya holds his ground, locked in a fierce struggle against his foe. The Onmyoji's expression shifts as he says he has just remembered something. Tatsuya roars with raw emotion, screaming that Kanako is his first love. He lands a devastating punch, his fist glowing with pure white energy. The Onmyoji dissolves, his final words speaking of the Gesugami's great wish. Tatsuya grimly tells the true enemy to show himself next time. With a blinding flash, the illusionary world begins to shatter and collapse. Tatsuya stands alone in the aftermath, the ghost space finally defeated. Haruka looks out in shock, realizing the nightmarish space has vanished. The queen cheers from his shoulder, congratulating her darling on his victory. Tatsuya stands resolute as the dust from his powerful attack settles. Haruka is in disbelief, muttering about being forced to fight that thing. She is flustered and sweating, completely overwhelmed by the recent events. Mayu calls out to Tatsuya, her face a picture of relief and admiration. The small group stands together in the now quiet basement. The battle won. Haruka realizes they are in the parking garage of Ariona's company. Tatsuya's face scrunches in annoyance as his phone begins to buzz loudly. He answers the call to hear Chio's frantic voice shouting his name. Chio's beaming face appears on screen, celebrating that he has won. Mayu, hearing this, declares that she is going to her mother immediately. The phone buzzes once more, signaling the arrival of a new message. It's a text from Kanako, thanking him for winning and telling him to be safe. A soft, gentle smile spreads across Tatsuya's face as he reads the text. Mayu asks what's wrong, while Haruka suggests a sushi victory feast. Mayu teases Haruka for the cat cliché, but Haruka insists good sushi is good. Tatsuya laughs happily with the queen, suggesting it's finally time to go home. The city is quiet at night, the rooftops peaceful after the battle. A pair of feet lands softly as someone steps out from a warp portal. Kako's text tells Mayu to wait for her in the back alley. Mayu stands alone in the alley as a brilliant portal of light appears. Her face breaks into a radiant smile as she cries out for her mother. Kako and Mayu share a tight, tearful embrace, reunited at last. Kako cries with relief, saying she is just so glad that Mayu is safe. Mayu buries her face in her mother's shoulder, apologizing for worrying her. Kako looks up and sees Tatsuya watching them from the shadows. Tatsuya is caught off guard, standing awkwardly in the dim light. He becomes flustered, promising to explain everything when they get back. Kako watches him with a gentle, knowing, and completely calm expression. Tatsuya panics, wondering what he should do now that he's been spotted. He stammers and gestures wildly, trying to explain himself to Kako. Kako simply raises a finger to her lips, a quiet smile on her face. Tatsuya's eyes widen in surprise at her gentle, calming gesture. She tells him it's all right. He can take his time telling her everything. She explains that she heard a little of what happened from Ruki. A brief memory shows Ryuki being safely taken away by an ambulance. Kako says she wanted to hear the full story directly from Tatsuya. She gives him a heartfelt smile, thanking him for protecting everyone. Her eyes shine with a deep and sincere gratitude that leaves him stunned. Tatsuya is speechless, completely overwhelmed by her kindness and thanks. He thinks that now the threat is gone, he has no reason to stay. Kako looks shocked, asking him if he was actually planning on leaving. Tatsuya fidgets, thinking he can't impose now that his memory is back. Haruka and Mayu comment on the complicated situation with his lover act. From across the alley, Kako simply tells him that it's fine to stay. Tatsuya is completely shocked by her sudden, unconditional invitation. The Yuko clan arrives in a flurry, ready to celebrate his victory. Eigen offers a platter of sushi, much to Haruka's drooling delight. Rado offers a bottle of sake, which the queen eyes with excitement. The entire clan crowds into the alley, inviting them to the party. Kako smiles at the lively scene, remarking on how cheerful it has become. Tatsuya recalls his lonely arrival, shivering and naked in a similar alley. He remembers his master's words, to find his true self and true happiness. He wonders if, now that his memory has returned, he is his true self. Kako asks if they should join the party, and Tatsuya happily agrees. Tatsuya stands on the threshold, welcomed by the warm smiles of his new family. With a contented sigh, he quietly announces that he is finally home. The door closes, shutting out the world's chaos for a precious moment. In a grand, echoing chamber, whispers confirm the great sage has defeated the Gesugami. A rugged, bearded man grins, declaring that things are about to get interesting. His weathered face is split by a confident, almost feral smile. He announces that it is time to formally introduce his new partners. On a throne sits Kane the hero, with Ange the saintess beside him. Kane offers a weary greeting as the story's next great chapter begins. Haruka nervously tells her master that it is about time he made a decision. Tatsuya frets, feeling as though he stands at a fateful crossroads. His hands tremble as he contemplates the monumental choice before him. He stands before a butcher's case, pondering what to buy for hot pot. His mind races, trying to stretch the 3,000 yen Kako gave him. The butcher offers his help, asking what he has decided on. He recalls Kako simply asking for a warm meal on a cold evening. The bustling street is suddenly filled with a palpable sense of dread. His battle-honed instincts scream a warning as he scans the crowd. He steels his resolve. This winter's hot pot must be a success. But just as he thinks this, the peace is brutally shattered. A sudden violent attack unfolds right before his very eyes. A fist connects with a man's face with bone-shattering force. The victim's face is a bloody mess as his master, Yuman, is called out. In an instant, two men are left unconscious on the cold pavement. Haruka wonders if these are the last of the Gesugami's vengeful remnants. They have been relentlessly targeting him, seeking revenge for their fallen leader. He defeated their master's body, but the real entity watches from afar. All the while, the Sadazumon, his other foes, remain unnervingly silent. He knows the battle over Kako's powerful demon eye is far from over. The butcher, sweating, asks if he's still going to buy anything. Tatsuya feels a moment of peace, happy to worry about simple things. Haruka pops into view, ready to give her master some crucial advice. She looks at her phone, formulating a plan for him to show his gratitude. She tells him to decide, showing a worried text message from Kako. Tatsuya knows this is an important meal. Failure is not an option. He worries they will see him as a freeloader if he messes up. Haruka suggests buying cheaper meat in bulk to stay on budget. Her eyes suddenly widen as she remembers a vital piece of information. She grabs his wrist with a firm, insistent grip. Now is the time, she says, for him to show his gratitude. Tatsuya is stunned, wondering why he should show gratitude to her. No, she clarifies with a sharp gesture. The gratitude is for Kako. She reminds him that Kako is a goddess for taking him in. She asks if he will really serve a goddess cheap pork scraps. He is grateful, but his mind is still stuck on the budget. Haruka reminds him that he has plenty of money to spare. She shouts that he has 5 billion yen. Now is the time to use it. Feelings aren't just words, they must be shown through actions. Tatsuya's expression hardens as he realizes she is absolutely right. He turns to Haruka, asking if she knows the best way to eat meat. He slams his money down, demanding all their A5 hita beef for sukiyaki. Haruka is overcome with joy, realizing she can eat anything she wants. He even suggests teleporting to Hokkaido to get fresh crab for the meal. Their extravagant shopping is interrupted by two girls asking what's going on. The girl recognizes Mayu, introducing herself as a friend from high school. Mayu tells her friend not to worry her mother with reckless spending. Tatsuya explains this is just a small token of his deep gratitude. The friend asks if Tatsuya is the guy Mayu is always talking about. She blushes, admitting that he is just as handsome as she'd heard. Tatsuya makes a goofy face, while Haruka dryly calls him creepy. The friend whispers to Mayu about the wonderful date she could have. Mayu denies it, but her friend tells her to just go for it. The friend mentions a nightmare app, saying she won't ask what Mayu saw. Confused, Tatsuya asks about the app as the friend waves goodbye. Mayu blushes furiously, shouting that it's none of his business. Tatsuya and Haruka share a smirk, wondering if it's a lewd app. Mayu yells at him for smirking, demanding he mind his own business. She just wants to go home and eat, but the shopping isn't finished. Back at home, a magnificent meal is about to be served. The anticipation builds as the final, beautiful dish is prepared. A stunning rose made of the finest sukiyaki beef is presented. The three girls gasp in awe at the incredible sight of the meat. Tatsuya looks on proudly, stating that this is the meat he bought. Mayu is stunned into blissful silence by the delicious sukiyaki. Haruka weeps with joy, so glad she convinced him to buy it. Tatsuya feels a quiet happiness, thanking Kako for everything. Kako smiles, impressed that he created such a feast on a small budget. Her simple praise leaves Tatsuya completely flustered and speechless. Haruka smugly mutters that it wasn't quite that simple. The queen notes that Kako has a bit of a stubborn side to her. She explains she now works with Kako, so she is not a freeloader. Tatsuya is surprised to hear about this new arrangement. The queen asks why he's surprised she got a new outfit. She strikes several poses, asking if he thinks she's cute. Kako enthusiastically declares that she looks incredibly cute. Tatsuya is shocked by Kako's sudden and passionate outburst of support. The queen explains the local shopkeepers are fans and give her gifts. She turns to Tatsuya, her darling, and asks for his honest opinion. He blushes, admitting that he does think she is very cute. But then he adds that she reminds him a little of his old master. The queen smacks him with a paper fan, calling him an idiot. Tatsuya is stunned, while Kako admits she also threw her chopsticks. Haruka watches a news report on TV while enjoying the delicious meal. A reporter is discussing the popular and trending Nightmare app. The group wonders why a lewd app is being featured on television. The app promises to let you see any dream you could possibly want. You simply input the situation or person you want to dream about. The app then generates music to listen to as you fall asleep. Tatsuya is disappointed, realizing it's not a lewd app after all. Kako finds the app amazing, wondering how such a thing is possible. Tatsuya's eyes widen with dawning realization as he listens intently. Haruka excitedly brings up the topic of nightmare, much to Tatsuya's concern. Her friend scoffs, saying Haruka will just have some weird dream anyway. Mayu quietly asks what kind of dream she was having. Haruka imagines a lavish fantasy of being a powerful, desired oil baroness. In her dream, a handsome man asks if she has been waiting for him. Mayu is overcome with secondhand embarrassment, calling Haruka an idiot for her fantasy. Haruka asks if Mayu has ever had a dream about Tora-san. Mayu admits she'd want to know, but finds the obsession with dreams scary. She feels there must be something more to this strange phenomenon. The other girls note that this is what it's like to be obsessed. One reflects that this is how her own feelings for Tora-san began. Tatsuya's gaze sharpens, analyzing the conversation with growing suspicion. The pieces of a disturbing puzzle begin to click into place for him. That evening, Haruka walks in her room wearing cute animal-themed slippers. She bids goodnight to someone off-panel, saying she's heading to bed. In her room, she wonders what kind of dream she will have tonight. She feels a little bad about using her friend's crush for her fantasies. But with a giggle, she dismisses her guilt, deciding it's only a dream. A small, knowing smile plays on her lips as she looks at her phone. She decides she likes the forceful type, but with a shy face. The back alley where she met Tatsuya seems like a good setting. On her phone, a cartoon snail with headphones drifts off to sleep. She closes her eyes, wishing herself another fun dream for the night. Tatsuya sleeps peacefully in his own room, unaware of the approaching danger. A terrifying horned monster of shadow and bone materializes over his bed. The very fabric of reality seems to glitch and tear around the creature. The next morning, Tatsuya and the Queen watch a grim news report. A victim is shown, one of many falling into a mysterious comatose state. Tatsuya watches, his expression dark, confirming his worst fears were correct. The Queen smirks, asking if his foul mood is about the shady app. Tatsuya grits his teeth, realizing the nightmare app is the cause. The Queen purrs, saying she has a good idea who the mastermind is. A terrifying vision shows the nightmare creature looming over a burning city. Tatsuya's eyes narrow with hatred. This is an invasion from the other world. A title page reveals the popular new app is behind the phenomenon. A news clipping confirms the nationwide spread of the mysterious comas. The Queen smiles, certain she knows who is pulling the strings. Tatsuya recalls that this creature was one of the Demon Lord's 4 heavenly kings. The chapter page identifies the monster, Rafidasu, the Lord of Dreams. The Queen laughs, eager to finally cut loose and punish their new foe. Tatsuya recalls his master saying this was the one monster he couldn't beat. The Queen seems momentarily confused by Tatsuya's grim assessment. From another room, a voice cries out, asking if someone named Kate lost. Tatsuya finds Haruka the cat maid, annoyed by the tense atmosphere. He looks on as the Queen asks Haruka what's happening. Haruka, with a cat-like grin, says she's a Nekomata and heard everything. She asks if this creature from the other world is really that dangerous. Tatsuya believes it's neither of their usual enemies behind this invasion. He recalls trading blows with the hero Kane, a grim certainty in his eyes. Haruka deadpans, unimpressed by his reasoning. She then asks if Mayu's friends have also fallen victim to the app. Tatsuya's eye narrows, considering the strategic implications of her question. Haruka insists they can trace the enemy's tracks through the victims. She frantically declares that a strong person like him should have acted sooner. Haruka decides to call Mayu, even though she is currently in class. In her classroom, Mayu's eyes go wide with shock as her phone rings. The screen clearly shows the caller is Oni-san, her brother figure. The entire class stares as she freezes in mortified embarrassment. She panics, wondering why on earth he would be calling her now. A classmate calmly tells her to sync her consciousness with her Shikigami. On the school roof, a small cat-like Shikigami answers the phone. Tatsuya explains the situation, much to Haruka's smug amusement. Mayu, on the other end, asked what her mother would say about this. The Shikigami asks if her friends recommended the nightmare app to her. Mayu's friend calmly confirms that she has, of course, been using it. Tatsuya hears the confirmation and seems relieved, saying that's good. On the phone, he tells Mayu to be careful, and she agrees. She hangs up bewildered, wondering what he was so worried about. She glances over at her friend, who is staring out the window. The girl's face is half hidden in shadow, a sinister smile on her lips. That night, under a canopy of stars, Tatsuya cannot find peace. He sits in the corner of his room, unable to calm his racing thoughts. He whispers the name of his new enemy into the darkness. Nightmare. As sleep finally takes him, he is pulled into a dream of the past. He is young again, standing before his skeletal master in his workshop. The younger Tatsuya is confused by his master's cryptic lesson. The master explains that some monsters are invincible under certain conditions. But if those conditions are broken, the invincible foe becomes weak. Tatsuya listens intently, absorbing the vital piece of strategic advice. His master admits that even he could not defeat this particular monster. The younger Tatsuya asks his master to clarify what he means. The sage reveals he stepped down as a heavenly king after their battle. He points to a locked tome, which holds the secrets of nightmare. The creature's main attack is life absorption, and it has destroyed nations. Tatsuya realizes this means one can only be defeated while asleep. But the master explains such powerful magic requires a specific trigger. In one destroyed village, a lullaby was heard for 3 days straight. The young Tatsuya is stunned, asking if the trigger is a song. In another village, however, the trigger was the simple cry of a goat. The true key, the master reveals, is the common sounds of daily life. The lesson ends, leaving Tatsuya with a crucial piece of the puzzle. His eyes snap open with a jolt, the dream still fresh in his mind. He looks up at an unfamiliar ceiling, his brow furrowed in confusion. He feels a presence beside him and turns, asking for the queen. He is met by the massive, leering face of the muscular Aegon. Tatsuya lets out a blood-curdling scream of pure, unadulterated terror. He finds himself in a strange room, Aegon kneeling before him. The door bursts open and Shio barrels in, yelling about his scent. Tatsuya can only stare, calling out her name in utter bewilderment. A beautiful woman with flower hairpins blushes deeply, making a soft, pleased sound. A rugged, muscular man shouts in alarm that Oyakata-sama has arrived at a critical moment. A silhouetted figure tells the man, Ungen, to calm down, as he had no special reason for coming. Ungen insists with great urgency that the keystone is in terrible danger. A massive, fractured stone structure bleeds a torrent of raw, chaotic magical energy. The figure recognizes the magic signature, noting its similarity to his own teleportation spells. He realizes with a jolt that he has been forcibly moved by this power. A dark, swirling vortex of energy tears open the space before him as he senses something coming. A woman in a flowing black cape descends from the portal, her wide eyes locked on him. He stares in utter disbelief, shouting out the name he thought he'd never say again. Master? His master's face splits into a wide, joyous grin as she greets her beloved disciple. She explains with a sly smile that her magic was just running a little wild. Plummeting towards him, she playfully asks why her own disciple will not accept her. The young man lets out a panicked, desperate shout as she falls. He throws his hands forward, screaming to deploy all pawns and a maximum barrier. His miniature warriors appear, straining to reinforce the magical shield with all their might. He pushes his own power into an overload, bracing for the inevitable, devastating impact. He stands his ground, preparing to receive the full force of his master's arrival. Just before impact, his master gives him a charming wink, saying it's been a while. The collision is a cataclysmic explosion of light, shattering the ground in a brilliant flash. The sheer force of the shockwave sends the powerful Yuko warriors flying through the air. Their forms blur as they are thrown back by the overwhelming release of energy. The master muses that the more a hole opens, the more erotic it becomes. She continues her thought, saying it feels wonderfully fresh after so many years. The air is thick with dust and lingering power from the explosive reunion. She concludes that seeing it brings a new change of heart and fresh discoveries. Holding his face, she explains that's her mood. He confusedly asks what she means. She notes his healthy complexion, wondering if the food is good. He says it hasn't changed. Her elegant hand, adorned with dark rings, rests gently upon his shoulder. She assures him there's nothing wrong with his body, so he won't need a checkup. Shio looks up from the ground in awe, addressing the master as Oyakata-sama. Tatsuya turns to the others, beginning to formally introduce his unexpected guest. The Yuko clan performs a deep, prostrating bow, thanking the keystone for her manifestation. Tatsuya, bewildered by their reverence, asks Shio why she is bowing. The master smugly asks her disciple if it isn't obvious, boasting of her great presence. Shio trembles, calling her presence a divine majesty that she cannot look at directly. The sheer pressure of the master's aura makes Shio feel her consciousness begin to fade. The master graciously says she is pleased to meet the one who helped her disciple. Shio is completely flustered, stammering in a mixture of awe and overwhelming fear. The master thinks to herself that being prostrated to by such a cute girl is exciting. Tatsuya wearily tells everyone to get up, dismissing his master's lack of dignity. He turns to his master, his playful demeanor gone, replaced by a serious expression. His gaze darkens as he asks a pointed question about her original body. The master's confident expression flickers for a moment, hinting at a darker truth. Tatsuya's eye widens slightly, sensing the gravity of the situation he has walked into. The master's face contorts into a wide, almost manic grin, full of mischief. She cheerfully announces with a wink that she lost to Nightmare, shocking Tatsuya. She explains that she escaped with only her spirit, coming to rely on her disciple. Shio glances at Tatsuya, her expression worried as she wonders about this nightmare. Tatsuya asks with a grim smile if this is an invasion from the other world. Shio panics, crying out that if this god was defeated, the earth must be doomed. The master boasts she will handle the fox demon, a task Tatsuya reluctantly accepts. He asks if she has any leads, and she confirms that there is one. She reveals that the girl Mayu will be the one to contact him soon. Tatsuya's hand clenches into a tight, determined fist at his side. The master instructs him to discover Nightmare's purpose for coming to this world. She tells him to share his story after he returns, and then she will share hers. Tatsuya looks at his master, his expression resolute as he agrees to her terms. His magical phone rings. It's Mayu, asking if it's him and if he heard her. Mayu frantically explains that a friend hasn't woken up since using a strange app. Tatsuya demands the address, vowing to analyze the app once he gets a phone. He tells his master he is leaving, and she gives him a cheerful send-off. The master watches him depart, her gaze soft and filled with a knowing warmth. She muses that the shackles of love must be off her disciple now. As he flies away, she thinks that he is loved by many and has finally learned of love. She smiles, genuinely happy for him and the growth he has experienced. Tatsuya is a blur, speeding across the city skyline toward his urgent destination. He hovers in the air, a lone dark figure against the vast cloud-filled sky. His expression is grim and determined, his face shadowed with the weight of his mission. He descends from the sky, landing softly on the roof of an apartment building. With silent precision, he drops down from the roof onto a second-floor balcony. He peers toward the apartment window, but the curtains are drawn, obscuring the view. He lands quietly, wondering if Nightmare could still be lingering inside. He approaches the sliding glass door, testing the handle and finding it locked. With a soft rattle, the locked door mysteriously slides open on its own. A thick, viscous black ooze seeps from the crack in the door onto the balcony. His eyes widen as a sudden, overflowing wave of malevolent magical power washes over him. He acknowledges the strange magic but decides it is not his immediate priority. From the darkness inside, a man with wild, spiky blonde hair glares out intensely. A massive explosion erupts from the apartment, blowing the entire wall outwards into the street. Tatsuya is thrown through the air, caught in the violent force of the blast. He peeks out from behind a large chunk of rubble, his expression stunned. Staring into the smoke, he asks in disbelief why that person is here. The figure is revealed, Kane, the hero, his former comrade, armed and ready for battle. Kane's face is a mask of crazed, manic glee as he roars Saito's name. Tatsuya is utterly bewildered, wondering if this is truly his old party member. A chapter title page shows Agon shouting for everyone to clear a path for Kate-sama. A grand procession moves through the shrine, carrying a figure on a rocky palanquin. The figure is Tatsuya's master, looking regal as she is carried through the cheering crowd. The Yuko clan welcomes her with a grand reception, bowing in reverence. The master thanks them for the flashy welcome, feigning a sense of humility. Agon asks what is happening, as he believed the other world was at peace now. The master poses a cryptic question. What happens after a demon lord is defeated? In the present, Kane reveals the answer. A new demon lord is born. Tatsuya looks up at Kane, his face a mask of shock and utter dismay. Kane smirks, remarking that Saito is still protecting the world, just as he always has. Tatsuya retorts that it's not a big deal if the opponent isn't the demon lord. He looks up at Kane, his gaze sharp and filled with a challenging intensity. He slowly pushes himself up from the rubble, his body tense. He asks the hero Kane if he too has remained completely unchanged. The hero, Kane, contemplates his past, wondering if he is truly as unchanged as his old friend believes. Suddenly enraged, Kane swings his greatsword, roaring that he is no longer the hero Tatsuya once knew. A panicked Tatsuya, caught completely off guard by the sudden violence, screams for Kane to stop. Kane's inner thoughts reveal a deep-seated frustration, his eye narrowed with an anger that has been simmering for years. As he attacks, Kane bitterly recounts the suffering he endured ever since Tatsuya joined their party. Tatsuya senses a terrifying change in Kane's aura, a disturbing fusion of a hero's power and a demon lord's magic. His eyes widen as he realizes there is another, more sinister power at play, one he cannot yet identify. Clutching his simple baton, Tatsuya knows with chilling certainty that as a mere pawn, he cannot win this fight. With a furious battle cry, Kane unleashes the full force of his newfound power upon his former comrade. Their weapons meet in a blinding flash, the clash of steel and magic creating a cataclysmic explosion. Sparks fly as Tatsuya's small baton miraculously holds its ground against the massive, enchanted greatsword. The demonic energy pouring from Kane's sword is inexplicably repelled and negated by Tatsuya's weapon. The resulting shockwave blasts Tatsuya backward, as the deflected magic carves a path of destruction. The ethereal bishop appears at Kane's side, revealing his new, shocking allegiance with the Sadezumon. Kain charges forward, his sword trailing dark energy, ready to strike a finishing blow against Tatsuya. Tatsuya admits that he's a little surprised, but finds Kane's newfound competence to be deeply irritating. Kain sneers with contempt, mocking Tatsuya's ambition by saying he cannot simply become a demon lord. Tatsuya is utterly baffled by the strange accusation, wondering where this idea of him becoming a demon lord came from. Kain furiously accuses Tatsuya of hoarding power for that very purpose, pointing his sword in accusation. As Kane's sword strikes, Tatsuya vanishes in a puff of smoke, leaving the enraged hero striking empty air. Kain continues his relentless assault, screaming that Tatsuya is just like him, some kind of monster. Tatsuya's dark silhouette moves with impossible grace, effortlessly dodging another of Kane's powerful attacks. The force of Kane's deflected blow slams into a nearby building, tearing a massive gash in its side. Tatsuya leads a furious Kane on a chase through the narrow alleyways, the hero bellowing for him to stop. Tatsuya finally pauses, his hand raised as he considers his next move in this deadly confrontation. He weighs his options, debating whether to try and reason with Kane or simply neutralize him by force. Kain points a menacing finger, a silent threat that puts Tatsuya on high alert for the coming attack. From a high rooftop, Kane focuses his energy, preparing a high-output magic bullet to end the fight. Tatsuya screams that he's a fool, warning that a missed shot will engulf the entire area in flames. His attention is suddenly diverted as two mysterious figures appear at the far end of the alley. Tatsuya raises a hand, a silent command for the newcomers to stay back and not interfere. He clenches his fist, his expression hardening with grim resolve as he prepares to face Kane's attack. Kain smirks, believing he has Tatsuya trapped in an impossible situation with no hope of escape. Tatsuya calmly approaches the edge of the roof, acknowledging that he understands Kane's objective. He turns back to face the hero, his eyes narrowed as he demands to know his true intentions. A wave of doubt washes over him as he wonders if he can truly win, questioning his return to this world. Kain taunts him, telling him to stop making excuses and finally reveal his true power. He dons a black eye patch, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he prepares to attack. Kain draws his sword, offering to give Tatsuya a little something to get the real battle started. A high-pitched voice suddenly shrieks, "Darling!" echoing through the alley and stopping Kain in his tracks. Tatsuya looks up in shock, shouting, "Queen!" as a small horned figure floats down from a rooftop. The queen complains that she awoke to find him gone, having been drawn by the sounds of battle. She lands gracefully between the two warriors as a flustered Tatsuya can only stammer an apology. The queen looks from Tatsuya to a silent Kain, casually asking the hero what he is doing here. Tatsuya stands tensely, his hands still clenched in a tight fist, his silence speaking volumes. The queen's face lights up as she decides she wants to thank Kain for what happened with the saint. She playfully teases Tatsuya for not noticing her advances, while Kain only grows more annoyed. Kain decides he's had enough for one day, remarking on his newfound strength before turning to leave. He walks away without a second glance, his great sword resting casually on his shoulder. Tatsuya desperately calls out for Kain to wait, pleading with his former friend not to leave. Kain looks back with a chilling smile, vowing that he will be the one to kill Tatsuya someday. Tatsuya watches him go, his own resolve hardening as he silently promises not to let that happen. In the quiet aftermath, the queen sits on a railing, a small wisp of dark magic in her hand. She turns to Tatsuya, her expression now serious, and asks him to explain what just happened. Tatsuya, weary and frustrated, rubs the back of his neck, wondering where he should even begin. He and the queen float into the air, planning to continue their conversation at the Yuko shrine. A voice announces the arrival of Kate as a nearby apartment wall explodes in a shower of debris. They land in the ruined apartment, Tatsuya noting that the magical barrier he created has been shattered. He calmly summons his miniature bishop, ordering the small healer to repair the extensive damage. Tatsuya's face is a grim, unreadable mask as he surveys the destruction wrought upon the apartment. Inside a bedroom, a young woman with short dark hair lies sleeping peacefully, a serene smile on her face. The bishop explains that the girl is not having a nightmare, but is simply dreaming of what she has seen. The queen suddenly and unexpectedly falls into Tatsuya's lap, startling him with her forwardness. A close-up shows a modern smartphone lying on the bed, just beside the sleeping girl's hand. The queen notes that she feels no magic, concluding the girl has served her purpose for the entity called Nightmare. Tatsuya realizes that his enemy is limited, only able to pursue his target within her dreams. The queen speculates that the rules governing the dream world and the real world might be different. Tatsuya gently places the girl's smartphone beside her pillow as she continues to sleep soundly. He touches a single finger to her forehead, a soft, ethereal light glowing from the point of contact. He whispers a promise that he will resolve this soon, assuring her he won't let her weaken. Standing on the balcony, the bishop wonders aloud if she should return to her master's side. Tatsuya stops her, insisting that she stay, much to the queen's visible annoyance and discomfort. The queen admits with a blush that she and Kate do not get along very well at all. As they arrive at a grand shrine, Tatsuya feels an unnerving sensation of being watched. Inside, a girl with twin tails named Kate lounges amidst a feast, asking if he spoke with Kane. In another room, the queen lies on a bed, surrounded by a vast collection of snacks and magical items. Kate excitedly rushes towards the queen, eager to pat her on the head like a small pet. The queen recoils in annoyance, crossing her arms and vehemently refusing the unwanted affection. Kate pouts playfully, asking why the queen is being so cold and unfriendly towards her. Tatsuya sits with the Yuko clan leaders, trying to figure out where to begin his long explanation. Kate gives a cheerful peace sign, revealing that she already explained everything while he was gone. Sho, the Yuko matriarch, gushes with excitement over the thrilling stories she heard of his adventures. Kate explains that the hero now serves the new demon lord, a fact Tatsuya wishes she hadn't brought up. A quiet transition panel shows the intricate wooden ceiling of the traditional Japanese meeting room. Tatsuya explains that Kane's power is now augmented by the magic of the demon tribe. He realizes this demonic magic is linked to the Sadezumon, a secret organization in this world. The Yuko leaders are shocked to learn that the Sadezumon have acquired such a dangerous power. Kate clarifies that demonic magic is not learned, but is an innate power that manifests through bloodline. Tatsuya wonders if this means Kane was secretly a demon all along, but the queen is skeptical. The queen smirks, teasingly calling Tatsuya a sore loser for jumping to such a conclusion. Kate explains that demonic magic is unpredictable, and its nature can change wildly between individuals. She finishes her lecture with a cute pose, but Tatsuya remains lost in serious thought. The queen confronts Tatsuya, her patience worn thin, demanding to know whose side he is really on. Kate cheerfully interjects, explaining that Tatsuya simply has no personal interest in the hero's affairs. The queen suggests there is a woman at the shrine who might have the answers they seek. Tatsuya looks up with a flicker of recognition, asking if she is referring to the great mage Merlin. A brief transition panel shows the vertical lines of a traditional sliding paper door. Another transition panel focuses on the wooden frame of the shoji screen, adding to the quiet atmosphere. A blonde woman lies asleep as Kate explains her magic circuits were destroyed in a recent battle. Tatsuya looks on with concern, noting that while her circuits are slowly healing, she has yet to awaken. A close-up of a woman's determined eye, a faint scratch visible on her cheek. A young man in a dark cloak suggests she try calling out his name. She takes his hand and hesitantly speaks a single word, Merlin. As she speaks, a thin glowing thread of light emerges from her mouth. The ethereal thread is drawn from her forehead, a physical manifestation of her words. This glowing lifeline snakes through the darkness, pulling her back to consciousness. The thread of sound is shown pulling her sunken consciousness from the depths. Her eyes flutter open as she calls out Saito's name, her voice questioning. A muscular man with a thick mustache exclaims that she has finally awoken. A girl with starry eyes praises Kane's strength as Tatsuya blushes slightly. A disembodied voice reassures Merlin that everything is going to be all right now. The scene shifts to a tranquil view of a traditional Japanese garden. The peaceful scene continues, showing the trees and veranda of a Japanese estate. The queen explains that Kane, half human and half demon, was raised in a demon village. The hero of that time destroyed the village but rescued the young Kine. Saito asks why the hero raised Kine, but the reason remains a mystery. The queen states that Kane's motive is revenge, and his goal is to rule the other world. Saito wonders aloud if the entity known as Nightmare is Kane's ultimate trump card. Merlin corrects him, explaining that Nightmare is the current demon lord that Kane seeks to replace. Tatsuya is utterly flabbergasted, his jaw dropping in disbelief at this new revelation. Merlin explains that soon after Saito left, Nightmare appeared as the new demon lord. Tatsuya struggles to process the idea of a new demon lord after his departure. Merlin breaks down in theatrical tears, wailing about 2 demon lord candidates invading her land. The sharp, insistent sound of a phone call abruptly cuts through the dreamlike memory. A powerful magical energy is seen streaking across the sky above the Yuko shrine. The same otherworldly energy radiates outward, blanketing the entire city in its aura. A dark, solitary figure stands on a rooftop as the energy pulses through the city. The potent magical energy crackles visibly through the air between buildings. Tatsuya and his companions stand on a rooftop, sensing the powerful disturbance. Merlin, still in the dream, looks concerned and asks what is happening. Tatsuya, with the queen on his shoulder, correctly identifies the surge as demonic magic. His magical phone rings, the screen glowing with the name Ariona. Tatsuya's eyes widen in alarm as he quickly answers the urgent call. Ariona's voice comes through, thanking him for answering and saying it's a great help. She apologizes for the suddenness and asks if he can come to her location. A vision appears of a white-haired man in a military uniform, a harbinger of conflict. The title page shows the modern office building where the meeting will take place. Tatsuya's feet stride purposefully, showing him walking into the building. The chapter is titled Into the Dream, showing Tatsuya standing on a veranda. Two of Ariona's dwarven subordinates, Algemy and Mihail, greet Big Boss Saito. Ariona explains that Ryuki and her company are now under Tatsuya's protection. Ryuki now works for the company, feeding Tatsuya information to help rebuild the town. One of the dwarves politely offers to guide Tatsuya to the meeting. The elevator ascends, its digital display showing it has reached the 15th floor. Algemy asks his partner what kind of person their mysterious visitor is. Mihail admits he was hit by the visitor's magic and couldn't even see him properly. Tatsuya explains the visitor's intent is not to harm, but simply to connect with him. He asks if the visitor introduced himself, and Mihail confirms that he did. A man with wild white hair sits enthroned, introduced as Colonel Alfred Gabal. One of the dwarves points toward a set of imposing double doors down the hall. The dwarves tell Tatsuya he can go alone, pleading for him to help Ariona. Tatsuya looks on with a grim, determined expression, ready for the confrontation. His hands grip the door handles, pushing them open with considerable force. A close-up shows Alfred's face, his expression initially serious and intensely focused. Tatsuya stands in the doorway, facing the lone, imposing figure of Alfred. Alfred's lips part as he prepares to speak, his serious expression softening. His composure shatters into pure, squealing delight that Tatsuya has finally arrived. He apologizes for the rude summons, admitting he feared Tatsuya wouldn't come otherwise. Tatsuya sweats, completely bewildered by the colonel's bizarre and over-the-top behavior. Alfred invites him in with open arms, leaving Tatsuya wondering what is wrong with him. Ariona, looking weak on a nearby couch, weakly calls out to Saito-sama. Tatsuya rushes to her side, his face full of concern as he asks if she is all right. She confirms she is, but explains that Alfred's magic drained her of her strength. Alfred asks if she can sit up, but she retorts that it's his fault she can't. Tatsuya wonders if Alfred is a bad guy or just trying to appear careless. Alfred enthusiastically but very messily attempts to prepare a cup of tea for them. He apologizes for his clumsiness, but insists they need tea to talk properly. Tatsuya stares in disgust at the cup he's been offered, which is full of tea leaves. Annoyed and sweating, he finally demands to know why he was summoned here. Alfred's expression turns deadly serious as he asks Tatsuya to kill the new demon lord. Tatsuya is shocked by the request, demanding to know what Alfred means. Alfred calmly invites Tatsuya to sit down so they can discuss the matter. He asks if Saito is aware of his unit, the Demon Lord's 5th Strategic Division. Alfred explains that his group's primary objective is the stability of the demon race. He clarifies that they never fought Saito, as their duty is to support the Demon Lord. Their role is to intervene when the demon race suffers or the Demon Lord is unfit. He explains that a new Demon Lord rising right after a defeat is very troublesome. Alfred complains that having to deal with the new Demon Lord's policies is a pain. Tatsuya asks if Kane has declared himself the new Demon Lord after defeating Nightmare. Alfred reassures him that the former hero wouldn't become a Demon Lord so easily. He then points an accusatory finger, blaming Tatsuya for Nightmare's rise to power. Alfred gestures to a vision of a skeletal gate, explaining it's the Demon Lord's scepter. The scepter not only stores magic but also enhances and strengthens the entire army. Tatsuya screams in horrified realization, asking if Nightmare became Demon Lord by picking up the scepter. He panics, asking if it's his fault, while Alfred grins and happily confirms it is. Alfred pauses thoughtfully for a moment before continuing his explanation. He reveals Nightmare came to Earth because the two worlds are still connected. Ariona thanks Tatsuya for accepting the mission and says she'll hand something over. Alfred presents a small, egg-shaped artifact designed to allow entry into the dream world. He explains that Nightmare is invincible in dreams, and this is the only way in. Ariona expresses her worry about him going to a place where the enemy is invincible. Tatsuya accepts the mission, acknowledging that he is partly responsible for this mess. Alfred cheerfully tells him to get in touch, as he's staying at a local hotel. He wonders if he was supposed to say a cool catchphrase, then sheepishly apologizes. Tatsuya glares, warning Alfred that if he is betrayed, he will be killed. Ariona tells Tatsuya to be careful and offers her assistance if he needs it. Mihail discusses how Cain intends to use the scepter to become the new demon lord. Tatsuya stands alone, musing on the absurdity of this conflict happening on Earth. On a distant rooftop, the dark silhouette of Alfred stands watching him. Alfred wears a calm, knowing, and deeply unsettling smile. Amidst news of a nationwide sleeping sickness, Tatsuya steels his resolve to intervene. The once perfect divine barrier protecting the Yuko shrine now shows ominous cracks. He sprints up the mountain path, racing towards the clan's main training hall. Announcing his return, he is greeted at the door by a small fox spirit. He urgently asks his master if she has explained the grave situation to everyone. Inside, a chaotic training session rages as a maiden cheerfully welcomes him back. He breaks into a cold sweat, recognizing this as his old, torturous training grounds. The queen slyly declares that practice must continue. They absolutely cannot stop now. Haruka leaps toward her master, who dryly comments on their supposed cuteness. After a clumsy fall, she whimpers about a sore behind, much to his disbelief. Mayu arrives, sighing that she had to come, because the victim is her friend. Another exhausted Yuko girl and her guardians offer a weary welcome home. He realizes that while he faces a nightmare, his allies are already exhausted. The queen questions his recklessness, asking why he would act without a plan. He explains grimly that the damage is spreading, forcing him to act immediately. She questions if he must bear the burden, especially if it means he might lose. He resolves to protect Mayu's friend and eliminate this close, personal threat. He quietly admits that he simply does not want Mayu to be sad. His heartfelt confession makes Mayu blush deeply while the cat maid smirks knowingly. The queen, flustered by his sincerity, tells him not to tease her. As a master, he awkwardly hands Mayu a small, powerful object to guide her. The ornate ring glows, filled with the queen's overflowing and helpful magic. The victim's friend rushes in, desperately pleading for him to take her along. She tearfully declares her resolve, insisting that she must help save her friend. The queen proposes a solution. She will guide the girl into the victim's dream. His foolish disciple now sleeps, clutching the powerful artifact he gave her. He awkwardly carries the sleeping girl, ready to connect her to the dream. The queen directs the ritual, wondering aloud why her other self isn't present. She gives a final dire warning: do not let the dream capture your heart. Tatsuya asks his master what nightmare was powerful enough to defeat her. She quietly admits it was a dream where she was playing with a younger him. The maid squeals over the Shoto revelation as the queen announces their departure. With a rush of energy, they plunge deep into the world of the dream. The great sage Tatsuya begins a ritual, channeling power through a relic to save a friend. Beside him, Mayu watches with apprehension as the complex magical energies swirl around them. The spell's immense power proves too much, and Tatsuya suddenly collapses to the floor. The maid Haruka is shocked to find herself being unwillingly pulled into the spell's vortex. From afar, Tatsuya's allies, including the mighty Aegon, clasp their hands in hopeful prayer. In the real world, Tatsuya lies unconscious as Mayu frantically tries to wake him. The demonic queen, observing from her own realm, pouts with a look of mild disappointment. A memory of a past mentor surfaces, her voice a gentle warning to her foolish disciple. Tatsuya awakens, his expression confused as he takes in his strange new surroundings. He sits alone in an empty cafe, realizing he has entered the dream world. The scene looks just like reality, but he senses a subtle, unnerving wrongness about it. He spots a banner for a 2021 Christmas fair, a clear anomaly in the dreamscape. The dreamer, Maya, appears as a waitress with a bright smile, ready to serve him. Tatsuya is momentarily stunned, wondering if her chest was always quite that prominent. He shakes his head, blushing as he forces himself to focus on finding the nightmare. Tapping the table, he gathers his resolve, preparing to unleash his power on this world. He begins to weave a spell, his arms multiplying into a complex thousand-handed mudra. In a flash, his reality shatters. He is now naked, bound, and utterly bewildered. He looks up in horror, realizing his body moved on its own into this trap. His mind races as he frantically wonders where his clothes have suddenly disappeared to. His eyes widen in panic, recalling that he was just in a coffee shop seconds ago. He strains against the thick ropes binding his wrists, questioning where they came from. A girl in a leather BDSM outfit appears, announcing she has new underwear for today. She adds that she also brought a whip, her eyes shining with heart-shaped pupils. Lying on the floor, Tatsuya grimly accepts that this is all part of the bizarre dream. Another woman explains that in this world, everyone acts according to the dreamer's desires. The very world will warp itself to ensure the dreamer has a pleasant, perfect fantasy. She grins, telling him to cry out nicely, as it is a condition of this nightmare. Tatsuya is spread-eagled and gagged, a helpless captive in this strange world of dreams. The dream's master straddles him, declaring this to be her own personal, invincible world. Pushed beyond his limits, Tatsuya's face contorts into a wide, desperate, manic grin. He lets out a defiant roar, vowing to defeat the nightmare controlling this absurd reality. He screams nonsense about flying, his mind trying to shatter the dream's logic from within. A strange, flickering light pulses in the darkness, a sign of a fracturing reality. From the void emerges a ghostly figure with a single, glowing, malevolent eye. My name is Tatsuya Saito. I am the great sage returned from another world. I defeated the demon lord, but couldn't find happiness, so I returned to Earth. But even after returning, I found myself facing a new, terrifying invasion. The chapter begins, a nightmare, where I am masked, gagged, and utterly powerless. This is a dream world, a nightmare where my body is not my own. The dream's master, a friend of Mio's, smirks, promising to indulge every desire. I scream in silent horror, my mind racing for a counterplan I cannot execute. My will is broken as I am forced to perform a humiliating, naked pole dance. The degradation continues as I am made to ride in a ridiculously small cart. Finally, I am reduced to a baby, crying pathetically in a diaper on a bed. The cruel dream master pets my head, musing on Mayu's supposed strange tastes. Outside, a horrified Mayu shields her eyes, asking what on earth her brother's doing. Haruka the maid, with a cat-like smile, calmly explains that he is enjoying a dream. She tells a flustered Mayu that it is still too early for their master to know. We are separated by a barrier, my shadowed face on one side, Mayu on the other. Haruka tries to appear calm, but her mind races with fear of what will happen next. Mayu worries this ordeal will turn me into an old man with a strong fetish. She desperately begs Haruka to help me before my mind is warped forever. Haruka feels she's being controlled by the serious talk, dragged into the play. Suddenly, my head pops up from behind Mayu, calling for a shikigami to appear. I stand before them in pajamas, triumphantly announcing my return from the other world. My master taught me that in dreams, anything I can imagine can become real. I ask what's wrong as Haruka notes Mayu's preference for a strong master. Blushing furiously, Mayu demands to take my place to see what they will do to her. But back in the dream, I am helpless again, my eyes clamped open in terror. The dream master, Haruka, sits on my chest asking how I can move freely. She leans in close, confirming her name is Haruka, the same as my maid. On the walkway, Mayu and the maid wonder aloud how to switch places with me. The moment the thought is formed, a brilliant flash of light consumes them both. They awaken on a bed, their clothes gone, replaced by matching sets of lingerie. I sit up between them, shirtless, as the maid shrieks at my state of undress. Mayu's face contorts in flustered horror as she shrieks, demanding her brother put it away. Within the dream, Haruka finds her body frozen, her gaze irresistibly drawn to her master. Tatsuya explains the dream's rules. Things outside his vision are static props, but characters he sees can move freely. Haruka, with a sly, cat-like grin, calmly wonders what sort of situation they have found themselves in now. The formless void suddenly coalesces, and Tatsuya realizes he is now in a familiar living room. A mysterious woman with dark hair peeks from behind a door, her eyes glinting with amusement. Tatsuya feels a surge of panic, realizing his subconscious desires are making his body move against his will. His eyes widen in sheer shock as his own hand begins to reach for Mayu. His hand makes contact with Mayu, who is lying vulnerable on the sofa next to him. His body moves on its own, pinning the girl down as his mind screams in silent protest. Mayu looks up at him, her face a mask of blushing confusion as she clutches her bra. In desperation, Tatsuya's eyes lock onto an HDMI cable, seeing a potential absurd escape. He grits his teeth, knowing he absolutely must do something to stop this before it goes too far. With a supreme act of will, he flees to the balcony, making a strategic retreat under the stars. Haruka, watching from inside, identifies his desperate escape as a castling maneuver. Tatsuya loses control again, his hands moving to his pajama bottoms against his conscious will. Mortified, he trips over the balcony railing, crying out as he tumbles to the level below. Landing in a heap, he crawls for his clothes, grateful to briefly move freely once more. He catches his breath, thinking he has, for the moment, been saved from his own mind. On the couch, Mayu is a portrait of indignation, her face flushed with anger and embarrassment. Tatsuya feigns a calm demeanor, questioning if a man's shame is simply being preyed upon. Mayu's anger melts away and she leans against him with a soft sigh of affection. He frantically pushes her off, insisting he won't act without reason and that his legs are useless. Haruka holds up his pants, wryly remarking that only a belly warmer is left to cover him. Now in lingerie, Haruka sighs with resignation and turns to address the other young women. She gently asks if they truly believe they deserve punishment for the chaotic turn of events. Tatsuya slumps behind the balcony railing, hiding his face in shame and utter defeat. Mayu and Haruka look toward the balcony, their voices filled with concern for their master. He internally chastises himself for his failed attempt at coolness, feeling his dignity plummet. The mysterious woman appears from the shadows, stating that this is not the dream she desires. Her face twists into a demonic snarl as she roars at him not to dare touch the girl. A new figure stumbles into the doorway, a woman in black, panting and exhausted. Haruka recognizes the newcomer as Saya, a name that leaves Mayu completely bewildered. The mysterious woman, the nightmare, moves with a sudden, predatory swiftness. She steps over the body of Saya, who has collapsed unconscious onto the floor. The nightmare now stands over the fallen woman, her dark presence dominating the room. She announces that the dreamer's level of desire is fading and shifts him to sleep mode. The nightmare identifies a foreign presence in the dream and declares her intent to eliminate it. Mayu and Haruka's eyes widen with terror as they realize they are her next targets. Peeking over the railing, Tatsuya gasps as he recognizes the powerful entity as a nightmare. Haruka echoes his horror as the nightmare floats menacingly above the unconscious Saya. Mayu, realizing she can move again, urgently tells Haruka that they have to run now. Tatsuya leaps into action, telling the girls to escape while he holds off the enemy. The nightmare's cold reptilian eye glares, its focus locked entirely on its chosen prey. Tatsuya shouts defiantly, declaring she won't have her way while his dark eyes are on her. The nightmare deems the situation uncontrollable and resolves to eliminate them with force. She unleashes a massive sphere of destructive energy aimed directly at Tatsuya's group. Tatsuya stands his ground, vowing that he is not so weak as to die protecting two women. The blast rips his shirt to shreds, but he endures the overwhelming force of the attack. Mayu and Haruka scream in terror, clinging to a window frame as the explosion erupts. The woman named Saya leaps from the inferno, carrying Haruka's unconscious form to safety. Mayu and Haruka's clone are sent tumbling through the air, caught in the blast vortex. Tatsuya suddenly appears, catching them both and asking if they are all right amidst the chaos. The nightmare stands in the wreckage, coldly announcing one foreign object has been eliminated. She calmly notes that the lucid dream state is now coming to an end. Tatsuya, holding the girls, reflects that he is finally starting to grasp this dream world's rules. He understands that a being has appeared with the sole purpose of obstructing the dreamer. The nightmare confirms her identity, stating that a nightmare has indeed appeared. Tatsuya faces her, acknowledging that they have at last met within the dreamscape. He confidently proclaims that all that remains is to defeat her, which should be an easy task. The nightmare stares back in silence, her expression unreadable as she accepts his challenge. Mayu screams, a painful memory surfacing of a nightmare that once destroyed her entire village. Tatsuya listens grimly as she recalls the haunting lullaby of death that echoed for 3 days. The memory of the chilling music is a shared trauma, a dark melody of destruction. The pain of the past resurfaces, a sharp and terrible echo in the surreal dream. Tatsuya takes command, flanked by his companions, who have now transformed into succubi. He pinches both of their ears simultaneously, causing them to yelp in unison from the sharp pain. The nightmare watches this bizarre display of discipline with a flat, unimpressed expression. Tatsuya stands over the kneeling girls, declaring that his hands have been cleansed of his earlier urges. He challenges the nightmare, asking if she can still call him invincible after this display. The nightmare's reptilian eyes narrow, her focus intensifying on her strange opponent. The dream world twists into a hellscape, the very buildings becoming ravenous, skeletal monsters. Haruka screams in terror, exclaiming that the entire town has turned into a monstrous entity. The nightmare stands amidst the chaos, identifying herself as the bad dream made manifest. Tatsuya smirks, realizing this is more than a simple attack. It is a direct challenge. A horde of skeletal and demonic creatures erupts from the ground, swarming towards them. Haruka's clone cries out that the buildings are chasing them and asks her master for orders. Haruka yells at Tatsuya, telling him his silence is making her incredibly anxious. Tatsuya calmly explains that if dreams are shaped by imagination, he will fight back in kind. "Let's create," he declares, preparing to reshape the nightmare with his own will. He reflects on the 19 years he spent in another world, honing his power as a sage. He admits that there were times when he struggled to control his immense abilities. Haruka thinks that 19 years is nothing to a demon, but for him it was a lifetime. His imagination is his ultimate weapon, a powerful, creative force reflected in his eye. He summons an army of beautiful celestial women, absolutely certain that he cannot lose. Mayu and Haruka can't hear him, but feel a powerful and profoundly sad energy emanating from him. Haruka watches, awestruck by the sorrowful power that fills the terrifying dreamscape. A celestial woman gently embraces a skeletal monster, beginning to purify the nightmare. The monster dissolves into harmless particles of light, its evil exorcised by her touch. Tatsuya states that a man doesn't get lucky just because he's plagued by a nightmare. An inset panel reveals the reality. He is indeed sleeping in the same bed as a woman. He tells the dream's manager to deliver a message to its true master. He admits he let his guard down, which allowed the demon lord to enter this world. The nightmare is calmed by one of his celestial summons, her rage gently subsiding. Tatsuya's face hardens as he vows he will never forgive them for harming his master. He declares that he will come to defeat the true enemy and warns them to be prepared. Back in reality, Mayu and Haruka are bewildered by the fantastical and terrifying dream. The dream world shatters like glass, the entire illusion breaking apart around them. Tatsuya stands with the girls amidst the fragments as the dream finally comes to an end. Mayu worries that driving off the nightmare has left them without any clues to follow. Tatsuya is struck by her sharp insight, a flash of realization dawning in his eye. A swirling vortex of dark energy appears as Tatsuya invokes his storage magic. Inside the dream, a ring on his finger glows amidst shattering debris. Tatsuya stares, shocked to see a sorrowful Ange floating in the fractured void. His eyes widen in confusion as he tries to process the impossible vision. Ange's face is a blank, emotionless mask, her mouth horribly sewn shut. A close-up reveals the crude stitches sealing her lips in a silent scream. Her slit-ted inhuman eyes are wide with terror as her face contorts in agony. Tatsuya can only stammer, utterly bewildered by the horrific sight before him. Ange's form dissolves into a silhouette, consumed by the collapsing dream world. The dream shatters completely, leaving only a chaotic field of visual static. He finds himself between two women in lingerie, questioning the nightmare's meaning. A voice echoes through the static, a sorrowful plea to see someone. He demands to know what the voice means and who it is for. A cat-eared Haruka looks on with a comically panicked and confused expression. The cat familiar announces that the dream of battle is finally coming to an end. Tatsuya wakes with a start, finding himself lying on the floor. He sees his friends sleeping soundly around him, watched over by Anzu the cat. Haruka, her ears twitching, mutters nonsensically about her ears being able to hear. Mayu wakes suddenly, her face a mask of alarm as she calls for Saya. She rushes to her friend's bedside, calling her name again in a panic. Saya groggily awakens, asking what's happening and why everyone is there. Mayu throws her arms around Saya in a fierce, relieved embrace. Saya is flustered by the sudden hug as Mayu sobs with overwhelming relief. Saya complains about being stripped, as Tatsuya observes with a small smile. Anzu the cat suggests they all go get something delicious to eat now. Tatsuya agrees, but insists he must first report to his master. Suddenly, a magical barrier ripples into existence across the room's ceiling. He realizes with a jolt that the powerful barrier wasn't there before. He sternly warns the others that they must not leave this room. Looking out the window, he realizes his master is fighting outside. The queen, battered and bleeding, struggles to her feet amidst the wreckage. Across from her stands Kane the hero, his expression grim and determined. Tatsuya peers from the doorway, his face a mask of utter disbelief. His eye widens as he struggles to comprehend the impossible scene before him. The queen clutches her wounded arm, her elegant dress torn and bloodied. She stumbles forward, collapsing weakly near a pile of shattered rubble. A girl with pigtails watches the confrontation with a worried expression. Tatsuya's silhouette stands against the chaos, questioning what is happening. He steps forward, his voice barely a whisper as he speaks Kane's name. Kane turns to him with a casual smile, offering a simple morning greeting. The queen weakly apologizes to her darling, admitting that she was defeated. Tatsuya questions how she could lose, demanding to know what Kane did. Kane smirks, claiming he did nothing special and simply became stronger. The pigtail girl explains that the queen was defeated by Oyakata-sama, Kane. Kane listens with a smug look, a toothpick dangling from his lips. The girl explains that while Kane couldn't enter, the queen entered the dream. A dark, shadowy panel shows the queen being pulled into the dreamscape. The queen is shown kneeling in the room, watching over the sleepers. The pigtail girl questions if it's okay, noting the queen is nearly out of magic. Tatsuya reveals she played with his younger self for 150 days in the dream. The queen flushes, her ears perking up as she admits her intense jealousy. The pigtail girl notes that Tatsuya's barrier was just easily broken. She warns him that there are truly strong people in this world. The queen, annoyed, decides she'll go take a look for herself. She floats out onto the veranda, preparing to face Kane once more. The ground below is cracked and shattered from the force of their earlier fight. Kane stands in the courtyard, taunting her for coming back so soon. He grins, asking if she's scared, saying there's nothing to fear here. The queen is enraged by his arrogance, calling him an idiot. She leaps into the air, vowing to finish him and help her darling. Ken looks up, his expression hardening as he prepares for her attack. He swings his massive sword, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. The queen's eyes widen in shock as she realizes his true target. Kane's profile is grim and focused as he executes the devastating attack. She screams that his true target is not her, but her darling Tatsuya. She throws herself in front of the energy blast, shouting Tatsuya's name. The attack hits her with catastrophic force, exploding in a shower of blood. She can't understand how his power has grown so much in just one day. She plummets from the sky, her barrier shattered, her darling in danger. Her face is a mask of determination as she vows that she will protect him. Kane stands ready, clenching his gauntleted fist as his power surges. Tatsuya clutches the queen's chest piece, thanking her for her sacrifice. Kane stands over the unconscious queen, remarking that teasing her was fun. He turns, his face contorting in a savage grin as Tatsuya approaches. Tatsuya leaps from the veranda, landing gracefully in the ruined courtyard. Kane's heavy boot stomps down, cracking the earth beneath him. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he faces his old friend. Tatsuya reflects on their past, admitting that they are, in fact, friends. A memory shows their party silhouetted before the Emperor's grand throne. Another memory shows them traveling, fighting demons, and having fun. A final memory shows a falling figure, a reminder of their past rivalry. Ken remembers how he genuinely wished for his friend's happiness after he left. He powers up, the ground exploding around him in a show of force. Tatsuya looks on, his expression hardening into one of grim resolve. Kane's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated battle lust. Tatsuya ducks under a wild punch from Kane as the battle begins. Kane's eye is narrowed in concentration as he presses his furious attack. Tatsuya leaps into the air to avoid another powerful punch from Kane. Tatsuya's eye is wide with focus as he dodges the blow in midair. He twists his body to evade a devastating kick from the charging hero. Tatsuya lands gracefully, his hand braced on the ground, ready to counter. Kane uses his massive sword to stop his momentum, digging it into the earth. He sneers, questioning if Tatsuya really considers the two of them friends. Tatsuya, his face cold, tells his former comrade not to make him laugh. Kane's face contorts in shock and pain as Tatsuya's first blow lands. He grabs his jaw, stunned by the incredible speed and power of the strike. Tatsuya drives a powerful punch into Kane's stomach, shattering his armor. Kane's face is a mask of agony as the devastating blow connects with him. His body is sent flying backward by the sheer force of the impact. He crashes into the rubble, utterly defeated by his former friend. The very earth cracks and groans as a man remarks on its mercilessness. Tatsuya tumbles through the air, his world turned completely upside down. He realizes with grim certainty that the situation has completely changed. A memory surfaces, a human child, Kane, kidnapped and deceived by demons. They raised him as a weapon, forging him into a hero. Tatsuya remembers asking Kane how he could bear such a cruel fate. Kane had replied that his strong heart would never yield to destiny. Tatsuya had been deeply moved by those powerful, resolute words. Kane's life was a tragedy, family murdered, raised to kill his kin. He recalls a fleeting moment of peace with his companions around a campfire. He sees the face of the young hero, full of grim determination. Now Kane declares he will kill Tatsuya and become the new demon lord. Tatsuya stares in utter shock, his mind reeling from the betrayal. Kane reveals two glowing eyeballs, calling Tatsuya an obstacle to his plans. The disembodied eyes float ominously, radiating a strange holy power. He panics, fearing they belong to Kaneko, his childhood friend. But he realizes her guardian dragon would have surely warned him of danger. He recognizes the holy aura. They are the eyes of the Saint Ange. Kane muses about the demon eyes of this world, a power he seeks. He deems them inferior before crushing them, absorbing their essence. Blood streaming from his own eyes, he declares his newfound strength. He unleashes an apocalyptic blast of pure, destructive, holy energy. Tatsuya is thrown backward, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the attack. He grits his teeth, his expression hardening with grim resolve. Kane's eyes are alight with a terrifying manic intensity. The ground explodes as another powerful attack is launched. The two former friends clash in a maelstrom of steel and magic. Their battle rages, shattering the rocky terrain around them. A colossal explosion rips through the landscape, a testament to their power. Tatsuya dives away, narrowly avoiding a destructive wave of raw energy. A worried companion screams out a warning to her master, Tatsuya. He lands, his arm seared and bleeding from the holy power. An enemy explains Kane's new ability to nullify magic attacks. Kain revels in his absurd new power, feigning a careless mistake. Tatsuya glares down at his injured arm, the pain a grim reminder. Kain takes a confident step forward, ready to press his advantage. He scoffs at the very notion of their former friendship. He says their differences make this death match far too enjoyable. Tatsuya prepares himself, his expression hardening for the coming fight. Kain grins, declaring the beginning of a battle that will change the world. The scene shifts, a memory of a different world and a different time. A memory of the other world's final battle, a gate being opened. A young girl asks Kain why he is betraying them all. One of his companions cries out, her face a mask of disbelief. Kain seizes Ange, who desperately tells him to let her go. She struggles in his grip, crying out as he overpowers her. Dark, shadowy tendrils of magic begin to ensnare the captured saint. Kain coldly informs another companion that this is simply the toll. The gate between worlds begins to open, a swirling vortex of darkness. It is a portal back to Tatsuya's world, to modern Japan. Kain stands ready, his singular purpose to cross over and kill Saito. The brutal memory ends, returning to the present battlefield. Saint Ange watches him, her expression a mixture of pity and sorrow. She asks him what he truly desires at the end of his obsession. Kain repeats her question, a manic grin spreading across his face. He attacks with blinding speed, shattering the air itself. Kain charges forward, a blur of motion amidst the flying debris. The attack connects, ripping through Tatsuya's plaid jacket. Tatsuya desperately leaps away from another devastating, ground-shattering blow. Kain mocks him for only managing to avoid a fatal injury. Tatsuya retorts that he is far from being unscathed by the attack. His allies watch in horror as his barrier shatters under the assault. Kain acknowledges their observation, a weary confidence on his face. He grins, admitting that he is quickly adapting to his new power. His eyes, now holding Ange's stolen power, begin to glow brightly. He unleashes a devastating beam of holy energy directly from his eyes. The powerful beam obliterates another of Tatsuya's magical defenses. Kain tells Tatsuya to shut up, knowing he is not so easily defeated. He tells him to be quiet while he prepares to corrupt another. The residual magical energy from the blast begins to swirl and coalesce. Kain watches in surprise as the ambient magic gathers around Tatsuya. His eye reflects the scene, a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze. The dispelled barrier's energy flows back, reabsorbed by its master. Kain's face splits into a wild grin, excited for the real fight. A whirlwind of dust and power kicks up around Tatsuya. Tatsuya plants his foot, taking a firm and decisive stance. He speaks a single word, and the world reshapes itself around him. Kain stares, bewildered by this sudden and impossible transformation. The chaotic battlefield has become a massive, perfectly gridded chessboard. Kain attempts to nullify the spell, but his power has no effect. He stares at his sword, wondering why the magic won't break. Tatsuya commands his attention, reminding him who his true opponent is. He holds up a chess piece, declaring the start of a deadly game. A miniature bishop appears, striking Kain from behind with holy light. The surprise attack connects, sending a shockwave through Kain's body. He shouts in disbelief, shocked by the summon's instantaneous appearance. Before he can recover, a tiny warrior maiden slams into his side. The miniature warrior follows up with a swift and powerful sword strike. Tatsuya calmly calls out his next move, a powerful rook. The heavy hitting piece strikes Kain, forcing him staggering backward. The attacks are relentless, a perfectly coordinated storm of summons. He realizes with dawning horror that the pieces are unstoppable. The source of their power is the magical chessboard beneath his feet. A miniature knight appears, its attack sending Kain to his knees. Kain realizes the summons are likely limited, a desperate gambit. Another pawn appears, ready to strike, pressing the relentless assault. He resolves to endure the physical blows, believing he can outlast them. He begins to gather his own magical energy for a counterattack. But another knight strikes from behind, disrupting his concentration. He vows to destroy the next summon completely, peace and all. Kane is sent flying backwards through the air, his body a blur. He is shocked as the ground beneath him cracks from a powerful kick. Tatsuya's fist connects with Kane's jaw, his expression cold and determined. The staggering blow sends Kane reeling, the force of it visible in the air. Kane coughs up a spray of black blood, barely gasping Tatsuya's name. His face is a mask of agony as he demands to know if Tatsuya is coming. Tatsuya clenches his fist, declaring this strike is for the knight he replaced. He stands over his fallen comrade as Kane's body crashes heavily to the ground. A concerned young woman watches, whispering that she has made her decision. Tatsuya is lost in a painful memory, gasping from a phantom shock. He laments that they could have been comrades who ate from the same pot. Lying defeated, Kane scoffs at the very idea of them being comrades. Tatsuya looks down at him, his expression somber as he speaks his name. Kane questions why he would become a demon lord after once defeating one. Tatsuya turns away, asking what Kane truly hopes to achieve through his revenge. A terrifying memory surfaces, and Kane's face contorts in absolute horror. A voice from the past asks what he wishes for at the end of his obsession. A younger Kane's hand reaches out, his only desire being to become strong. He remembers his people, who lived a simple, quiet life in the mountains. Theirs was a humble existence, even if they were not wealthy. He recalls a brief moment of happiness, a human and beastly hand clasped together. He came to believe immense power was needed to resist an unreasonable fate. Tatsuya reflects that if he had been stronger, he could have protected them. Kane insists Tatsuya can't understand, but Tatsuya quietly says that he does. For a moment, Kane's eye reveals a flicker of their shared, painful history. Tatsuya's own eye reflects that same pain, remembering his own past. He recalls his life being destroyed, his family plunged into misfortune by others. He remembers the hellish and painful training he was forced to endure. Tatsuya looks at Kane's defeated form, pleading for him to stop this madness. Kane, lying on the ground, asks if he and Tatsuya are the same. Tatsuya glances at his allies, their faces a mixture of confusion and concern. He clenches his fist, the unspoken possibility hanging heavy in the air. Kane screams in desperation, demanding to know what made them different. A single tear traces a path down Kane's bloodied face as Tatsuya watches. Tatsuya whispers his name, wishing there was something he could do now. His expression hardens with grim resolve, knowing what must be done. He offers a cold and final apology to his former friend. Kane resigns himself to his fate, unable to find happiness for his people. He curses his powerlessness, wondering if this is truly the end for him. A mysterious masked man in a suit appears, glowing ominously behind Kane. Tatsuya's eyes widen in shock and disbelief at the sudden intrusion. The masked man casually pokes the defeated Kane's forehead with his finger. He continues his strange inspection, pressing down on Kane's head. With surprising strength, he grabs Kane by the hair and lifts his head. He slings Kane over his shoulder, stating that he can't have him dying here. Tatsuya shouts in outrage, demanding to know what the man is doing. He gives chase, yelling at the mysterious figure to wait. The world dissolves into a swirling vortex as his targets vanish before him. A voice calls out from the chaos, urging Sato to wait. A girl warns him not to follow, as he can't even track their magic. She insists that his first priority should be to treat the queen. Tatsuya pauses, his expression grim and conflicted by her words. In a dream, he reflects on the craftiness of his old master. The queen, a beautiful horned woman, smiles seductively, a drop of blood on her lip. She declares that her darling is coming inside as Tatsuya appears behind her. The maid Haruka scolds him for his odd words and offers to heal him. Tatsuya addresses a new girl with pigtails, Nightmare, who has appeared. In a priestess outfit, Nightmare says she must report what is in the dream. A shadowy version of Nightmare grabs Tatsuya, refusing to let him escape. Tatsuya asks Nightmare to be gentle as she lies languidly on the veranda. A few drops of liquid, perhaps drool, fall onto the wooden floor. Nightmare decides it's better not to enter the dream again, lest she be defeated. A memory of the bishop appears, and Nightmare recalls her heartfelt message. She blushes, remembering the bishop's simple wish was just to meet her. Tatsuya clenches his fist, realizing he must act with care. The other maids worry about Nightmare, but she reassures them that she is fine. She knows the enemy's goal is not immediate, so there must be a way. Tatsuya tells her that it's all right now, and she quietly agrees. Nightmare, lying on her side, asks if her body will be able to hold up. Haruka cheekily announces the Iro is over and suggests they get food. Tatsuya is startled as Haruka makes a playful cat-like sound beside him. He realizes that Haruka has the power to summon monsters from another world. A flashback shows the moment Tatsuya first realized Haruka's latent ability. He confronts the group, declaring Haruka is the key to defeating Nightmare. Haruka's face contorts in terror as she screams that it's impossible. Tatsuya insists they need her power, but she continues to refuse. She breaks down in tears, wailing that she hates the idea and it's too weird. Nightmare explains that summoning is the primary fighting style of the Jesugami-ha. Tatsuya adds that they curse the monsters to grant them new skills. Nightmare's eyes sparkle with dangerous excitement at the prospect. She challenges Haruka to try it, who stammers that she can, but terrified, Haruka makes a run for it, screaming as she flees the veranda. She panics, wondering what good summoning a monster could possibly do. She knows she lacks the magic and would die from exhaustion if she tried. Crying, she declares that she refuses to die and wants to live freely. The giant form of Nightmare appears, blocking her path and asking where she's going. Haruka, defeated, sobs on the floor, begging to be killed instead. She cries that she doesn't know what to do about summoning a nightmare. Tatsuya admits with a sheepish look that he hadn't explained his plan yet. He explains that Nightmare is only invincible within the dream world. Haruka realizes that outside of her specific conditions, the monster is weak. Tatsuya declares they can win if they drag her out of the dream with Haruka's help. He begs her for help just once, promising he won't ask for the impossible. A classmate tells Haruka to just do it, as she is the only one who can. Haruka blushes, agreeing to the plan but still feeling hesitant. She confesses she's only ever summoned a simple ghost, never a real monster. Nightmare holds her, and Haruka panics, not knowing how to even begin. Tatsuya calmly tells her not to worry. He will look into it for her. Haruka looks up, a flicker of hope beginning to dawn in her eyes. Tatsuya reaches out, his hand hovering over her head, ready to help. The pigtail girl holds the struggling cat familiar, Anzu, finding the situation quite interesting. A spark of magic leaps from her finger as she declares the terrified cat usable. Mayu, the fox-eared girl, can only stare in utter, wide-eyed shock. Ange explains that Gesugami magic cannot possibly summon a being like Nightmare. Saito demands to know what she means, refuting the idea of an erosion spell. She reveals the cat was given a summoning application jutsu, not actually summoned. Saito repeats the unfamiliar term, summoning application jutsu, his expression questioning. She begins her lecture with a fundamental question. What even is summoning? Saito recalls the basic principle, making something appear from one point to another. A memory of a mage explains summoning is like teleportation using contracted anchor points. Ange asks if Saito's own chess piece summons operate on the same principle. Saito explains his king and queen are stored, while others transform into humanoids. She scoffs, explaining that such summoning is limited to a single world. The Gesugami, she reveals, can perform summoning between entirely different worlds. He realizes the terrible implication of what power is needed to cross worlds. He gasps, a vivid memory of the colossal skeletal door flashing in his mind. She confirms his thought. One cannot traverse worlds without passing through a door. She explains the three doors, one for her, one for Nightmare, one for Gesugami. The true nature of the Gesugami's summoning technique is about to be revealed. A diagram shows their system. A request triggers a summon, which is then teleported. A strange flyer advertises the Gesugami's otherworldly monster delivery service. The entire group shouts in absolute synchronized disbelief at the absurd revelation. Mayu asks how they can possibly form contracts with monsters across the door. She admits she doesn't know how, but opening the door lets you feel magic. A past mage confirms that if you can feel the magic, you can pull it. She concludes the cat was merely a trigger to notify the Gesugami operators. A spark of understanding hits Saito. He realizes he can exploit the system. He realizes he needs a connecting item, which the girl mockingly presents to him. Mayu asks if he remembers Nightmare's magic, but Saito's memory is hazy. She scolds him, reminding him of the ring she gave him before his dream. She proudly reveals she recorded Nightmare's reaction, praising her brilliant master. Haruka, the cat maid, panics as she realizes Mayu has suddenly vanished completely. Haruka furiously declares she will never approve of learning a technique this way. A painful memory surfaces, a school building drenched in a cold pouring rain. He recalls watching his companions, Ange and Kane, sparring fiercely with their swords. He remembers a blushing Ange looking over at him with deep concern. A woman observes that he puts up barriers for everything, and he quietly agrees. She questions his plan, but he smiles, confident in the barrier he's built. She thinks to herself that while he was creepy, he was also quite amazing. He begins to recall the most surprising thing about his time in the other world. He declares that summoning across worlds is a power reserved only for the gods. He recalls that after he died, the goddess Lyrius brought him to another world. He remembers the goddess pitying him and sending him to live a new life. After her words, he was suddenly abandoned in the middle of a vast plain. At the end of his desperate wandering, he finally arrived at his master's home. He asks if gods possess doors, but is told they do not need them. The three are connected to all worlds, even the afterlife, without needing doors. Anja praises the god, noting a past rejection by a demon at first sight. She activates an amulet, explaining its music will draw out the listener's spirit. The spirit is pulled to the dream world, creating a transfer gate upon entry. She explains their reverse summon plan to find the gate and drag Saito out. She assigns Aegon and another warrior to handle the defense against the sound. The great mage Merlin appears, eagerly declaring that she will be of use. Aegon reassures Cain, telling him it's all right and that he should sleep if tired. With her team assembled and ready, she gives the final order to advance. With a soft click, she presses the button on the amulet, activating its power. A single silent musical note materializes, its strange magical power filling the air. Merlin, Cain, and Aegon instantly combine their powers to erect a powerful barrier. Haruka is confused, hearing a sound but seeing nothing that could possibly make it. Ange and Mayu both look up in alarm, sensing the sudden appearance of the gate. Mayu frantically looks around, demanding to know where the gate has appeared. The pigtail girl's cosmic eye focuses on a single point as she finds it. She points to the sky, where a brilliant orb of energy begins to form. Inside the orb of light, a dark, swirling portal starts to tear open. Saito holds up his hand, his ornate ring glowing with contained magical power. He roars out a command, pouring his own magic into the summoning ritual. Screaming Nightmare's name, he unleashes a torrent of dark power from the ground. A geyser of pure dark energy tears through the street with immense force. The magical explosion leaves the street a cratered, smoking ruin in its wake. Debris rains down from the sky as the destructive shockwave continues to expand. He clutches his chest, realizing in shock that the summoning formula was rewritten. Elsewhere, Cain looks on with a grim and determined expression on his face. Sitting defeated in a ruined hall, Cain admits that he lost the fight badly. A shadowy voice tempts him with power, saying there is nothing left to win. Cain gravely considers the offer, knowing this is the end of his current path. The voice offers him one final chance to seize the power he desires. A vision appears as a voice promises that dreams and reality will be reversed. Cain admits he tampered with the summoning ritual, his expression desperate. The shadow promises him that everything he wished for in his dream will come true. He is told to kill Saito and Nightmare to become the new Demon Lord. The light at a train crossing flashes, a mundane warning of imminent danger. A crowd of people waits at the crossing, completely unaware of the coming chaos. A young man angrily shouts at a salaryman for not paying attention. The salaryman apologizes, getting blamed for being distracted by his phone. From the shadows of the crowd, someone cruelly whispers that he is lame. He walks on, the mocking whispers and laughter of the crowd surrounding him. His patience finally snaps, and he seethes for everyone to just shut up. His rage builds as he glares at all the people surrounding him. A dark entity forms from his despair, wishing death upon the entire crowd. The summoning spell finally collides with reality, and the world explodes in light. The real world has changed now that the summoning jutsu has been activated. News of explosions across the city marks the start of a war of attrition. A massive sphere of pure darkness forms in the sky above the gathered heroes. She explains the jutsu was tampered with, smugly calling Saito an idiot. Haruka panics, yelling at the others to close the gate before something emerges. Saito is completely stunned into silence by Haruka's sudden, panicked outburst. Overwhelmed by fear, she bursts into tears and begs for someone to protect her. Overwhelmed by a terrible smell, her tails stand on end before she faints. Saito catches the unconscious maid as Mayu stares, completely dumbfounded by the scene. Her eyes flutter open in his arms, her face instantly flushing bright red. With grim determination, Tatsuya resolves to use every barrier at his disposal. The queen is shocked, asking if her darling is doing all this just to protect Haruka. A brilliant hexagonal barrier of light suddenly encases a bewildered Haruka. The queen angrily confronts Tatsuya, demanding to know what his foolish apprentice is doing. Tatsuya grits his teeth in pain, frustrated that his body is moving against his own will. He admits to his master that his plan has failed, and this place has become a dream world. The others are stunned that the magical manifestation is real as Tatsuya begins to panic. Aegon asks how much of this is real, and Tatsuya explains it will all become as he wished. Tatsuya reflects on his power. He can wish for healing, but also for death. Chio realizes with horror that if Cain wishes for Tatsuya's death, it could come true. She is aghast at the thought of the hero wishing death upon his foolish apprentice. The bishop's eye appears, noting that the fox chief may or may not make such a wish. Sho is too horrified to even speak the terrible possibility aloud. Tatsuya is snapped from his thoughts by an unseen presence, crying out for his master. A ghostly bishop appears behind a startled Chio, demanding to know what she is doing. The bishop explains she has become a barrier herself, a fact that shocks Tatsuya. His other miniature summons appear, explaining they must sacrifice their forms to fight. The queen's clone warns that if their magic fails, the dream world will collapse. The Yuko clan panics, asking how to defeat the nightmare. As a spirit says only death awaits. Tatsuya's expression sharpens, his senses locking onto a new, powerful presence. The queen tells him not to rush, that she will handle it, leaving Haruka confused. The path to the shrine appears, a voice vowing to eliminate the irregulars from the dream. A mass of pure darkness slams into the stone path, heralding the nightmare's arrival. The darkness rises and coalesces into a monstrous, abstract being of pure terror. A small, cloaked figure stands before the colossal, approaching nightmare. Chio stares in disbelief, whispering that this is the nightmare she feared. The queen recognizes the figure, noting its form is different from her dream, but it's him. The cloaked nightmare stands before them all, its presence recognized by Chio and the queen. The men of the Yuko clan recoil in disgust at allowing such an evil being to enter. The forest itself twists into monsters as a familiar cries that the mountain is becoming a nightmare. A spear of dark energy explodes near Tatsuya, who watches it calmly. As Tatsuya yells her name, Haruka realizes in panic that her protective barrier has been breached. Tatsuya tells the nightmare he only wanted to meet it and learn the truth. The shadowy nightmare seems to consider his words, thinking they could have talked. The nightmare's form erupts with power, growing demonic horns in a more threatening presence. Tatsuya roars that he must fight, stomping the ground and accusing the nightmare of underestimating him. A chessboard materializes, announcing the start of Saido's limited condition composition. The rules are set. On the board, magic attacks are nullified, forcing a battle of conditions. He recalls using the same strategy with the bishop and cane to counter the nightmare's power. A colossal golem of wood and earth, the nightmare's true form, now looms over the battlefield. The nightmare golem lets out a deafening roar, its massive body a terrifying spectacle. The queen reveals the creature is the previous demon lord, shocking Chio and the others. Tatsuya analyzes the rules, knowing the more specific, narrower condition will take precedence. Images of a bucket and mug illustrate that specific targeting is key to his strategy. He knows, however, that overwhelming magical power can be an exception to the rules. The nightmare's condition was the dream, but by entering reality, its power has grown. Tatsuya's condition is confined to the chessboard, giving his rules priority in this arena. But with a jolt of alarm, Tatsuya realizes something has gone horribly wrong with his plan. The chessboard is only half set. His opponent's conditions have not been triggered. The queen explains the nightmare is absorbing power while Tatsuya is exhausted from sharing his own. She reveals that the nightmare was once one of the powerful 4 heavenly kings. Now, however, it has grown in power to surpass even the previous demon lord. A disembodied voice mockingly asks if a man just got his butt handed to him. The queen appears behind Tatsuya, telling the nightmare it's time to settle things. Tatsuya slams a black chess piece onto the board, declaring the problem solved. Haruka grabs his arm, frantically asking if he truly has a plan to defeat the monster. Bishop to B7, Tatsuya commands, summoning his miniature bishop to face a shadowy beast. The bishop raises her ornate staff, preparing to unleash a devastating holy attack. Tatsuya watches the board with the cool, focused gaze of a master strategist. A miniature knight leaps into the air, shouting that he can surely defeat this foe. The nightmare declares that since it has swapped dream with reality, it is now invincible. Tatsuya roars with defiance, shouting that he still has a chance to win this fight. He calls his next move, Rook to C7, summoning the fierce warrior Luke. A new powerful horned demon appears on the battlefield, roaring at its opponents. The onlookers panic, recognizing one of the demon lord's dreaded 4 heavenly kings. Luke charges forward without hesitation, her scythe poised to meet the demon's claw. Luke and the 4 heavenly king clash in a dynamic and ferocious battle. Tatsuya grunts in pain as black blood drips from his eye, a result of the psychic feedback. Haruka is horrified, realizing the pawn her brother was riding on has been destroyed. She understands the damage from the fight is being reflected back to the caster. Tatsuya. Tatsuya slams another piece onto the board with a trembling hand, calling for his bishop. The nightmare unleashes a powerful spell, a complex magic circle glowing at position A6. The bishop raises her hands, creating a shimmering barrier to intercept the magical blast. The holy barrier shatters under the immense force of the nightmare's dark attack. The resulting explosion of energy rips across the entire battlefield in a blinding flash. Tatsuya, pierced by magical shrapnel, gasps out his next command. Knight! At position B8, his miniature knight streaks towards the nightmare's horn like a bullet. The knight, sword extended, closes the distance for a powerful, decisive strike. Before it can land, the knight is enveloped in a black, viscous substance and dissolves. The nightmare unleashes a massive wave of pure destructive energy across the field. A tiny bat-like creature, a familiar, flies through the chaos, a beacon of light in the darkness. A colossal, shadowy hand descends from above, ready to crush Tatsuya's remaining forces. Tatsuya, sweating and racked with pain, gasps out the command for his last pawn. At position C7, a small armored pawn warrior bravely stands her ground. The tiny warrior stares up defiantly at the towering, cloaked form of the nightmare. The nightmare's true, monstrous face is revealed as it looms over the small pawn. Tatsuya, bloodied but determined, calls out "Pawn" as his eye twitches in exertion. The nightmare opens its massive maw, a sphere of destructive energy forming within. Tatsuya unleashes a powerful blast of white energy from his hand, striking the monster. Another pawn warrior moves into position at D5, preparing to launch her attack. The tiny warrior leaps through the air, sword held high, a streak of silver. She brings her blade down in a powerful arc, aimed directly at the nightmare's horn. The queen screams at her foolish apprentice, asking why he is protecting his own body. The pawn's blade strikes true, shattering the nightmare's horn in a burst of light. Tatsuya looks up, telling his master that he had faith she would protect him. He explains that he is reading the battle like a game of chess, guiding it to victory. His face cold and determined, he declares the battle will be over in 3 more moves. The nightmare, its horn broken, stares back at him with a single burning eye. Tatsuya calls out his first move, bishop to D7, as the cloaked figure looks on. Tatsuya's hand places the final chess piece on the board, securing his checkmate. A holy figure strikes the dark beast, whose monstrous form recoils from the blow. Tatsuya screams in frustration, declaring that his movements have become dull and predictable. The horned beast retaliates, unleashing a massive, destructive torrent of dark energy. Tears stream down his face as he apologizes for the necessary painful sacrifice. His miniature knight descends, its blade piercing the darkness in a decisive tactical move. A mysterious blindfolded woman watches the battle unfold with a serene, confident smile. A foot stomps down with powerful finality, closing the distance on the battlefield. Tatsuya seizes the beast, his grip like iron as he declares a perfect stalemate. The dark, monstrous form is held fast, its power contained by his unbreakable will. His expression is grimly determined. He vows that he will never let him escape. He explains the conditions of his trap, a perfect prison of logic and power. The beast taunts him, sneering that he cannot win in a simple slugfest. Tatsuya smiles, explaining that his foe's invincibility has created a perfect stalemate. A mysterious voice declares from the void that this draw is simply unacceptable. Suddenly, his hand begins to dissolve into darkness as a mysterious door appears. Holding his foe, he vows to reclaim what was lost, his fist glowing. He unleashes a powerful, brilliant punch, shattering the carefully constructed stalemate. He realizes sensing the door's presence created the perfect opportunity for his victory. The Onmyoji laments his frustration at failing to defeat him within the dream. He stands before a colossal gate, promising to banish Tatsuya to a dreamless void. A robed saint appears, gently asking the members of the party to stop. Tatsuya stares in utter shock, whispering her name as she offers a serene smile.